on its last dance.
Phenomenal touch. What a great reaction. You simply cannot give more. It's here. Look who's back in the Wimbledon finals.
Let's just do backwards tennis.
The waiting is over.
A great, powerful hitting.
That is way too good. The queen of centre court. Champion of Wimbledon again.
Just for a minute, the silver fork sky lit you up like a star that I will follow.
Well, hello and welcome to our coverage here on Live at Wimbledon. We are 4 days into this year's championships and nearly 115,000 people have attended Wimbledon so far this year. And that was before these crowds made their way into the All England Club this morning. A lovely tradition. You can see they're flanked by the security personnel here at the All England Club. It's a very efficient system. This is everyone that is queued overnight in order to get tickets either for centre number one or indeed some of the other show courts or ground passes here at the Wimbledon Championships. They're led slowly through the grounds and disperse off to capture seats at various courts or the famous hill. That's the beautiful view we have here over central London. Play actually began 30 minutes earlier today at 11 a.m. on outside courts. It remains a 1 p.m. start for centre and number one, but there are 4 home British players in action today, so we've already got some incredibly impressive galleries, as you can see there, around the outside courts, including court number 12, where Heather Watson is in action against Germany's Anika Beck. So let's take you straight there now, because it's a pretty crucial stage of this match. It was 1 set all, and Heather was down a break in the first game of the 3rd set when it was suspended overnight due to rain. Then she lost 8 games in a row and was down 2 breaks, was the Brit, earlier on this 3rd set. I can update you that the score now is 6-7 to the German in the decider. She has just broken Heather after what was an incredibly long game. So let's join this one now live with commentary as Heather Watson tries to break back to stay alive in the first round at Wimbledon.
Surprised Beck didn't put the lob up there, actually. I think that might have induced a few jitters, but...
No, I think, again, Beck is very tense about finishing this match off, so all is not lost yet.
Oh!
Oh, never in doubt, was it?
As it left the racket head.
Love 13.
As it left the racket head, you thought it was going wide, and then it just caught this puff of white.
Well, it wasn't hit cleanly, and then it goes on the line. Oh, and that was on the line too. It held the ball up.
15-13.
I had a look to her mum there to complain about that, but that's just the rub of the green or the rub of the white sometimes, isn't it?
Oh, lovely.
Good shot, Hera. positive, sweetly struck.
15-40.
Hitting her forehand so much better in this game.
Game is Watson.
Well, who wants to win this match?
7 games all, final set.
I think they both probably want to win it.
Well, what a brilliant break back straight away from Heather Watson. We're just overlooking that court there. You can just see how many people have crowded round, and not just on 12. It is absolutely packed here this afternoon. We have barely seen it so busy, even just on the gangway beneath us. So we've got a cracking match going on. John Isner and Marcus Baghdatis. Isner's taken the first two, 7-6, 7-6. A few little acrobatics there. It is on serve at the moment, although Isner has a break point there, but it is absolutely sensational this afternoon. We've got so much drama. Actually, just hoping Isner hasn't hurt himself. He is back up on his feet, a little bit of strapping on the left knee, and he's just maybe just shaking out that right wrist, back on his feet. But what a day to be here at Wimbledon. A few clouds in the sky. I can't believe I'm just about to say the word rain, but it does look as though we will get a clear day today. One of our producers, Harriet Lewis, says, you can't mention the word rain, but I don't think it will today, certainly not for the next few hours. Sloane Stephens has just won her match on court 5, way over there in the distance, a cracking match between Flipkins and Madison Keys. Remember, Flipkins made the semis 3 years ago up against Madison Keys. It's absolutely packed over there. And, Jeff, if you just pan back round in the direction of court number 2, well, we had an amazing performance by Marcus Willis. It wasn't a winning performance last night, but Dan Evans taking the first set, 7-6, the second 6-4, and he's 2 breaks up against Dolgopolov, the number 30 seed, and Evans looks as though he's going to close out that match, and if he does, he will be facing Roger Federer in the 3rd round. So Federer would end up against 2 Brits in succession. A brilliant afternoon of action in prospect. We really hope that the weather stays clear, but honestly, in the 5 or 6 years I've been lucky enough to be coming here at Wimbledon, I have never seen so many people crowding round the outside courts. This is a sensational day to be here at Wimbledon. So many matches to catch up on yesterday. You've got fantastic names like Isner and Baghdatis, who, remember, he made the Aussie final, 10 years ago. Brilliant atmosphere that was that day in Melbourne. This is a really, really good day. Top value for money for those who aren't on the show courts. We've got some unbelievable tennis in prospect. Should be a thrilling Thursday here at SW19.
Time. Thank you, Robin. Absolutely. One good thing to have come out of yesterday's rain interruptions are even more attractions today. Just look at this live scene and the absolute hordes of people. You can really pick out which court number 12 is by everyone watching on for Heather. There are 6 men's and 8 ladies first round matches still to be completed today. Many of those are part of the 15 matches that were unable to finish yesterday and are resuming today. And for a couple of those, this is a 3rd day trying to complete the same match, one of which is John Isner and Marcus Baghdatis, who Rob Walker just showed us taking place out on one of those outside courts. But Cara Robinson with you alongside a former finalist here at Wimbledon, Mark Philippoussis, back for what is an absolutely stellar day so far. Mark, this is what you hope for at Wimbledon Championships, and so far Thursday is delivering.
Absolutely, perfect start to the day. Amazing matches on the outside courts. I think we started 30 minutes earlier today, which is great. And hopefully we'll be clear all day.
Well, indeed, hopefully we will be. We're going to check in with the weather forecast in just a little bit, but we can tell you that it has been mostly dry this morning, and well, we've got some royalty in the house. This was just moments ago. The Duchess of Cornwall arriving, greeted by the chairman of the All England Club there on her right-hand side, Philip Brooke. She arrived through the players' entrance and making her way now out onto the players' lawn, meeting some of the ball boys and girls that she may well be watching on centre court later today as she takes her seat in the royal box for a lineup that includes our very own Andy Murray. We'll be getting into the order of play in a little bit more detail, but this is becoming a bit of a tradition here at Wimbledon for members of the royal family to come and meet I suppose ball boys and ball girls, but also players out on the lawn there. So no doubt she'll be speaking to a few of the competitors today. Undoubtedly a highlight of their week so far for these young ball boys and girls that are being able to meet the Duchess of Cornwall. Appears to just be on her own today. No Charles alongside her, but a huge tennis fan and the first member of the royal family that we have seen here at the championships so far this year. And we mentioned sunny spells. We have had sunny spells all morning. It is largely dry. There are some risk of showers this afternoon, so let's get a more detailed look ahead to today's forecast with Rachel Stringer.
Good afternoon and welcome to day 4 of the championships. Here's hoping that the weather today isn't as much of a washout as it was yesterday. We saw very little action on the outside courts, but plenty of action under the roof on centre court. The weather this afternoon is set to have showers, which are going to carry on into the evening with maximum temperatures of 21 degrees centigrade. Whether the roof is on or off, enjoy your day on centre court.
So plenty to look forward to today. Just to update you, though, as a result of yesterday's prolonged rain delays, there was less than 1 hour of play on number 1 court, less than 2 hours play on courts 2, 3, and all the outside courts. It's a different story today. But as a result of yesterday, the AELTC rain check policy came into place, and all of number 1 court's ticket holders will receive a full 100% refund for the cost of their tickets to day 3 of the championships yesterday, with a 50% refund going to the ticket holders of courts 2, 3 and all the outside courts. A very fair result for what was a bit of a frustrating day here, but as a result has set up an absolutely fantastic Thursday in this opening week of the Wimbledon Championship. So let's say hello for the first time to Catherine Whitaker to take a look at the order of play.
Thank you, Cara. Yes, often one of the benefits of a day of rain can be a fantastic order of play the next day, and that is certainly what we have today. I'll take you through it. Centre court first, of course. Here we go. So, centre court, we start off with Julien Benneteau, talented French player. You might remember him taking Roger Federer to 5 sets here a few years ago. He's taking on Japanese 5th seed Kei Nishikori. That is followed by Andy Murray, the 2nd seed, the 2013 champion here, taking on Yen Sun Liu. If that name rings a bell, he scored a big upset here a few years ago, beating Andy Roddick. He's actually scored a big upset over Andy Murray. He beat him at the Olympics in Beijing 8 years ago, and he's on an 11-match winning streak on grass, is Yen Sun Liu. All those matches at challenger level, but nonetheless, he'll feel very comfortable today, and Andy Murray will probably have to work hard for the victory. Then we have a very intriguing ladies matchup. Jo Konta, the British 16 seed, taking on Jeannie Bouchard, finalist here a couple of years ago. She's had a tough couple of years since then, really tumbling down in the rankings, but we know what she can do on her day. It's her first meeting between these two, so they won't quite know what to expect from one another, and it could be very, very intriguing for me, that one. Out on court 1, we have a fantastic order of play as well. I'll just take you out there. This, for me, the pick of the day. Grigor Dimitrov, Gilles Simon. We were hoping to see that yesterday. In fact, we only saw 1 game of it. Both these players very talented, good pedigree on grass. Dimitrov, of course, the semi-finalist here a couple of years ago, beating Andy Murray along the way. So talented, and Gilles Simon a match for anybody on his day. Then we have a ladies' match. Jana Čepelova of Slovakia taking on Garbiñe Muguruza. I'd be surprised if the 2nd seed was too troubled in that one. And then another really intriguing match. Dominic Thiem, the 8th seed from Austria. What a year he is having. Semi-finalist in France. He is taking on Jiří Veselý. And again, if that name rings a little bit of a bell for you, it's because he is one of only 2 players this year to have beaten Novak Djokovic. I mean, technically it's 3. Feliciano Lopez did beat him in Dubai, but that was because Djokovic retired with a bit of an issue with his eyes. So Jiří Veselý actually beat Novak Djokovic in Monte Carlo earlier this year. So he is a handy player himself, but I would expect Dominic Thiem to come through that one. Just taking you out to court 2 as well, because this is also very interesting. They're already underway, of course. Dan Evans against Alexander Dolgopolov. He has taken a commanding lead in that match. 2 sets and 5-1 he leads. They will be followed on by 5th seed Simona Halep, taking on former French Open champion Francesca Schiavone. They'll be followed by Bernard Tomic. What a run he had at Queen's a couple of weeks ago, reaching the semi-finals, taking on Romanian Radu Albot. And then we have Agnieszka Radwanska taking on another talented youngster, Croatian Ana Konju. So plenty to look forward to today on the show courts, and not bad stuff going on the outside courts either.
Well, we're going to take you straight out to one of those outside courts. In fact, court number 8, Rob Walker gave us a glimpse of it. John Isner, Marcos Baghdatis, another clash that we were all looking forward to in this first round. Who knew it would take until Thursday to complete it? But this match was paused overnight, with Isner having won the first set in a tiebreak. He was then a break down in the second set. It was 3-1 to Marcos Baghdatis, but this is now John Isner with a chance to serve the match out in straight sets. So let's join court number 8 with commentary.
15 love.
There's one of them. Number 31 of the match.
13 up.
10 in this set. Going to give him a bonus one as well.
14 love.
He will finish with an ace here. So I set the bar at 2, and he's gonna, everyone out there that took the over, they have their chance right here.
No ace, but it is a win in straight sets for John Isner.
7-6, 7-6, 6-4.
A terrific contest for 2 sets. But once Baghdatis had lost the second, in which he'd been up a break, in which he'd twice been up a mini break in the tie break, the heart went out of the Cypriot in the final set, and Isner moves on 7-6, 7-6, 6-3.
Yeah, great effort from the big man. Lost his serve twice, but was clutch in the tie breaks. Really came out hitting cleaner off the ground. Felt like he was a little bit more comfortable with his movement as well. And once he won those first 2 sets, Baghdatis was completely off the grid emotionally.
So he was tested, but John Isner made it through in straight sets, 7-6, 7-6, 6-3 in his first round match against Marcos Baghdatis. But let's take you out to court number 2 for a second round match where the unseeded Brit Daniel Evans is 2 sets to love up against the 30th seed Alexander Dolgopolov. On court number 2. He is now receiving serve to try and win this match in straight sets. It would be a huge moment for the member of the GB Davis Cup team. Let's join this one now with commentary.
15 all. Oh. 30-15. Oh. 40-15. Forty, 30. deuce.
The combination again, slice, and then the big forehand perfectly executed.
Crowd responding. 3 minutes short of 2 hours. And Dan Evans comes to match point.
So Daniel Evans, who had never made it past the first round here at Wimbledon before in 3 previous appearances, has just cruised through a seeded player in straight sets to make his way into the 3rd round at Wimbledon for the very first time in his career. And believe it or not, he faces the #3 seed, Roger Federer. That is going to be a huge matchup tomorrow between a home Brit and the 7th-time Wimbledon champion. But congratulations must go to the unseeded Brit Evans, 7-6, 6-4, 6-1 in a match against the Ukrainian Dolgopolov, 30th seed at this year's championships that was delayed overnight. It's only just past 12 p.m. local time, and we've already had matches finishing, including another one on an outside court. This was court number 10 between 2 qualifiers. This was paused at 2 sets apiece and 3 games each in the 5th set. They came back out at 11 o'clock this morning, and just look at that reaction from the Australian qualifier, Matthew Barton, playing in his very first Wimbledon and had to get all the way 14-12 in the 5th set to make it through to the 2nd round. After that win against the Frenchman. The fanatics are courtside, Mark. He's a fellow Aussie. I think this means something, don't you?
Oh, look how much it means to him. I mean, it means so much. I think he's just so tired, he doesn't know what to do. The best thing is take a bow, get your rackets, get off the court, and get ready for, because he might even have to play tomorrow, I think. You know, what an amazing effort for him to get through 3 matches of qualifying, and that was a tough match against a huge server.
Well, congratulations to him. And just to keep you updated, there's a huge match going on court number 12 at the moment between Heather Watson, who is potentially 2 points away from a win. The score is currently 10-9 in the 3rd set against the German Anika Beck. We'll keep you posted what's going on out there. Unsurprisingly, it is the match that's on the main screen over at Henman Hill, which may become Murray's Mound later on this afternoon when he takes to centre court. So Heather Watson trying to get the job done despite being down 2 breaks originally in the 3rd set. She now has match point. Heather Watson on court number 12 against Anika Beck's serve, and this is the first time she's had this opportunity to seal the deal. You can see what a kind of a reaction we might get from the crowd here on the hill as she waits to receive serve from the German. Oh, and plays it back long. So 2nd match point. We'll keep you updated. We'll come straight back to it. Before that, we're going to send it out once again to Rachel Stringer.
We have sun at the queue this morning. It's really nice down here compared to yesterday when it was torrential raining, and it just wasn't a good day to be queuing up to get into the championships. And today we are very excited because down at the HSBC tent, don't want to get hit by that ball, we have professional football freestyler Daniel Cuttings. How are you?
Yeah, very, very good, thank you.
Cool, and obviously professional football freestyler, as I just mentioned.
Yeah.
You're down at the tennis today.
Yeah.
Why are you down here? What are you doing?
It's now tennis ball freestyle. I think that's what we're doing. I've been filming a video with Leighton Hewitt, Tim Henman and Mark Philippoussis. So not a bad bunch of people to have a go at teaching them some skills. They were teaching me a few racket skills. So yeah, it went pretty well.
Good morning, especially if you're a tennis fan, are you?
I am a massive tennis fan, especially Wimbledon. Yeah, love Wimbledon.
Obviously, the man of the moment then is Tim Henman for you if it's Wimbledon. How was it speaking to him? What did you teach him? What did he learn from you?
Yeah, it was good actually. He's I've seen him do some stuff in the past. He's actually very good at football. He's got some skills. He's got some skills in his locker. I taught him a couple of simple things, and actually, I was very impressed. I was trying to get him to catch like the ball on his net like this, and I thought it was going to be like really tough to be able to, and he was just like, yeah, got that. It wasn't first time. He'll probably edit it so it looked first time, but he was very good. And Leighton Hewitt was there like, what? So it was pretty impressive.
How was Hewitt? Obviously, he's still playing. He said he was going to retire last year,
Yeah,
didn't. He's back in the game now.
Yeah. He was good. He's very competitive as well. I think there was definitely a thing between him and Tim. They both wanted to be the best. Mark was a little bit more chilled. He was just like, nah, it's not my sport. I'll give it a go. But yeah, competitive nature was good.
The people on the tour at the moment, the current players, I guess we can still class Leighton as that.
Yeah.
Who do you think might be the best at freestyling?
Out of those three?
No, out of the current players are like actually playing Wimbledon, apart from Leighton.
Oh, okay. I've seen Murray do a few with a tennis ball. He can juggle the ball. I've seen that. I'd like to teach him a few more things. I reckon he'd be very good. So I'll have to go with Murray, aren't I?
Let's just talk about you as well. So you said kind of, professional freestyler. How do you get into doing that?
Well, I played football from a young age. I was probably never going to do anything else. My dad was always into football, encouraged me to take up football. So I just started juggling the ball from a young age, and it was amazing how good I got. It was crazy, like even just simple things, just juggling the ball with your feet, doing it with your thighs, doing it with your head and your shoulders, and then after. Yeah, wow, there's a party going on over there. After just hours and hours of practice, I just was willing to stick at it. When other people would fail and give up, I would continue. And when I was 18, I did 27,000 keepy uppies. So I juggled the ball with my feet, with my knees, head and shoulders for nearly 5 hours.
27,000 in one go?
Yeah, without dropping it.
Okay, so I read as well, no, not at all, but it's quite good. I don't even think I can do one. 5 times Guinness World Record holder, was that one of them?
No, that's not one. That was just for Bants, that one. I've got 5 world records, for different skills, various different things. One of my favourites is where you roll the ball from the side of your head, you learn to balance it here, and then you go to there, and you can move the mic in time with me, that would be great, there, forward and back. And it's basically, you just do as many as you can do in a row. The old record was 553, I did 1,810. I don't know why I didn't just do 554, but I think I was just, first world record I was ever going to beat. I was like, I'm going for this, I want it.
Is anyone trying to creep up and try and take them away from you?
I think someone did try to beat that one last year, because Guinness World Records contact you when someone's going to attempt the record, but I never got told that it was beaten. So I've still got it as far as I'm aware.
Okay, still got records down here. Right, I want you to teach me, if you can, a trick, please. I've got to learn something, haven't I? Really from a pro down here, okay.
Okay, so one of the first tricks that I ever learnt when I was growing up, I won't say how old I was, just in case it puts you off. If you don't do it, and I did it when I was 1, it's probably not I wasn't 1, I was 2.
1 is a really good thing.
Yeah, so you're going to grip the ball in between your ankles. It's called a rocket launcher, sounds nice and fancy. Grip the ball in your ankles, both feet leave the floor at the same time. You're going to bend your knees, jump it up and catch it in your hands.
Sounds easy.
Sounds like a lot of information, but it's pretty much just this. And you're going to catch it there.
I got this one.
Stretch on. Are you warmed up? Are you?
I'm ready. Right, can you hold that, Daniel, please?
Okay, here we go. Oh, she's a show woman. She's got this. Here we go. There was a massive bend. I didn't go down that far. It's a proper squat, that. There we go. Very nice. Good. I haven't got the hair on my face as well.
Go show us something good. I want to see the tricks. This is it. This is the man in the action. Look at him. He's good. I'm rubbish. This is good. This is why he's a pro and he has 5 Guinness World Records. And he can do freestylers with the best. And he's even taught Leighton Hewitt and Tim Henman this morning. I mean, that's pretty good. Daniel Cuttings. He's pretty good. Look at that. Yeah, show off. Oh, wow. Amazing. Okay, I'm just going to leave it to him.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Well done. That was awesome.
Perfect.
We'll play it by ear. If it's not working, we can always
try
something different.
Okay. I'll start here and I'll go.
Yeah. So we have pro football freestyler Daniel Cuttings about to take part in our if questions. Right, Daniel, are you ready for this?
I am ready.
Okay, first one. If you could play one player in history at Wimbledon, who would it be?
It's on the
Good
spot.
start.
I'm going to say Roger Federer.
If you'd have one superpower.
Yeah. One superpower. Walk through walls.
Oh, nice. If you could be one other sports star, who would it be?
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Good choice. If you could pick Borg or McEnroe?
McEnroe. All day.
If you could pick one city?
New York.
If you could pick one Wimbledon final to watch again, which one would it be?
Andy Murray.
Ooh. If you could pick one emoji?
Emoji, smiley face.
If you could pick one movie?
Movie, Ocean's 11.
If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie. Oh, he's out. If one actor to play you in a movie.
Actor to play me in a movie, Will Smith.
If you could lift one sporting trophy.
It's got to be the World Cup.
If you could erase one fashion faux pas in history, what would it be?
Your outfit. No.
Everyone keeps saying that. That's really harsh.
was joking. It's just the first thing that came to my mind.
If you could see one band or singer live.
Who would I say? Usher.
If you could only eat one food for the rest of your life, what would it be?
One food. Indian.
Ooh, you're going to get really chubby. Okay.
Bread and cheese. I don't know.
Still really chubby. Daniel Cuttings, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Love it, Rachel. Thank you. Let's take you live over to court number 17. An incredible ladies match between Sam Stosur and Sabine Lisicki. You can see Lisicki's already up a break, and we'll join this one now live with commentary as she tries to serve to go 3-1 up in the first set.
Right on the line. Such confidence to take on this big drive volley. Positioned her feet, just shuffling in and then bang. Lisicki races through another service game.
Lisicki leads by 3-1, first set.
Just 11 minutes played and Lisicki off to a flying start.
Two of those are going to be very different.
So Sabine Lisicki is 3-1 up in that opening set against Sam Stosur on court 17. Stosur actually leads their head-to-head 5-2, though Lisicki won on their last meeting here, which was actually in 2013 when Lisicki made it all the way to the final that year. But now we're going to say hello once again to Rob Walker, who is with our analyst, Craig O'Shaughnessy.
Well, it's time for our daily dose of statistics with O'Shan the man, Craig O'Shaughnessy. Craig, let's talk about what's coming up on centre. Now, Kei Nishikori, he kind of travels under the radar a little bit. He's a world-class tennis player, but we don't view him in the same sort of profile and aura as we do the Djokovic's, the Federers and the Murrays. But he's a class act and he's been to a Grand Slam final.
Yeah, Kei Nishikori is an insanely good tennis player. I've seen him develop over the years. About 5 or 6 years ago, I was coaching on the Challenger Tour when he was coming through and making his breakthrough. You know, the backhand is everything for him. And when he goes to London for the Tour Finals, and we look at the average speed of forehands and backhands, most players are about 8 mile an hour difference. Nishikori's only about 2, so he rips the backhand. It's very hard, it's very flat, and he shapes the forehand. So he likes to use the forehand to pull the opponent off the court, and that combination works extremely well for him. He's got great defense, he runs well. The serve is good, it's not great, but it gets him through service games, and you know, it's going to be very hard for Julian Benneteau to find a crack in the armour today.
Well, let's touch on Benneteau. He's out at something like 547 in the world, but that is very misleading because he spent 8 months out with an adductor injury last year. He's using his protected ranking, which is just inside the top 40. He's a much better player than his ranking suggests, but is he fit again? Is he healthy? And can he mount any kind of challenge to Nishikori?
Yeah, it's so difficult. I mean, you don't have to be good at everything in tennis, but you've got to be good at something, and you've got to be great at something to do well here at Wimbledon to survive to the end of the second week. So, you know, Julian Benneteau is there's a lot of French players like him where, you know, all parts of the game are really good. The French have done an amazing job of filling the top 100 with a lot of really good tennis players, but they need something special. What are they going to hang their hat on to say, I've got a real crack at the title? And Benneteau in the first round, you know, he stayed back and won points. He dabbled a little bit in coming forward. There was a few serve and volley points, but what is he really going to do to trouble Kei Nishikori? So, you know, everything that Benneteau does so well, Nishikori's just a little bit better at that. So, you know, he's got to go out of his comfort zone to do well in this match. And, you know, something that can freak Nishikori out on the other side of the net. Maybe it's serving and volleying a ton at the start of the match. You know, maybe it's coming forward. It's not going to be out-rallying him and making points longer at the back of the court. So it's going to be interesting to see where he tries to find his slight edge to trouble Nishikori in this match.
Okay, moving on to Murray Mania. It might be one of the reasons why it's so absolutely rammed here today. Sensational atmosphere, even here on the outside courts. What did you make of the win against Brody? I mean, did it really tell us anything? Straight sets, looked very comfortable for Andy.
Yeah, I think so. There was nothing that really stood out. He took care of business, and that's what it's like in the early rounds. Some early rounds, you can be really tested, but for Murray, you know, he did the things that he had to do, nothing really special there. And against Liu in the second round, you know, I think it's just a little bit more of the same. Liu has won 2 challenges, so he's got an 11-match win streak on grass coming into this. Back in, I believe it was 2010, he defeated Andy Roddick here. And I did an analysis of that match. Roddick beat himself more than Liu beat him. Roddick stayed far back. You know, way back in the court and didn't really attack that well. You know, Liu doesn't have a lot of weapons. He doesn't beat himself, but, you know, he looks to the other side of the court and says, I like to stay on the baseline. Uh-oh, Andy Murray does too. So it's going to be very difficult for Liu to find some separation in this match with what he normally does.
But Andy has treated him with a lot of respect in the words that he's used in the build-up to the match, because it was losing to Liu in the first round of the Beijing Olympics. I know that was an eternity ago, but that was a key moment for Murray because he went away. He was obviously chastened and gutted to bow out of the Olympics at the first round, but he went away and changed the way he prepares for matches. So, you know, he's aware that Liu has beaten him once before, even though he's got much better than that, and he knows that Liu is on a great streak on grass. It seems to be a surface that agrees with him, because I think Liu also made the quarter-finals here during the Olympics in 2012, so this is a good surface for Liu.
Yeah, it really is. You never want to underestimate anyone, and it's always good to come out and say, you know, I'm respecting the opponent, he's got a good win streak, but I find it, in this particular matchup, I find it very difficult for Liu to win a set or a couple of sets and then to win a match. I think is just a really big ask against Andy Murray, coming off such a great season on the clay and now with Wendell. You know, Andy is cherry ripe at this point of time.
What a great expression, cherry ripe. Love that. Okay, Eugenie Bouchard and Johanna Konta. What a really interesting matchup. I mean, it's hard to believe that it's only a couple of years ago. Bouchard had what? Semis at the Aussie, semis at the French, made the final here. But since then, things have been difficult. And while she's tumbled down the rankings, Konta's had an unbelievable 12 or 13 months, and she's heading up in the other direction.
Yes, some amazing numbers from that. As I looked through the statistics, you know, I look at approach points 1 and baseline points 1, and some new stuff from IBM, which is rally length. So the short rally lengths, which I call first strike, is 0 through 4, and then the mid length is 5 through 8, which I call patterns of play, and then 9+, which is extended rallies. So for Konta's match, 83% of all points ended in 0 through 4.
Wow.
So to give that, you know, a little bit of an idea of what was happening out there, 0 through 4 means each player had to hit only a maximum of 2 shots. So that's 8 out of 10 points. You've only got to hit 2 shots. I haven't seen a men's match do that. So 12% was through in the patterns of play, and only 5% of points went 9+. Now on Bouchard's match, similar kind of numbers, 73% 0 through 4, 22 5 through 8, and 5% in the extended rally. So I haven't, you know, those are way above just even the averages on the men's side. So something's going on here. Both ladies are saying, if I'm going to do well at Wimbledon this year, I'm going to drop the hammer early in the point. Big serving and extremely aggressive returning. Attack it with the feet, keep the racket short, rip the returns, and try and end it before the opponent can really get into the point.
So it sounds as though, from those statistics and from what you're saying, that could be a really, really aggressive, front foot, thrilling tennis match.
They'll be throttling the ball early on, and I think Konta's going to get through. I like the body of work. I like the direction. I like her here at Wimbledon. I like the intent. Her body language between points is amazing. Just watch what she does. She's going to the strings. You know, Leighton Hewitt, you know, impresses me so much. When he loses a point, he dismisses it immediately. In fact, what Hewitt normally does is wherever he's standing on the court, he'll walk away from that area of the court and get away from where he just lost the point. when he wins a point, he stays there and soaks it in. And Konta is really, really good between the points at dismissing what she loses and soaking in what she wins. And I think she'll get through this one.
Well, if O'Shan the man is excited about a day's tennis, then all of us should be as well. What a cracking day in prospect here on the outside courts and on centre as well.
Indeed it is, Rob, and there were 15 Brits that started in the men's and ladies' main singles draw this year, but one of them is in danger. Heather Watson out on court number 12. Look at the score there, 11-10 to the German Anika Beck in the third and deciding set, and this is her serving match point to beat the home player Watson, who is making her 7th appearance here at Wimbledon. Of course, she reached the third round last year for the second time and came just 2 points away from beating Serena Williams. She's been hanging in this match after being 2 breaks down in the third set. She crashes out of Wimbledon in the opening round in what must be a devastating loss for Heather Watson, who clawed her way back into that set. She won the first set 6-3, lost the second 6-love, and Anika was up a break when the game was suspended yesterday at the very early stages of the third set, cheered on there by her parents. The young German, Heather Watson, though, is quick to leave court after a disappointing Thursday morning for her here at the All England Club. You can see how tight that was. 12-10 to Anika Beck. After just under 3 hours' time, the German progresses through to the second round. Well, it's an absolutely stellar day here at the All England Club. Play began on those outside courts at 11 o'clock this morning, which is 30 minutes earlier than normal in order to catch up with a lot of the action that we missed out on yesterday due to the consistent rain delays. But welcome back into our studio. Carl Robinson alongside Mark Philippoussis and our tennis insider, Catherine Whitaker, who's got, as she always does, some updates for us from the world of social media.
Some updates, lots of reaction to what's a fantastic win for Dan Evans. I don't think we can really emphasise enough that that really is a great win. The manner in which he did it as well, 3 straight sets over the seeded player Alexander Dolgopolov. Nick Howson here saying brilliant from Dan Evans, best performance outside of Davis Cup to set up the Federer clash, and of course pointing out the contrast with Heather Watson losing from triple match point up. Very disappointing for her. I think I agree with him there that this is Dan Evans' best performance. I mean, yes, he had that run at the US Open a couple of years ago beating Nishikori, but for me the clinical nature of the victory today, very, very impressive. Robbie Koenig, well-known tennis commentator, says, I haven't watched Dan Evans play that much, but I doubt whether he's played 3 consecutive sets against, as he points out as well, a solid opponent at that quality. So lots of people with very high praise for Dan Evans, and rightly so. He's an incredibly talented young player. This, a very interesting tweet from David Law. Yesterday, of course, we know Federer faced a reformed Brit ranked 772. Well, tomorrow, well, this was tweeted before Dan Evans had actually scored the win, but tomorrow he will face a Brit who was ranked 700 odd 14 months ago. Dan Evans has had quite the rocket up the rankings. He's had a very similar sort of backstory to Marcus Willis, and he's a bit of a rogue, he's a bit of an outsider. He hasn't, you know, necessarily conformed to the expectations of him from, you know, the LTA and all the rest of it. He's done it his own way, and it hasn't always gone to plan, but just at the moment it's all coming together for him, and it's really nice to see. We've got Wimbledon tweeting some of the comments he made in his interview with the BBC immediately after the match. He says he cannot wait to get out and play Roger Federer. He's going to prepare for the match as if it's one that he can win. And on the subject of Roger Federer, there's a lot of attention on him at the Orangi practice courts at the moment, because I don't know if you can see there, he's wearing one of his emoji t-shirts and a lovely mustard coloured pair of shorts as well. But yeah, everybody is really loving these emoji t-shirts that Roger Federer is wearing. 34 years of age, but not getting left behind when it comes to the social media trends. There he is, in fact. And it's really nice, actually, because this week we're seeing the slightly more mischievous Roger Federer come out. It's always been there. He showed it early on in his career, and then, you know, he sort of became this cool, calm, collected guy. But he really does have a mischievous side, doesn't he? We saw it, in fact, in his press conference yesterday that he gave after the Marcus Willis match. Some really, really great quotes from him coming out of that. If you have the chance to look at the transcript in full, then do, because it's fantastic. The whole press room, by all accounts, was in stitches at what Roger Federer is saying. This is just one of the quotes. Roger saying this, referring to Marcus Willis, is the kind of story tennis needs. The press ask him, do you mean playing Marcus Willis? And he says, no, me winning Wimbledon.
Yeah, it's so nice to see some personality coming out, and I love the picture you've just showed us of him warming up in that emoji shirt. I asked him at the weekend as part of our pre-Wimbledon quiz which is his favourite emoji, and he just said boring answer, the smiley face. He should have said his own personalised one. But this is what I think in a way, Mark, is so fantastic about the tennis players and of course their clothing suppliers. It is an all-white policy when you're playing your match, but going out on the courts, when you're in warm-up, or post when you're up doing the interviews, we see guys trying to express their character a little bit through what t-shirt they choose to wear.
Yeah, I love that top. It's very similar to him, isn't it? They got a great likeness, but I love, you know, fun wearing a cartoon little character of yourself.
Well, we had Dustin Brown up here a couple of days ago in Batman. We had Tsonga up here with a London t-shirt with all of the sightseeing you can do. In fact, he said he'd give it to me if I really wanted it. So
which one, the Batman one or the?
No, the London one.
Oh, the London one.
Well, Federer was wearing that. He had a sort of London bus type
he
t-shirt on for his it said SOB19 on it, for his pre-tournament press. So, I mean, if nothing else, it's a sign that he must be feeling very relaxed and comfortable in himself, which is, you know, a good sign for Federer in terms of the tournament.
Yeah, and unbelievable that he's going to be facing another Brit after the huge match yesterday against Marcus Willis. Huge just in terms of the build-up and, of course, the story that Marcus Willis had achieved. Well, we've had play on the outside court since 11 o'clock this morning, so let's get you out to another one of them, court number 18. And this, the five-time Wimbledon champion and oldest lady in the women's singles draw, Venus Williams, is just arrived on court to begin her match against a qualifier, Maria Sakkari, and you would expect Venus, of course, to be the favourite in this one. This is her 19th Wimbledon appearance. That is more appearances than anyone else in history in the ladies' draw. She's also playing in her record-equaling 71st Grand Slam. It's absolutely jam-packed. People watching even from the roof just above, which is behind our studio. But we'll join this one now with some commentary as they begin their second round in counter on court 18.
15 love. Third love.
Very powerful start. Does that unsettle Sakkari even more? He's had plenty of problems with the first serve ball toss in the last few years. Hardly ever with the second serve.
Actually, Bencic in the first round was getting a little irritated about how many times Venus caught the ball.
Nice.
And that has to be part of the game plan for Sakkari, is to attack the second serve. Doesn't have a lot on it, sits up right in the wheelhouse. Huge disparity between first and second for Venus. What a return.
Really good.
30-14. Williams trying to jam her. She got out of the way.
Certainly love to break point.
Deuce.
Too good.
Great combination. Cross court.
Advantage, Miss Williams.
So close to the line, really drawing Sakkari off the court.
Yay, Miss Williams. First game.
Well, that is the scene here at the All England Club. Play started 30 minutes earlier today at 11 o'clock, so some matches are already completed. And delighted to say we've been joined by one of today's winners in the studio, Donald Young, who came through in 4 sets against Leonardo Mayer into the second round, I should say, at Wimbledon for the first time. That must be a very good feeling.
It is. It's a great feeling, actually, to win my first match. I've played quite a few times here, so to get it done is awesome.
What's it like when you have to sit through a delay like you did overnight and come back out this morning and try and get the job done, knowing now that you might need to play consecutive days, which is unusual for a slam?
Twice I sat down and had to go to sleep, but at least, fortunately, every time I was up, so it was easier to sleep and think about the match when you're winning.
Your best result in slams, Donald, has been at the US Open. Reached the 4th round a couple of times. Of course, an American yourself. I imagine hard courts are what you prefer playing on. How do you find the transition to grass here every year?
It's different for me. I don't get to practice on it that often, but I enjoy it. It's such a special feeling to be here at Wimbledon and playing, and it's just different. I have to hit a little flatter. I like playing with a little more spin. I have to use more slides, come in a little more, so we just have to tweak a few things.
Well, let's take a look at some of your points from today's match with Mark alongside us here, and talk us through where you were playing, how you were playing, your mindset at the time. I have no idea what stage of the match this is until we see the scoreboard. Well, look how busy it is on those outside courts.
Yeah.
Did you sense the atmosphere this morning?
Exactly. It was great to have a lot of the fans come out and watch, and a lot of people I knew were there as well.
So do you have a lot of people visiting here at Wimbledon with you?
I do. A lot of people from Chicago, or where I'm originally from, and some people from Atlanta as well.
Yeah, it's been a pretty unique morning at Wimbledon with the play starting early. Plenty of happy ticket holders coming to watch you. What's the atmosphere like at this slam compared to the other 3?
It's totally different. It's all white, so pristine, the grass, and it's special. So it's a totally different feeling from the other slams.
Now, is your dad still coaching you?
Yeah, my dad and my mom. My dad's working with another female player, Taylor Townsend, so he's not around as much, but my mom's always here.
Guys, you seem pretty comfortable out there, moving well on the grass. I know it can be a little slippery because it's been pretty wet, obviously, the last couple of weeks, but how did it feel out there?
It felt great, actually, to move. I've been moving well. I played Queens a couple of weeks ago, and I was moving well, so that felt good, so that wasn't an issue for me.
What's that? Is that your winning...
It was kind of 3 days, over 3 days, so that
like
kind of
that
symbolized 3 days, so it was all together. I told my friend I was going to do it, and I actually had the chance to do it, so it was great.
Yeah, who would think it would take 3 days to complete your first round match here at Wimbledon? So now you're going to have to go straight out and play tomorrow. Should you get through that one, it would be likely that you would play Saturday as well. How do you try and structure your I suppose, your rest and your preparation now ahead of a couple of consecutive days play?
Actually, since this match was taking over so many days, it wasn't like 4 sets in a row, so it wasn't that taxing. And also, you know, it's like a regular tournament. I'm just going to play another match and then a day and then another match. So it's, you know, it kind of takes the slam aspect out with a day off, but it's just going to be another match.
Exactly, it's something usually that's very unique to a slam, isn't it? But something you're used to competing on the ATP tour. Where are you staying this week? Are you somewhere local to Wimbledon? And what do you enjoy doing
right
when
by
you're
the
not
Chipotle,
here?
actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm American. All the Americans are excited about the Chipotle, so we hit that pretty much quite often. So the
You're
Chipotle.
regular there. They see you coming, they probably got your food ready.
Yeah,
huh?
they do. The woman says next time just order online and come get it. So she knows our order.
Are you one of these guys that literally goes and orders the same thing all the time, or do you like to mix it up?
No, I'm same thing all the time. Yeah,
So
I'll switch between.
superstitious
I'm superstitious. Yeah, 100%.
I know how you feel.
What do you get? Are you a bowl man, a burrito man?
I'm bowl, definitely a chicken bowl, double meat. Yeah, the whole thing.
It is good. I'm a big Chipotle fan as well.
Awesome.
What do you do when you're not here playing tennis? Is there anything you like to get up to when you're in London?
No, actually I've seen all the sites, but I have some friends here. We might go out. I tried to go out one time, but there's so many people out. I just went back home. I was kind of disappointed, but I just like to kick it at the house and watch movies and watch shows I've missed.
I think it's one of the nicest things of Wimbledon. Obviously, there's many incredible things, but the fact that it's almost a home away from home, where it's rare where you can actually rent a house and you can have a home-cooked meal. And if there is a rain delay, you can just go back to the house instead of hanging out here the whole time like you would have to do and get back to the hotel, right?
Yeah, that makes it totally special. You know, it's like home. You know, you can go in your bed, lay down. You have everything. You have food, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Yeah.
There's just tons of things you can make and do that you can't do at a normal tournament in a regular hotel.
You got your family and friends with you at the house?
I do. So I have a friend here and I have my mom. So and my dad was here earlier, so it was great.
Are you one of these guys that has the PlayStation or the Xbox at the house too?
No, I don't want to travel with it. They give me a hard time through security. But if I could take it, I would 100%.
Yeah.
Just movies plus PB&J and Chipotle. What more do you need?
Exactly.
Nothing else.
So you said Chipotle, your chicken bowl is a superstition. Do you have any other superstitions though when you're playing out on court?
Quite a few. Like some I'm trying to get rid of. Like sometimes I need to walk on a couple certain lines, but I'm getting rid of that one. And one of the few is I have to use the same shower in the locker room. Yeah. So if it's open, I'll wait till it's open pretty much.
You are not alone. I was there years ago. There's literally 20 showers, and the guy was in my shower, and I was out there. I'm like, how long are you going to be left? He's like, looked at me. He's like, are you crazy? There's 20 more showers. I'm like, but you're in my shower. So I know exactly what you're talking about, and it's great to see that I'm not the only crazy one out there.
Right, for sure.
Superstitions, everyone has them. Are you an ice bath man, or do you tend to avoid those?
I'm more compression, but if it's been a long 5 sets, like I had a couple times at the Open, I'll definitely hop in the ice bath.
Yeah, rather you than me when it comes to that. But Donald, enjoy your winning Chipotle that you may have later today, and thank you for coming in to join us.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Good luck. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Congratulations, the young American Donald Young into the second round here at Wimbledon for the very first time in his career. And now we'll go and catch up with Rachel Stringer.
So I'm joined by Eureka, and she is the Wimbledon Foundation and Community Manager here at the All England Club. Eureka, thanks for joining us. Just tell us a little bit about the Wimbledon Foundation and what it does, please.
Of course. So the Wimbledon Foundation is the charity of the All England Club and the championships. We were set up about 3 years ago, and we try to use the heritage and the resources of Wimbledon to help improve people's lives. So we do that through 3 strands of playing, giving and learning, and it's anything from introducing young kids to like the first taste of tennis in Wandsworth and Merton state schools, to giving out grants to community organisations, again in Merton and Wandsworth, to help support social needs, or working with the museum's learning department and their learning programme, where they have 8,000 children coming in every year to, again, just learn about the history and the kind of the unique heritage of Wimbledon through curriculum-based workshops.
And just talk us through maybe some of the individual charities that you're helping at the moment.
Yeah, so we have about 35 groups and charities that we help every year. And just a snapshot of those is a project called Learn to Love to Read, which is based in Wandsworth. And they're working with parents who might not be that confident in reading and supporting them to read with their children, so that their children in turn get a real love for books and really learn to love to read, as it says on the tin. To the Merton night shelter, which is a lovely project. So over the winter months, the YMCA in Wimbledon brings together 14 different faith organisations, and they open up their premises for rough sleepers over the winter months to get a roof over their head and a warm meal every morning and in the evening, just over the coldest months, and then also help them to find more suitable accommodation at the end of winter, basically.
If charities from Merton and Wandsworth are watching this, how can they be supported by the Wimbledon Foundation?
So they can be supported through the main fund that we're running called the Community Fund. So it's up to £5,000 for Merton and Wandsworth-based charities and community organisations to apply for. So if they go to our website at wimbledon.com/foundation, they can find all the information they need there. And we're really looking for projects that help meet social needs, working with disadvantaged young people or elderly people in isolation or those not in employment and training, and just anything we can help to support our local community. We're really looking to make a positive impact.
And the current charities that you work with, what differences have you made from them? What have they told you?
Oh, I think we made a massive difference, which is always lovely to hear. So some of our grants have helped them employ members of staff to be able to run 3-year-long projects that help improve health and well-being for disadvantaged communities in Merton and Wandsworth, through to being able to run projects for the first time where they think, oh, this is a good idea, but we really need to test it out. And our money has then helped them to run a pilot project to see this was really successful. We now want to expand that into other schools or into other communities. And also the fact that they feel really part of Wimbledon. They're really proud to be supported by the Wimbledon Foundation and the All England Club. And I think that's almost the loveliest thing for me and the team, to see that they are so incredibly happy to feel part of the Wimbledon family, and that's such a nice thing.
And talking about families, if you're here today and you have a family, there's other things that families can get involved with from the foundation, is that right?
There is other things that families can get involved with. So we have this Explore Wimbledon map, which has quiz and activities for children to do. So if you go around the grounds and you answer these activities, and then you come to the ball hut 12 till 2, 4 till 6 every day, and you can get an amazing reward in form of some really cute stickers for the kids. And we've had some really happy adult kids and kids coming to the ball hut already, so we're really looking forward to welcoming more families over the fortnight.
Well, I hear that Wimbledon Foundation is doing great stuff. Eureka, thank you very much for joining us, and hope it continues to go very well.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, I've had a great day.
It's been good, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's good. I like the tennis.
I love it. It's just a great atmosphere, even though it's raining.
It's my first time.
First time.
And you enjoyed it? Loved it.
What I like more than people watching tennis is watching people hoping they get to watch tennis eventually.
Me too. This is exciting. So this is Puig versus Konta. Now Konta used to be Australian, and she's kind of thought
used to be Australian.
Yeah. She was Australian, and now
she's
playing
come
for
to
us.
She's our best hope in the ladies for sure.
100%.
Oh, whoa! What a
Now,
shot! She's one of the top seeds. I think everyone's behind her now.
Konta. That's great for us.
Gutted Australia. She's ours.
He looks so relaxed and casual coming out.
That's because he's Djokovic.
I don't know why. I always like the underdog. I'm like going, come on, Manarino.
He's playing the bin.
That's amazing.
He couldn't do that shot again if he tried.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, I see.
Hey!
Here is Wills versus Federer. Big game.
The Will Bomb.
Against the GOAT.
I love that he's called the GOAT.
Do you know what that stands for? Greatest of all time.
Oh, look, they're having a little picture together.
Federer thinks he's a fan. He doesn't realise he's going to play him. He's just happy to be there.
To date, he's only earned £220.
Me too. Federer losing this would be like England losing to Iceland.
Ah, get up, get up!
Match point. Here we go.
Well
I love the fact that Willis is lost, but his family are beaming from ear to ear. They're so happy for him.
I'm Team Catherine.
I'm Team Greg. You're not beating Greg.
No, it's not hard table tennis.
She's confident.
I've been drinking a lot of water.
Oh! See, tallest man in tennis. Of course, Greg was going to win. Love that.
Fair enough.
Shall we do it?
Yeah, let's.
I'm not taking you on. I'm not an idiot. 1 point, winner takes all.
Ready, Tom?
Yeah.
Oh, it's big.
Okay, well, we've now been joined by another winner from one of today's matches in studio. Sam Querrey came through in pretty simple straight sets today. You had a tough five-setter in your opening round, didn't you, against Lucas Rosso? Went all the way in the fifth set. Had to come back out this morning to complete round two. You must be feeling pretty satisfied knowing you got the job done.
Definitely, yeah. Also, considering a lot of people today are finishing up their first round, so
absolutely.
I had to come back overnight, but I can't really complain too much.
I'm guessing you do know, but any ideas on who you play next?
I play Novak Djokovic next, so it's going to be a tough one.
Right, world number one, the man that everyone is calling unbeatable at the moment. As a guy that's going to go into a match against him in the third round here at Wimbledon on grass, where he's won the title multiple times before, what do you try and do? How do you try and beat Novak?
I guess that's the magical question that no one has really answered yet. But I'm just going to go out there and try not to, treat it too differently. Just go out there and warm up like normal. Just try to focus on my game and hopefully, hopefully everything's lined up right and I'm swinging away and hitting big serves and catching returns clean and anything can happen.
Okay, well, let's take a little bit of a look at some of the action today with Mark out against Thomas Bellucci on the outside courts. Play started earlier and the atmosphere was great.
Yeah, it's actually kind of nice to play first up here. You can, especially if you win, you can kind of get out there and start playing and get going, and it was a really solid match for me today. I felt great.
There's a very clean hit of the ball, and it's never easy playing a lefty on grass, but looks like you took care of him pretty comfortably.
Yeah, like you said, anytime you play a lefty, it's kind of tricky, but I thought he did a really good job today of returning serve, which is probably the toughest part against the left-handers, and hopefully that'll continue on to tomorrow's match.
Yeah, you didn't spend too much time on the court today, which I think was very important for you. It was like a set and a half, or pretty much 2 sets of play, and it was almost like a nice little practice out and ready for tomorrow.
Definitely, especially considering my first match was 12-10 in the fifth. So it was nice to have one that was a little bit shorter, kind of get in and out.
And you can see by that stage, the crowd knew what was going on, and they were coming to watch you in this match at least. You've reached the fourth round here at Wimbledon before, back in 2010, where you faced Andy Murray and didn't come up on top of him that day. What's it like playing against Andy Murray here at Wimbledon?
It's exciting. You're going to be on center court. The crowd's going to be against you, but it's a match that's going to have a great atmosphere. It's going to be fun, and win or lose, it's going to be something you'll kind of always remember.
I have to ask you a Twitter question we've been sent in. If you have any questions for our players, please do send them in. We're live at Wimbledon. David asks, who's your favourite player to watch in a guilty pleasure kind of way? So I guess which other tennis player?
Gosh, I think he doesn't play anymore, but Fabrice Santoro.
Yes.
I'm sure you know he was so fun to watch, and so crafty. We don't really have anyone on tour right now who plays anything like him, so he was really
or
fun
maybe
to watch.
ever.
Ever, yeah. That's probably true.
Very unique. Now, I know you're incredibly comfortable staying back on the baseline. You've got the huge serve and the forehand that sets up for that forehand, and you love running around on that backhand and hitting that forehand. Playing someone like Djokovic, which will probably be tomorrow, will you have to mix it up and maybe come in a little bit more or change something up?
Yeah, I think so a little bit. I'm not one to serve and volley, but I might throw the occasional serve and volley in, but I think I might look to hit and come in a little more. Hit a first serve, hit a forehand and come in, and maybe try to shorten the points. I feel like that's something that could, help me and kind of changing up the game style and hopefully frustrate him a little bit.
Because you have had success on grass as well. Of course, you won the title at Queen's Club back in 2010 as well, the same year that you got to the fourth round here. You've been a finalist at Nottingham before as well. How important is that grass court preparation for you?
It's key. Early in your career, I think it's much more important now. This is my 9th Wimbledon. I think I'm much more comfortable on it, but I played 3 warm-up tournaments before this event, so I'm ready to go. I got to play plenty of match. Yeah, I'm warmed up. I'm ready, And, you know, I'm very comfortable out there now.
Nice.
We've been following you online, and I see you're a bit of a golfer when you're not playing tennis. Is that true? He's a pretty handy golfer too. What's your
I haven't
handicap?
been playing much. I don't have a handicap because I don't enter my score on the computer.
Beware the guy that says he does not have a handicap.
Yeah, you don't want to bet with me on the golf course. But I'm probably around a 12.
Okay, yeah, pretty good still.
Yeah.
No wolf games with you then.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I'll come in at a 17.
Exactly, unless he's your partner.
So what will you do now, the rest of this afternoon, between now and the huge matchup likely to be on centre court against Novak tomorrow?
I'm staying at a house here in Wimbledon. I've got 3 friends here. My girlfriend's here. My parents, their friends. So I'm sure we'll just kind of hang out at the house, cook.
Very cool.
Nothing too exciting.
Nice.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Just be nice and relaxed and ready physically and mentally for tomorrow, right?
Exactly. I'm looking forward to it.
There we go.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, and thank you for coming up to our studio today.
Thanks for having me.
Well done. Sam Querrey is into the 3rd round at Wimbledon, where he will face the defending champion, Novak Djokovic. But let's take you out to centre court for some live action from Kei Nishikori. Is on centre court at the moment. Apologies, but I caught up with him earlier on this weekend before the championship started to ask him about our IF series. All right, now with Kei Nishikori. Kei, I'm going to kick off with, if you could play one player in history at Wimbledon.
We'll say John McEnroe.
If you could have one superpower.
Big serve.
If you could meet one other sports star.
We'll say Messi.
If you could pick one city.
I love Paris.
If you could watch one Wimbledon final in history.
I don't know. We'll say I love Roger, so whenever he plays.
Anything with Roger Federer. If you could pick one emoji.
Emoji.
You know emojis when you text, like the faces?
Emoji. That's Japanese. I love smiley, happy face.
If you could watch one movie.
I want to watch Everest.
Everest. Good choice. If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie.
Oran Broom.
I'm not aware of him, but I'll look him up. If you could lift any sporting trophy, not in tennis.
World Cup for sure. The soccer.
Soccer. If you could erase one fashion error from your history.
That's a tough question. I don't know. I'm not the goodest on fashion.
You always look good. We're fine. If you could see one band or one singer perform live.
I like Neo.
Great choice. And if you could only eat one food for the rest of your life.
That's tough. Rice. White rice.
Very good choice. And just lastly, if you could play one joke on any player on tour.
One joke. I don't know. Novak always. I don't know. He's the best joker. So.
He's a great choice. Play it back on him. Yeah. That's perfect. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Please, thank you.
Well, Kei Nishikori is now in action in the opening match of the day on centre court. He's playing the Frenchman Julien Benneteau, and we're going to join this one now with some commentary in the opening game of their match.
First set, Julien Benneteau to serve. Ready. Fight.
Decent enough opening point to get us all going.
Love 50.
No short points so far.
Love 30. $15-30. Out. 30.
Feeling his way in nicely, Benito, from love 30. Again, a stage that he will not be used to. He has played in some very big matches in his career, but centre court is special.
Type of start Nishikori was hoping for. He won the toss and elected not to serve, which is probably an indication of his concerns with his rib injury. He is a great returner, and he'll definitely threaten Benito's serve here throughout this match, I would think.
Advantage, Benito.
Benito is going to have a speed advantage. It's 126 miles an hour, that is. He's going to be serving much bigger. He's much taller than Nishikori, and he'll use that height.
So Julian Benito holds his serve to win the opening game of this match on centre court. You can continue watching live coverage from there on BBC or ESPN, depending on where you are joining us from. Could be quite an interesting match, actually, between the number 5 seed and the world number 547. But he is an experienced, albeit lowly ranked player, as Julian Benito. He missed 8 months on the tour last year due to abductor surgery. But his win in the first round here ended an 11-match tour level losing streak, so it would be quite the upset if he could beat Kei Nishikori, the 2014 US Open finalist. Well, when that match is complete, it is the great British hope Andy Murray who takes to court in his match against Yen-Hsen Liu, and we've seen him out and about on the grounds already this morning, practicing in anticipation of his matchup against the man known as Rendy. And the man from Chinese Taipei is making his 13th Wimbledon appearance. He's got quite a good record here, as Catherine was pointing out earlier on. Yen-Hsen Liu became the first Asian man to reach the quarterfinals here in 15 years, back in 2010, when he played that epic match against Raonic, beating him in 4.5 hours on Manic Monday. But as for Andy and Yen-Hsen Liu's similarities, they actually both have been voted in as representatives for the ATP Player Council at the recent weekend, Mark. So they're playing against each other today, but they may be working together over the months to come.
That's very cool to hear. I'm sure very competitive on the court, and once they come off, and I'll put it behind them. But it's going to be, it's not going to be an easy match. He's playing some, he's a great hitter of the ball, very clean striker of the ball. So it's going to be a great building momentum for Andy to continue his play. He just looks so, just watching him on the practice court, he looks so, look at those legs. They're like tree trunks.
They are.
My gosh, if you put two of my legs together, they might equal one of his. It's just,
no way.
He's in amazing shape and such a smooth mover on the court. It's just looking really, really solid right now.
Jamie Delgado behind him there, member of his coaching team. Ivan Lendl likely to be on the court as well. He has actually lost to his opponent today before. Back at the Beijing Olympics in 2008, Jensen Liu knocked Andy Murray out of that one. But Murray has since won their next 3 encounters, including when they previously met here, Mark, which, by the way, was 3 years ago in 2013. Murray beat Jensen Liu in straight sets. And what did he do that year? He went on to victory. So is that a good omen?
That's a nice omen. Yeah, what round was that?
One of the opening rounds, I'm not sure.
Yeah, definitely a great omen.
Second round.
Second, well, there you go.
So that may well be a good omen. We'll have to wait and see. There's no doubt he has inspired a lot of the Brits that we've seen playing in this year's championships, but maybe a little inspired himself by the stories of Marcus Willis, Dan Evans and Joe Konta, three Brits that have been causing some storylines here. Of course, Marcus Evans no longer in, but Joe Konta is actually due on court following Andy Murray later today in a clash against Jeannie Bouchard. So it'll be interesting to see how she gets on. And then he beat a fellow Brit, Liam Brody, in the first round to get to this stage. So it's had a nice feel for Andy to see some of the people he's inspired playing well at Wimbledon this year too.
Well, I don't think he's only inspired, the British. He's inspired a lot of people all over the world, a lot of athletes. What he's done is incredibly rare. He's literally he's done everything except being #1 in the world. He's won his Grand Slams. He's won a gold medal. He's won a Davis Cup.
Yeah.
The only thing left is to, get Djokovic off that top of the mountain.
It's a very good point, that, actually. I heard someone talking about it a few weeks ago. It really is the one thing he hasn't yet achieved. And Novak Djokovic, though, is going to take a while to knock off, it would seem. So the two have known each other since they were 13 years of age, though. It's quite funny that they've grown up playing junior tennis together, and now they're 1 and 2 at the top of the world rankings. Well, one of our reporters, Adam Hunt, has been out on the grounds this morning watching Andy Murray practice.
Well, Arangi was fairly quiet yesterday with all of that rain, but today it's a buzz of activity. The sun is out, and so are the players preparing for their matches. We're here on practice court number 15 with Andy Murray, the #2 seed in the men's singles, getting ready for his second round match against Yen-Sun Liu, second up on centre court after Julian Benneteau and Kei Nishikori have finished. We've been watching Murray for a few minutes now. Fairly intense practice session as always for Murray, looking to win his 3rd Grand Slam title here at Wimbledon, his 2nd Wimbledon, having won so famously back in 2013. It's been a great grass court season so far, of course, for Murray. Won the Queen's title, a record time there, and he won his first round match fairly comfortably against the British wildcard Liam Brody, the left-hander there. We can see the full complement of Team Murray here with him. Ivan Lendl just behind him, watching him closely as he works on his ground strokes here. Jamie Delgado's here as well, his other coach, and then his fitness trainers are watching on from the side of the court. He's hitting with another British player, Alexander Ward, who lost in the first round but has stuck around to help out some of his fellow Brits. Should be a really interesting match, really, between Murray and Liu. Murray leads the head-to-head 3-1. They've met 4 times. Liu won the first time they played back in 2008 at the Olympics, but Murray's won the last 3 matches between the two players. One of those back in 2013 when Murray won the title here at Wimbledon. He also beat Liu 6-3, 6-3, 7-5 also in the second round. So could that be an omen for the tournament over the next week or so? But Liu is a very good grass court player. He warmed up for Wimbledon by winning 2 challenger events on the surface, and he reached the quarterfinals here some years ago, beating Andy Roddick famously on court number 2. So he is a dangerous grass court player. He likes to play on the surface, and so it'll be a tough test for Murray today, second up on centre court.
So Andy Murray preparing for his match on centre court later this afternoon. This is the stunning view of our capital, London City, from the All England Club. You can see the London Eye there to your left. You can see various other landmarks including the Shard there, the tall building to the right-hand side, and a train or tube cruising through one of the London boroughs here. But we're going to take a nice aerial leap over to court number 12. We're going to bypass court number 2, you can see there, which is the bigger show court, and we've got some kids enjoying their day, waving at camera, watching this man. Marin Cilic, of course, who won the US Open back in 2014, actually beat Kei Nishikori, who's in action now over on centre court. He's coached by Goran Ivanisevic, who we've had up in the studio a bit this week. He cruised through the first set 6-2 against Sergiy Stakhovsky, a name that many people remember here for knocking Roger Federer out in the second round of these championships a few years ago. We'll join this one now live as Marin serves at the start of the second set.
Let's second serve. Love. Correction. First service. Let first service.
Well, Marin has reduced his ball toss height, which means that the action is quite quick through the air, very Ivanisevic-like. But occasionally, and we saw it in his Brian Baker match, there was a bit of a lull where he hit 3 consecutive double faults at one stage, very uncharacteristically, but it was a little gusty, as it is today. But he is a mere mortal, of course, and it's very difficult to keep a high level of intensity, particularly concentration, for long, long periods of time.
That perhaps will make Stakhovsky feel better about things.
30-15.
Well, he has to play with this sort of abandon, Stakhovsky. I don't think he's going to get it done if he's playing too sort of cagey. I think he's got to go after the play and make things happen.
Ball.
Point by Stakhovsky. Some wonderful ground strokes setting up that final backhand volley at the net.
And our commentary position is just behind Stakhovsky, and there's a sort of palpable sense of energy and intensity increasing from the Ukrainian now. The feet are pedaling around a lot more, looking for the ball, being proactive rather than reactive. Mini opportunity then. Snatched to that a little bit.
40-30.
We've seen more flashes of the type of tennis Stakhovsky wants to play, but still mixed in with some what would have to go down as unforced errors.
Game. Cilic.
Well, Marin Cilic just held onto his serve there in the opening game of the second set. That's out on court number 12. But we've been joined by yet another winner this morning. Delighted with the guests we've got in our Live at Wimbledon studio today. Matthew Barton, a qualifier who just came through a 5-set match against Olivetti, 14-12 in the 5th set. And that wasn't it. You had to sleep on the match. Of course, it was suspended with the rain yesterday. It was 2 sets apiece and 3-all in the 5th. Did you get much sleep last night?
No, not at all. Well, it's been suspended over a couple of days now, so yeah, it's crazy to win 14-12 in the 5th. I didn't imagine anything like this, so yeah, the feeling of when I won was unreal. It's my first Grand Slam win, so I'm just over the moon.
And your first appearance here at Wimbledon, what is it like to arrive here at SW19 for the first time?
Oh, it was so exciting. Yeah, the moment I qualified last round, I was like, oh my God, I'm playing Wimbledon. So, and now to get a win first round is, it's insane. Yeah.
And takes you 3 days to complete your first round match.
Oh, I know, yeah, it's so long, but yeah, I'm thrilled that I won.
That's the London weather for you. Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the match that you had out on court today. Match point, in fact, and it was quite an ecstatic celebration.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a long game, as you saw. How relieved were you to eventually get it done?
Yeah.
Dropped to the ground.
I know, yeah. I didn't know what I was doing, really. I think I did like a stupid little dance at the end as well, and I just couldn't believe it. It was a great feeling to get that win, and yeah, here's a stupid little dance. I just didn't know what I was doing, but yeah, it's awesome. The fanatics were there, as you can see. So
they just wanted to save some energy, I think. Really, I mean,
I know.
Tough to do a dance after 14-12 in the 5th set.
I know. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just so happy and over the moon. So yeah.
Well, the fanatics are always put on a big show here at Wimbledon, as they do at many sporting events around the world. Have you played in front of them as an Aussie before?
Nah, never. I'm pretty new to the tour, so to get their support, it was awesome. So so hopefully they'll be there for my next match as well against John. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, so next match you're playing Isner, right?
Yeah.
Another huge server, so you know what's to come.
Yeah, it's exactly. You know, I've just played Olivetti, so I know what to expect from him, and I know he's going to come out firing, massive serve, and I'll just have to take care of my own serve, and hopefully, you know, put some pressure on him, and we'll see what happens.
Absolutely, enjoy it, soak it in.
Yeah, cheers, thanks Mark.
You're sitting here alongside, of course, a fellow Aussie. Mark reached the finals here at Wimbledon back in 2003. Leighton Hewitt's on the grounds this year as well. Of course, he's the Australian Davis Cup captain. He's been out watching a few of the fellow Aussies play. Who did you look up to when you were younger? Who inspired you to pick up the game? Yeah, it's pretty surreal being surrounded by these guys. Leighton's been, you know, supporting me throughout qualies as well, and Stoltenberg as well has been helping me out, and it's been, I could never imagine anything like this, and these guys are legends. These guys are guys I watched when I was growing up, and Mark as well. You know, I watched him on TV in the final, so it's incredible that I'm here and winning a match. So yeah. Seems like the guys have a great team around you. As we know, the history of Australian tennis is so deep, and you know, having Leighton now as a Davis Cup captain and Stoltzy there, it must feel good on the court, hey? Yeah, it does. I think their support is awesome. I mean, I was down 5-2 first round qualies, and it wasn't looking great for me, and I managed to, you know, Leighton was there fist pumping me every point, trying to get me up, and I think, you know, a guy like him got me over the line there, and now here I am in the second round, so it's unbelievable. He was there with you at the qualies? Yeah, first round he was there supporting me. So yeah, he was trying to get me over the line there, 5-2 down in the third, and I managed to win 8-6, so it was pretty incredible. I know you've been to some qualifiers before. This, of course, the first year you were successful and made it into the main draw here at Wimbledon, now into the second round. So I guess you've been to London before, of course, but you've been out doing a bit of sightseeing this year. I saw a nice picture on your Twitter profile at Tower Bridge. What's the best thing you've seen? Yeah, me and my girlfriend, well, she dragged me to the London Bridge. I wasn't really keen on doing it, but yeah, we saw that, and that was awesome. And it's a great city. I love it here. It's maybe the weather could be a touch better, but it's okay. I love it. This Wimbledon, this area is incredible. It's like the nicest place I've ever seen. So it's scary. Well, you're allowed to say that after waiting 3 days to get through the first round. Make sure your girlfriend doesn't drag you anywhere else, because you need to rest those legs to be ready for tomorrow. I know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've got to be fresh. Yeah, hopefully John Isner doesn't keep you on court as he did with Nico Mahu here a few years ago. We know his famous moment at Wimbledon. But listen, best of luck against John, a tall American, and congratulations today. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Keep that ride going, man. Thanks, mate. Cheers. Alrighty, the young Aussie Matthew Barton is through to the second round here at the Wimbledon Championships for the first time in his career, and now we're going to send it back out to Rachel Stringer.
So we're up here on the broadcast roof, and we're off to do a very exciting interview with the ball boy who has just been told he is volunteering at the final. It's really exciting. He's over here. Looks like he's getting warmed up as we speak. Let's just see if he's ready for this interview. Can you? Oh no, it's the wrong person. It's Radio 1's Greg James. Greg, why are you dressed as a ball boy?
Well, why not?
I don't know. Why?
No, the reason is that I'm doing my show up here today, and I'm doing the show with Craig David, And Craig David's never been to Wimbledon before. And I had a dream that I was doing my show with him here, and the dream has come true, and I said to him I'm going to get us an outfit each. So I managed to find the official ball boy uniform.
I'm surprised it fit you.
I am the world's tallest ball boy. I wanted to get onto centre court and give it a go, but I don't think it's not going to happen, is it? I don't think.
Well, no, I don't think so. They're quite strict here at the All England Club. But you've got this. What have you got, Craig?
Well, a matching outfit, the same. I've got him the exact same outfit. I had to text his. I texted his manager to get his sizings.
Is he large?
He's a large jersey. He's a 16.5 collar. If you're interested, if you want to buy Craig David a shirt, and large trousers, large shorts.
So they cater for that for ball boys, a large ball boy.
Absolutely, yeah, of course. Everyone's welcome at Wimbledon.
Okay, so Greg, what have you seen so far on your trip down here at Wimbledon?
Well, I've just been to the mound just to have a little look to see what's going on. It's filling up quite nicely because Murray's on in an hour, a couple of hours maybe. Saw a bit of Heather Watson. Dan Evans is playing, isn't it, at the moment? It's just nice just to walk around and see stuff, isn't it? This place.
Well, that's the thing. Are we calling it Murray Mound, or are we still calling it Tim Henman's Hill?
I think we call it Murray Mound now, don't we?
I don't. I still call it Henman Hill.
It's because you're stuck in the past.
Yeah. I am.
I think Henman still calls it Henman Hill. Yeah. But I think the official title is Murray Mount brackets Henman Hill. I think that's fine. You've got to move on a bit.
They also called it Willis something the other day. I can't actually remember what it was, but Willis had a... Willis Wold? No, that's nothing.
Willis.
We'll get back to you on that one. Yeah. Anyway, obviously, the weather's actually okay at the moment. Yeah. You were at Glastonbury last week. It chucked it down, didn't it? So have you got any tips, if it actually rains in the fortnight, what they can do here to avoid getting absolutely soaked?
There's not a lot, is there, really? There's only one roof. That's the thing. There's one roof and thousands of people. So I don't know, you just have to get wet. But what I did see out in the car parks were the queue. People are very resilient. The tents and everything, it's like a proper campsite out there. I think Glastonbury can learn a few things off them. It's very civilised, very nice. Very nice little sort of nice food vans and amusements and stuff. They've really got it sorted out over there, I think.
Well, you sound like you like it. We find Greg James in a tent in the queue at Wimbledon.
Yeah, I did. Well, I did. I've never camped over, but when I was a kid, I queued. I bunked off school and queued. And when I started on Radio 1, my show finished at 6:30 in the morning, so we would just come down here and just sit in the queue. And I had a great day. Great days out here. Yeah, I love it.
If you could ever get any tennis player on your show, I don't know if you already had that or not, who would you pick?
I really want McEnroe on. I think he would just be brilliant. But getting Murray on is great because he's quite difficult to get hold of for interviews, so Murray would be amazing. I think Becker as well. I love Boris Becker. I really, really love Boris Becker. I mean, I had a wee next to him once at Wimbledon, and that's as close as I've come to interviewing him.
Did you Snapchat it?
I didn't Snapchat it. No, I didn't. But he was doing his tie in the toilet, and I was within 5 seconds of doing a tie break joke. But I'm really pleased I didn't.
Okay.
I'm really pleased. I nearly did. I was very pleased I didn't, though.
And if you could have anyone to do innuendo bingo with yourself, tennis-wise, who would you pick? Who would you maybe like to spit some water at?
I think it would probably be Sharapova at the moment.
Yeah, well, she's not here at the moment either.
No, I know.
So that might be quite a good thing to do.
No, that's why I want to do it, just to tell her off.
Just to mix things up a bit. That's what you like to do, isn't it? Well, Greg, good luck with Craig David and your show later.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, have a good day at Wimbledon. It's not raining, so it's good.
I'm happy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Welcome back to Live at Wimbledon on day 4 of the championships. Karen Markov to enjoy a well-earned break, so it's Anne and I in the studio, but we're going to head straight to court number 1, where a really intriguing match between Grigor Dimitrov, the unseeded Bulgarian. A lot of people picking him to go far this Wimbledon Championships, against the number 16 seed of France, Gilles Simon. And this is the first game of the second set. Dimitrov having taken the first 6-3. We can join commentary on this one.
And that is a
poor unforced error. Good aggressive return, got the short ball that he wanted. Love 15 on Simon's serve early in the second set. He'd like that shot back.
Third 2-15. T15. Game, Simon. First game, second set.
Simon steadies the ship, holds serve in the opening game of the second set, having lost that first set, as you can see there, to Grigor Dimitrov 6-3. Should be an intriguing match, that one, on court number 1. Now we can go over to court number 7, where this is match point for Madison Keys, picked to do some serious damage in the ladies' singles. She's been having such a great year so far. She won a tournament in the lead-up to Wimbledon, and this is her winning her match against Kirsten Flipkens of Belgium. She won the first set 6-4, lost the second set 6-4, though quite a close one, and then she took, as you can see, the third set in just over half an hour at 6-3. And Madison Keys, she's enjoying a career high ranking, I think up to number 9 in the world, and a player that knows how to play well on a grass court. A lot of people picking her to go a long way in this tournament.
Yeah, she's got the perfect game to do well on grass, and that was a tricky opponent she faced today. Flipkens, former semi-finalist here at Wimbledon a few years ago. So she'll be pleased with that.
Certainly will be. So from one accomplished grass court player in Madison Keys out to court number 17, and another really accomplished grass court player, almost a grass court specialist really, Sabine Lisicki, and she's put in a brilliant performance today against Samantha Stosur. Many people picking that one as a tricky encounter for Lisicki. Stosur is such an experienced player, but Sabine Lisicki, as we were saying, she's just so dangerous on a grass court, former finalist here.
Yeah, there's something about Wimbledon that just really makes it for Sabine Lisicki. Her game clicks when she's on the grass courts here at SW19, and she just loves it. I mean, again, another potentially tricky match there against Stosur, but she made it seem quite straightforward.
And what is it about Lisicki that her game is so suited to grass? Because we know she's quite a powerful player. I've watched her practicing at Arangi. She really puts everything into all of her shots. Is it simply the power game, or is it more about the movement? Because you've been speaking throughout the week about how grass is such a test for the movement, and that's something that she seems to get right every time.
Yeah, you know, she's got a huge serve, which I think is a must-have if you want to do well on the grass court. It really does help if you've got that in the bag, and she has the biggest serve on the women's tour. Actually holds the record for the fastest serve on tour. I think it's 131 miles per hour, the record. But she feels comfortable moving when she's pushed out wide. She's strong. She loads up well with her legs, and she plays with variety too. She's a player who loves using the drop shot, and that's an effective shot to use on a grass court.
A proud German. We saw some German fans in the crowd there with some German football fans. I'm sure she'll be looking forward to watching the quarter-final at the Euros. Her beloved Germany going so well in the football tournament that's taking place right now. Just to look at the draw for her, it's opening up, of course. She's beaten a seed now. Stosur was the number 14 seed. She sees through to the third round Lisicki, and she's scheduled to face the winner of Elena Svitolina, the number 17 seed of Ukraine, or Shvedova of Kazakhstan in that third round. How do you think, looking ahead for Lisicki, how that draw's panned out? Because we've got a very, very enticing fourth round encounter on the horizon, Garbiñe Muguruza.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get any easier for Lisicki, but her ranking has taken a bit of a nosedive, so she's got to work her way back up, and she's got to do it the hard way.
And unfortunately, as you can see from those umbrellas inside centre court and that message on the big screen, the rain is coming down here at SW19, not too heavily. I'm looking out behind the studio here, and there are a spattering of umbrellas going up, but the rain isn't falling too heavily, but it does mean that the covers are on, and we think that means the roof will be put on at centre court, so a break in play there on centre court. This is court 3. You can see one of the umpires there just checking the moisture on the court. As we know with grass, it doesn't have to be a great deal of rain to fall before the courts become quite dangerous. The players, they can become quite slippy. Milos Raonic there just perhaps asking the umpire what the conditions are like.
I don't want to have fear. I played.
It does make me laugh the way the umpires go out onto court and feel the grass with their hands.
Stroke it a little bit.
Yeah, they're not the ones who have to chase a tennis ball down. And
in your experience, when it did rain, is it a dialogue between the players and the umpire? Clearly, the umpire, I'm sure, has the final choice. But is it a case of we can see the umpire there talking to Raonic? Is it a case they'll come up to both players and say, "What do you think?" Or will he go and basically make the decision for himself, he or she?
No, it's definitely a question. If both players are happy to carry on, well then, the umpire will let both players continue. But it doesn't take much rain for the court to feel very slick and become very dangerous. And I believe that there's a number that comes up around the grounds which the umpires can see, and it basically gives you a number as to whether to keep the players out there, tell the players to come off, or to continue play. But it looks like the guys are going to continue.
Yeah, we're going to stay with this match. Milos Raonic and Andreas Seppi clearly feeling that it is slippy, but not quite slippy enough for them to stop and head back to the locker rooms, and we can rejoin commentary for this tie break.
Raonic. It appeared as though all Seppi had to do was put that ball over the net, and he was in a commanding position. Raonic. Raonic.
Well, perhaps that approach shot didn't force Seppi enough. Aimed it pretty much down the middle of the court.
Net for service. Raonic.
Well, that's twice now that Seppi has been in backcourt rallies where he would expect to win the majority of the points and made unforced errors of the forehand.
4-1, Raonic.
And once again, Raonic showing a lot of confidence. That second serve, 118 miles an hour, right on the tee of the sideline, hitting both lines.
4-2, Raonic. For 3, Raonic.
Miles an hour, some real snap on that.
Raonic.
The direction was super as well. 12 aces, 3 full games. Served 6 times in the regular set and this breaker. Remarkable. One's away, and Seppi's still in the tiebreak. That was the mini break back.
5-4, Raonic.
Wild on the forehand there.
And Seppi has to be feeling pretty fortunate that he's played as poor a tiebreak as he has, and yet still on serve.
What you want Raonic to do, isn't it? Just make himself a difficult target at the net on a big point. It is so hard to make a passing shot effectively in that situation, let alone when somebody 6'5" is up there. That's good tactical awareness.
(6-5), Raonic. Net 6.
Well, Milos Raonic, we know how dangerous he can be on a grass court. It's such a big, booming serve, and it's helped him win that first set tiebreak 7-6. I think with Milos Raonic's matches, plenty of tiebreaks to be expected, such is his power on that serve, and perhaps not quite so strong from the baseline.
No, I mean, it's no surprise to see him play yet another tiebreak. That serve is a huge part of his game, and 12 whopping aces, winning a lot of points. Not surprisingly, behind first and second serves. Did actually have to save 2 break points, but not good to see him coming forwards and blasting lots of winners.
And we can see the average rally length on serve from Raonic is just 2 shots. So when that goes in, no problems. So we can take you from that match in the men's singles over to a ladies' singles match that is just finished. We can show you the match point for Simona Halep. What a performance from her today against Francesca Schiavone. Schiavone probably not known for a grass court pedigree, much more comfortable on a clay court, but Halep played really, really well in this match, winning it so comfortably, 6-1, 6-1. Delighted the crowd with some fabulous rallies, including this one. She's taking this one to move through to the third round, where she will play Kiki Bertens of the Netherlands, the number 26 seed, who won her match against Mona Bartel, 6-4, 6-4. Simona Halep, we know that she's working with Darren Cahill. It's a partnership that's helped her, and she's been playing very well so far here at the Championships.
Yes, and that's despite not playing any of the lead-up tournaments coming here to Wimbledon, but it doesn't seem to have affected her. Francesca Schiavone, well, you know, we might have seen the best of her. I'm not too sure whether we'll see her again next year at Wimbledon here. So, yeah.
I suppose, as we were saying, grass really hasn't been her favourite surface. She's probably more accustomed, as with a lot of players like her, that more solid perhaps on a clay court or a slower hard court. Grass isn't suited to her game.
No, but she can still be tricky. She's a player with so much experience, Grand Slam champ.
Good mentally as well, isn't she?
Yeah. And she's had a fantastic career, but like I said, I'm not too sure we'll be seeing her back here next year.
OK, well, let's hear from Sloane Stephens now after her straight sets win today. She was catching up with Rob earlier.
Well, we're delighted to be joined on the broadcast roof by Sloane Stephens, who came through a potentially tricky match earlier on this afternoon. Lovely day for it. The crowds were amazing by your call.
Yeah, they were really, really good, so I was really pleased with that.
Is it a little bit difficult when you have to wait until this late in to finish a first-round match?
Yeah, I've never waited this late to finish a first-round match, so that was a little tough, and it was tough coming back at 6-all because we had to stop yesterday. So I just knew I had to come out and play really tough from the first few points, and I did that, so I was really pleased with that.
Is it a different mindset when you're coming out knowing that you've already got towards a tiebreak, but you haven't actually played the key points to get over the line in the first set?
Yeah, it's definitely tricky. I've never been in that situation before where I've come back and it was a tiebreaker. So, like I said, I just knew I had to play the first couple of points really aggressive and make sure I did the right things that I talked with my coach about. And yeah, that was great. So I was happy to get the first set tiebreaker, and then it was easier for me after that.
You've gone deep in this tournament before. You've been into the second week. Does that give you added confidence when you come back to a venue and an environment that you know you've performed well in at the past?
Definitely, but I mean, we're nearly in the second week now, and it's only the first round. So, no, I've played well here. The grass suits my game well, and it's a beautiful place. I mean, there's no better place to play tennis than here. So, I think for me, I just, one match at a time, and just hopefully, get into a good groove here.
I imagine it's a really exciting time for a young up-and-coming tennis player, because there may be great days still to come from Serena and from Venus, but the sport is looking towards a new generation. There's the likes of you, there's Muguruza, who came through brilliantly to win the French. This is a good time to be emerging at the top level, isn't it? Because someone's got to stake a claim to be the best of the next generation, and why not you?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great players. There's a lot of young players coming up, and I think right now there is, like I was saying before earlier today, there's a little bit of a gap for us right now to be able to come and play some great tennis. So I think a lot of younger players will capitalize on that, and I'm looking forward to seeing who, comes up with some big tennis, some great matches, some championships. Like, who knows? Just, looking forward to the next few months and seeing how people handle it.
And you certainly seem incredibly relaxed, which I guess is a really good position to be in mentally when you're at a Grand Slam. You seem as though you're just taking it all in your stride at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get too up, you can't get too down, and I think for me, I just try to stay in my zone and just, stay relaxed and make sure I'm having fun, and that's all that really matters.
Well done. Through to the next round. I guess there'll be some hard days to come without many days off, but best of luck for the rest of the championship.
Thank you so much.
Cool. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Great interview there. Thanks, Rob. Sloane Stephens, the number 18 seed, through to the second round. She'll face Mandy Minella, the qualifier from Luxembourg, in the second round. Minella winning 7-5, 3-love. Retired over Anna Tatishvili. And this is coverage from the men's singles match over on court 8. Anne and I were just discussing how a day after a couple of days with plenty of rain delays is a brilliant day to have a ground pass, because there's just the sheer number of top matches on some of the outside courts. And David Goffin, who's having a wonderful year, is taking on Edouard Roger Vasselin, the French qualifier, a very tricky grass court player. And David Goffin is playing well so far in this one, taking the first 2 sets. He's 1 game away from a spot in the next round. He leads 5-3, and we can join commentary.
First.
Oh, lovely volley at the net.
15-40.
And it is 2 match points for the number 11 seed, David Goffin of Belgium. And he requires just one. Goffin into the third round here at Wimbledon with a comprehensive victory over Edouard Roger Vasselin of France, the qualifier. 6-4 in the first set. It was quite close. The second set was one-sided. 17 minutes Goffin took to win it 6-love. And then he broke twice in the final set to secure a place in the third round against either Nicolas Almagro or Denis Istomin. But the final match score, David Goffin wins against Edouard Roger Vasselin 6-4, 6-love, 6-3.
David Goffin through to the third round, where he'll face the winner of Nicolas Almagro or Denis Istomin in the next round. The seed in that section, Kevin Anderson, already out, so a good section of the draw for Goffin to be in. These are pictures from court number 2, where it's already the turn of the third match of the day after Daniel Evans finished his match against Alexander Dolgopolov. First up, then Simona Halep beat Francesca Schiavone very quickly in the second match. So this is the third one. Radu Albot there serving the qualifier up against Bernard Tomic, number 19 seed. So we can join some commentary for this first game.
15-love.
Nice, easy forehand winner from Tomic.
15-all. Oh! 30-15. 30 all.
Nice touch from the qualifier.
Let's for service. Juice. Advantage Albot. Game, Albot. First game.
So good start for Radu Albot there. 1-love, he leads in the opening set against Bernard Tomic in that men's singles match. But as you can see in the studio, delighted to say we're joined now by Kiki Bertens, who came through her match against Mona Bartel on court number 6, 6-4, 6-4. Congratulations, Kiki.
Thank you.
How was your match today?
Yeah, I'm really happy with my second round win here. It's the first time I reached third round, so really happy with that.
And always good as well. When we've had rain delays yesterday, it's been quite a difficult time for the players, but you haven't had your match carried over. You managed to get on court today and finish on court today.
Yeah, really happy with that. Yeah, yesterday was a long day of waiting, but they cancelled me quite early. But so really happy to get it done today.
What do you do in situations like that when there's a fair bit of rain and hanging around? How do you stay relaxed?
Well, yesterday I just talked with Robin Haase a lot and with my coach, with Raymond. So we just hang around, play some games, and just try to stay relaxed.
You've moved through to the third round. You'll face Simona Halep, the number 3 seed, 6-1, 6-1. Have you played her before? And it's going to be a tricky one, isn't it?
It's going to be a tricky one, yeah. I played her a couple of years ago, so it's been a while, but yeah, I'm just going to go out there and have fun again.
Let's show you the match point from your match earlier on today. I'm sure this will be enjoyable watching it back. Just talk us through what it was like to play out there on some of the outside courts, because today, Anne and I were saying, a brilliant day for the spectators because they've got a choice of so many great matches, and yours was one of them. A big crowd there for an outside court.
Yeah, it's really nice. I think also a lot of people came from the Netherlands to watch, so I had a lot of support. So it's always nice to play for some nice crowd.
And after your run to the semi-finals at Roland Garros, do you find people recognise you more? Has life changed?
Yeah, life changed, yeah. Like when I was having dinner with friends and stuff, then now a lot of people come to me for pictures and stuff like that, and before, yeah, it wasn't.
Now, what would you say is the highlight of your career? Winning a doubles tournament with me or playing in the semi-finals of Roland Garros?
Well, that's a really tricky one. So I really enjoyed playing doubles with you. So yeah.
What was she like as a partner?
It was really. I think we had a lot of. No. I think we had a lot of fun on court, and I think for me that's the most important thing, just to go out there and have fun. Yeah.
You mentioned that semi-final at Roland Garros. How much confidence has that given you for your career to know that I can compete at the top level at the Grand Slams?
Yeah, it's very important to me. Yeah, because when I'm confident, I think I play at my best, and so I'm feeling good now. Even on the grass, it's not my best service, I think, but I'm just gonna go out there, have fun again, and I'm here in my third round for the first time, so really happy.
I think you've got a great game that can do really well on grass. You've got a huge serve, you've got huge strikes from the back of the court and some awesome volleys as well. You're comfortable at the front of the court. But what do you think have been the biggest improvements to your game over the past 12 months?
I think physically I feel much better than I was last year. Also my serve improved a lot. So yeah, it's so much easier to play like when you're having some easy games with serving. So and I think I'm more relaxed on the court.
What's it like if you know that grass perhaps isn't your favourite surface? I'm sure you'll admit that, all the results you've had at Roland Garros and on clay on other surfaces. How is it mentally thinking about, okay, every season I need to figure out how to play my best on grass because Wimbledon is such an important surface and an important tournament on that surface?
Yeah, well, this year it was really tough because I had my calf injury after Roland Garros, so I didn't play a tournament on grass. And normally for me it's like just getting some matches, then I feel better. But this year I just came to Wimbledon without playing a match, but I was just coming here with like, okay, we're just gonna make the best of it, and I think I'm doing pretty well.
And Wimbledon, obviously such a wonderful tournament, but London's such a great city. Do you enjoy coming here every year? What do you like to do when you're off the court and you've got some time to relax?
Yeah, I really like it here. I love to do shopping, so I think like everyone else. But like the most thing, I'm just gonna relax in my hotel room and just prepare for the next matches.
Okay, thanks very much, Kiki, for joining us in the studio.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your time, and good luck in your next match against Simona.
Thanks.
Now let's find out a little bit more about the next match up on centre court. Of course, Yen-Sun Liu taking on Andy Murray. Much is hoped of Murray this year. Now let's find out a little bit more about Andy Murray.
Now with Andy Murray. Andy, if you could pick one player in history to play at Wimbledon.
Ivan Lendl.
If you could have one superpower.
Invisibility.
If you could meet one other sports star.
Muhammad Ali.
If you could pick one city.
One city, Miami.
If you could watch one Wimbledon final in history.
Federer, Nadal, the one, I can't even remember what year it was. I was actually watching it. I was here in the crowd, I watched it.
Wow, intensical.
Yeah.
Amazing. If you could pick one emoji.
The wink. Yeah.
I don't need to give you a wink, but I just did. If you could pick one movie.
Usual Suspects.
If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie.
Sean Connery.
If you could lift one sporting trophy not in tennis.
Heavyweight boxing world championship.
Interesting.
I think if you are the heavyweight boxing champion, it does mean you're the man, so it would be that, yeah.
If you could erase one fashion error from your history.
I think any haircut I've had over the years, I don't think any of them have been particularly fashionable, so my hair.
Okay, if you could watch one band or singer perform live.
You
could have seen them.
I have seen them. Ed Sheeran. Very good.
Great choice. If you could only eat one food for the rest of your life.
One food for the rest of my life. Sushi.
Good
sushi.
choice.
Salmon avocado sushi.
Roll.
Yeah.
Okay. And lastly, if you could play a trick on any player on tour.
A trick on any player on tour. Daniel Nesta.
Interesting. Any reason?
Yeah, because he deserves it. He's always just talking nonsense to everyone. He's so loud in the locker rooms that he's someone that I think most of the players would actually like to trick. Yeah.
All right, watch out, Daniel. Andy, thank you. Yeah. Best of luck.
Wimbledon is renowned and admired for the passion of the crowds. Everyone has their favourite player. Someone to take pride in, to cheer on no matter what the odds. For many, it's the homegrown heroes. They sit on the hill, absorbed by it all, roaring approval at every winner. Celebrating the emerging talents looking to scale new heights. Some supporters fanatical, some reserved, many are vocal. All are passionate. Pride in every form, the uniting force of Wimbledon.
Welcome back to the studio here at Live at Wimbledon. Delighted, as you can see, we've been joined by Dan Evans, safely through to the third round. A great performance from him, beating Alexander Dolgopolov 7-6, 6-4, 6-1. Dan, congratulations on through to the third round. Perhaps quite a difficult match because it got carried over because of the rain delays. How happy with you with your performance?
Yeah, it was good. To come out this morning was a bit difficult. To start with the tie-break was different, but I'd come out and, you know, firing, and then sort of got, in a way, given the third at the end. So yeah, it was nice.
We can forget the second round now because you're facing Roger Federer in the third round. I'm sure you'll be either on centre court or court number one. How much are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I am looking forward to it, but you know, I know it's going to be a hard match to win, but I'm going to enjoy it, enjoy playing, whatever happens, and yeah, I'm looking forward to go in.
Have you managed to catch up with Marcus Willis since his match against Roger Federer?
No, I haven't. I've seen him today, but he's too big of a celebrity to talk to us anymore. So.
What do you mean? He's not off to play his club match?
No, I think the press have used that pretty well. So I don't think he'll be playing any more club matches anytime soon. So yeah.
Did you watch his match yesterday? What did you make of his performance?
Yeah, I saw bits and bobs of it. Obviously, I was on and off the court, so yeah, it was. It's a strange one. I mean, it doesn't matter who Marcus plays; it's always a strange match. So unorthodox. So it's he'd put on a good show, I guess, and yeah, obviously Roger was pretty clinical again. So it's going to be difficult to take anything from yesterday's match.
As someone who knows him well, what kind of an experience do you think it was for him to sort of achieve his dream, play on centre court? So many young tennis players coming up would have wanted to do what he did.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's more than his wildest dreams this last week. It's amazing. I think he will only really sort of see what happens, see what actually happened in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks when everything's calmed down a bit. I think he was on Good Morning Britain this morning, and so it's like so strange surreal, seeing him. Like, I mean, I've seen him in some different places than on Good Morning Britain. So it's no, I'm really happy for him, to be honest. He definitely needed this. I mean, he's had a pretty tough 12 months, and hopefully it will help him to go forwards in tennis.
We can show you some of the points from your match today against Dolgopolov down there. You played very, very well, as you mentioned, in the second and third sets, really ran away with it. What was it about your game that helped you in this one?
Yesterday was tough because I couldn't really move on the court. Today, I could really move up the court, and I felt pretty solid underfoot, and that was, you know, I did feel confident that I'd be able to move a lot better today and frustrate him, and that's what I think I did today and come forward. Would you say this is one of your biggest wins? Yeah, it is one of my biggest wins, but yeah, like I said, I'll look back after the tournament's over and sort of reflect on everything, but you know yourself, and when you're in the tournament, you sort of just go from match to match, and yeah, you don't really think too much. You sort of just keep
that was
going.
your match point. You saw the crowd sort of cheering for you there. Well supported here at Wimbledon. Was it good to have a big crowd out there for your match? Yeah,
it was good. I do enjoy playing in England. I haven't won any matches here before, so it's pretty special to win some this year.
Also, you've had big match experience. Your great run at the US Open a few years back. You've had some great wins in the Davis Cup. So although perhaps playing Roger Federer on centre court or number one, haven't done that before, but you have had that big match experience, which is, I'm sure, going to help you in this instance.
Yeah, hopefully I can go out tomorrow and make sure I'm relaxed and just, you know, get into the match straight away, rather than it take me 2 or 3 games to get into the match, which will be that'll be my first focus, is just staying level with him at the start and hopefully get some opportunities.
Now, you're part of a winning Davis Cup team. How does that feel? What's the team spirit like behind the scenes amongst all the guys?
Yeah, I was part of it for one match last year. It's a bit embarrassing, really. I sort of don't take much credit for that, but no, it is nice. Obviously, a lot of the guys, they worked really hard to win those matches, and you know, I think we have to thank Andy and Jamie for a lot of it. But yeah, there is a good team spirit, and you know, obviously, there's a tie coming up in Serbia next, so. You know, I think everyone's looking forward to getting there and joining up again.
Before we let you go, people who follow you on Twitter know that you're a big football fan. You're an Aston Villa fan. I'm sure an England fan as well.
I was a Villa fan.
Disappointment, I'm sure.
No,
on both counts.
Yeah, it's been tough week for England and tough season for Villa. So yeah, down to the championship for Villa. So some interesting away days.
What do you make of England's performance at the Euros?
I think everyone can sort of do their own inquiry into that. It was different, put it that way.
Less said, the better. Well, good luck in your next match against Roger, wherever you are, centre court number 1. I'm sure you'll enjoy it, and good luck for that one.
Thanks a lot.
OK, thanks very much. Let's go to centre court now, where we can join the match between Kei Nishikori and Julian Benneteau. A bit of an upset on the cards in this match. Julian Benneteau, the Frenchman, coming back from injury, has taken the first set 6-4. And he leads 2-1 at the start of the second set, where we can join commentary on this one.
Thank you. Ready for play. Right, please.
I heard there was a Scotsman that was going to be in center court today, and I said, yeah, Andrew Cotter is going to be here.
No, they're excited about that.
Yeah. Love 15.
First double fault of the match from Nishikori. First serve percentage is down a little bit as well on his first round match, although in that first round he was serving at a slightly slower pace.
Love 30. Please.
Nearly got there, but athletically put away.
15-30.
Always such a hard shot. Managed to get some power on it though. Near enough untouchable out wide when you don't have the raw speed.
40-30.
You have to hit them like that.
That thing was corkscrewing away from Benneteau just at 91 miles an hour. An immense amount of side spin, though.
Again, Nishikori. Two games all, second set.
Well, we'll leave that match there on centre court. 6-4, 2-all to Julian Benneteau. So an upset brewing. We know how Nishikori has struggled on grass previously. He hasn't started that match particularly well. Now, the guests keep on coming here at Live at Wimbledon. We're joined now in the studio by Katerina Makarova, safely through her first round match, even though it's Thursday, 6-1, 4-6, 6-4 against Johanna Larsson. You were telling us just now before we came back on air that your first round match was supposed to be on Tuesday. You finally got it finished on Thursday. It's been a bit of an epic wait.
Yeah, it's the first time actually in my career that I was waiting for so long, my first match. And I don't remember the Wimbledon like this with so much rain, and I'm happy that today I was first match. I just went on court at 11 o'clock and finished it, yeah.
What did you do in all that time from Tuesday to today in terms of getting yourself ready, prepared, and then having to wait? How do you keep yourself occupied?
Well, yeah, I was reading, listening music, talking to my team, you know, just hanging out in the locker room. And yeah, the day before and yesterday was so long day, and it took also a lot of energy and some power. And yesterday when I came back to the house and when I went to sleep, I just fell down to sleep really fast and don't remember that I was waking up during the night, yes.
Let's show you the match point from your match today against Johanna Larsson. It was quite a tough three-set match. Apart from the first set, the second two sets were 6-4 to her and then 6-4 to you. So you had to really work hard for this win.
Yes, she's a tough opponent, and she's had different shots. And the first set was really fast, and she missed it a little bit more. So in the second set she came back and she was serving really good, and I had only one break point and I didn't use it, so we start to play the third one.
We can see from those points there you're a left-hander. Your game is suited perhaps to grass courts. We know how left-handers have succeeded both in the men's and the ladies here at Wimbledon. How do you find your game is suited to the grass?
Well, I like grass, and I won Eastbourne in 2010, so I have great memories. I was in quarters here. We've been in the final with Elena last year in doubles, so I have very good memories and very good, I don't know, feeling on grass. Yes, I'm feeling comfortable.
What is it about Wimbledon that's so special?
Grass. Yes, it's so special. It's totally different surface, and not a lot of tournaments. Well, every year is coming a little bit more and more weeks on grass, and I don't know, when you go out there, you have always different energy, different emotions. When you have on other courts, it's just kind of happy to play on the grass court, yeah.
Okay, Katerina, thank you very much for your time. Thanks for joining us here at Live at Wimbledon. Good luck in your next round against Petra Kvitova. Thank you. Right, we can join court 18 right now, where there's a bit of an upset brewing. Venus Williams, she's out there on court 18, just behind us here at the Live at Wimbledon studio. We've actually got quite a good view of it from our perch up here on the broadcast centre roof. And the second round match, Williams took the first set 7-5, but she's down a break in the second set. Maria Sakkari, the qualifier, not too much known about her, but she is now serving for the second set and producing a brilliant performance there on court number 18 against Venus Williams. We can join commentary.
Five-4.
Takes a little pressure off to at least get that first point. First serve's imperative for her.
Listening again, and she's used that serve so well. It's just putting pressure on that Strat leg, isn't it? It's a clever serve. Clear thinking.
Now she's learning quickly on the fly.
3 set points.
Little sluggish movement there from Venus, though.
Oh, it's just wide.
40-15. I actually think she had too challenge.
She is. She's saying it's too late. She wasn't that late. Timely manner is what we say. I've seen challenges been allowed a lot longer pause than that.
I have too.
She had.
Plus, this is the first time that I think she's ever had the challenge system available in her career.
Absolutely.
Or at least something that's very new.
And she was doing the fist pump. She thought she'd won it. It's on hold. She's now got to put that behind her very quickly.
40-13.
It's just her second double fault. Still set point. She's got
Game and second set in Sakari.
She can celebrate now. The 20-year-old has taken the second set against Venus Williams. 6 games to 4. It's 1 set all.
What a point. Huge cheer for Maria Sakkari of Greece, the qualifier. She's taken that second set. She's been well supported there on court number 18 just behind us. Huge roar came up when she won that second set. Now let's show you a match point from just a few moments ago. Another upset that's already happened. Nicolas Mahut, I suppose some would say not an upset because he's such a great grass court player. Won the tournament at Sertogenbosch to get ready for Wimbledon. And a very, very good grass court player. He troubled Andy Murray as well in the first round at Queen's. It required the best from Murray to beat him there. And he is through to the third round, beating the number 13 seed of Spain, David Ferrer. Straight sets fairly comfortably, 6-1, 6-4, 6-3. And that part of the draw is opening up because the seed in that little section of the draw has already lost, other than Ferrer. Philip Kohlschreiber lost in the first round. So there are no seeds left in Mahut's section. He may play his doubles partner, Philippe Huge-Hebert, in the next round, who's playing Damir Zumhur at the moment in that second round match. So the draw opening up for Mahut. If he does get through to the fourth round, though, he may play Novak Djokovic. But a good performance so far from the Frenchman. It shows both on the men's side and the ladies' side. Grass court pedigree really helps here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, it sure does. He's got the perfect game for grass. He's someone who's comfortable on this surface, and it makes a huge difference. And also the number of matches he's won on the grass leading up to Wimbledon would have boosted his confidence too.
And a really successful player, we were saying there, in singles and doubles. He's won a Grand Slam in doubles. He was, for a short time this year, ranked #1 in the world in doubles. So he's a player who we perhaps don't see this so much from the men's side anymore. Back in McEnroe's day, it was customary to be really successful at both singles and doubles. But Mahut is a man who's well inside the top 50 in singles and also a fabulous doubles player too.
Yeah, well, he's not going anywhere,
No.
that's for sure. Combining the two and enjoying his doubles as much as his singles. And you know, they're Olympic medal contenders too, Hebert and Mahut. So lots to look forward to this summer for them.
Absolutely, a really entertaining match from earlier. Perhaps a slightly disappointing one for British tennis fans. Heather Watson having had match points, losing to Anika Beck of Germany. A great win for the German. She's been catching up with Rob Walker.
Well, we're delighted to be joined by Anika Beck. She's smiling, we're smiling. It was an absolutely sensational match on court 12. Not so good from a British perspective, but what an epic. Over 2 hours and 50 minutes between you and Heather Watson, and eventually you did it.
Yeah, I'm really happy that I'm now through to the second round. I think those kind of matches is what the Grand Slam tennis is made of, and especially as a first round going over 3 days, it's a hard job for us players and even for spectators more, because to have that kind of thriller to watch is not easy, and especially I'm really happy now that I got through, and I'm really looking forward to the next one. Yeah.
The scoreline was crazy because you lost the first set 6-3 and then you won the second 6-love. Do you put that down partly to how many times you were coming on and off court between the two of you, because neither of you were really allowed to get into any kind of rhythm?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, she started off pretty well. She was really playing aggressive and going for her shots. I just tried to hang in there and fought back and just got a break at the start of the second set. So I felt kind of, going better and better. And I kept going and going, and I won the second set 6-love. And don't ask me how I did it, because I don't even know. And then I got off to a good start in the third set. It's a pity that we had a rain delay overnight. So she found a rhythm back, and it was such a close match. It was I, and I don't know how I won, and especially that I saved 3 match points at the end of the match. It makes me proud and happy and confident for the next one. Yeah.
Well, you must have thought, surely, I know that the whole ethos of a tennis player, especially a top pro competing here at Wimbledon, is you never give up. But when she had those 3 match points on your serve, there must have been a part of you thinking, OK, I know I have to play each point at a time, but she's only going to nick one of these next 3 points and I'm out. It was an amazing save from your perspective.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, we players had those feelings and those situations in the past, so we knew how to react in those kind of situations. It's never over till the last point is finished, and I think that was one good example for this today. And I think how I managed to come back makes me feel proud of myself a bit more, because I learned how to use my mind and my head in those situations and try to stay calm and just going for my shots. Yeah.
So you've equalled your best performance so far at Wimbledon into the second round, but do you feel you're a more well-rounded player and a more advanced player than the last time you played here?
Yeah, I think so too. Now I've been here now 4 or 5 times, so I know the club more and I know the British people more, and I start to like the atmosphere here, and especially those matches today, they give me so much confidence. And for the next round, I just prepare like for each match I did in the past, and I just try to hang in there, give 100% what I can, and then we see what happens.
You seem incredibly relaxed and as though you're very much enjoying the experience.
Yeah. Of course, I mean, look at that background. I mean, it's amazing. I love the tradition of Wimbledon, playing all white, and we have some nice dresses we got from our sponsors. And it's just once a year, and you have to enjoy it. And especially if you have the chance to come here each year, it makes me feel happy. And it was always a big dream when I was young to play once in Wimbledon, and now I have the chance each year again, so I'm really happy, and I hope I can have some more days here.
Did you bring anybody to watch? Any relatives, your parents, your friends, or is it too early in the championship? Anybody here to support you?
Basically, my team is around my coach, agent, and my boyfriend is here, so actually not from my family that much because they have to work, but I think if I can continue here more and more, they will find time to come over. Yeah.
And just finally, always interesting to find out from different players what they do with their accommodation, because some people hire houses, others go to hotels. What do you prefer, and what's been your tradition of how you've done the accommodation here over the last couple of times you visited?
Yeah, the last 2 years I was in an apartment. It was quite nice. It was at the Battersea, so I had a nice view over the
power station?
No,
the Thames. Yeah, very nice.
So that was nice, but we used to live in hotels. So this time I chose the Millennium in Chelsea, which is also very nice. You've got a little city around. Some of them, they hire houses, but I think if you have quite a group with you, like around 5 or 6 people, then you should hire a house. Yeah.
Well, thanks ever so much for sparing the time to talk to us. You must be tired after that 2-hour, 52-minute epic. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks, Rob. Great interview there. Now we're joined here in the studio by Katie Swan, who was the youngest player in the ladies' singles draw at 17 years of age. I suppose congratulations for that. How was it playing in your first Grand Slam match?
I loved it. It was such a good experience for me. I enjoyed it so much, and hopefully I can come back a lot more times.
Wimbledon, a special place for any tennis player, but particularly for British tennis players. How special was it for you playing on these hallowed courts?
It was amazing. I played here twice before in juniors, but it was my first time playing in the women's, so that was special for me, and I just love playing in front of my home crowd.
And you're playing in the juniors, which kicks off on Saturday again this year. What would you say is the biggest difference between playing the junior events and playing, I guess, with the seniors?
With juniors, because I've been playing for a few years now, I know most of the girls, and I'm friends with them, and I know how most of them play. And then I guess it's when I transfer onto the women's tour, I only know the people from watching them on TV or like growing up with people as my idols, so it's completely different in that sense, walking around people who I'm used to looking up to instead of actually playing against.
What's that been like? You mentioned watching players on TV, and now you're, I suppose, a colleague of them. You're working alongside them, playing alongside them at the top level. Has that been something you've had to think about mentally, that these are the players I need to try and beat now because this is the level I'm at?
Yeah, definitely. In the last year, I've been looking at it that way more, as they're my competitors now, and I need to do everything I can to try and beat them and to find out different ways in which I can do that.
And how are you going to manage your schedule? You said you were playing in the juniors event. How are you managing your schedule now? Because you're still qualified to play in the juniors at your age. So do you play mostly senior tournaments and then just the Grand Slams for the juniors, or are you going to play a mixture of the two?
And yeah, this year I've only done a few junior tournaments, and I think it's going to become less and less now. But I'll probably still play some of the slams next year, but I'll see how it goes.
Now, in terms of your training setup, I know you've spent a number of years out in the States, in Kansas, I believe.
Yes.
Where is it now? How is it now, the differences? I think you're based in London now with your coach, Julian.
Yes, so, well, my family's still based in the States, in Wichita, and when I'm not there, I train sometimes there, and I train sometimes here in the National Tennis Center. Yeah, and because I'm with Julian, who's French, it's easier for him to be there than to be in America, so that's what I do.
And do your parents come over and spend time here with you in those times?
No, not really. They're over at the moment, but because they've got some time off in the summer, but most of the time I'm staying there by myself. Did you find that living and growing up in another country and the international experience that you've had at a fairly young age has helped you for the touring life? You know what it's like to travel. You're not just a British player who's stayed in Britain all their life and then suddenly has the whole wide world open to them. You know that. Yeah, I mean, I've been traveling alone since I was like 10, 11 years old, so I've definitely gotten used to it, and it's just something I do. I don't really think about it anymore as it's just normal, and I enjoy it as well. I love seeing new places, and I love being here. So. And just before we let you go, we know that family friends with Bob Wilson, the former England and Arsenal goalkeeper, achieved wonderful success on the world stage in football. In your conversations or your time spent with him, how's he helped you for the career that lies ahead of you? Yeah, he's so inspiring. He achieved so many great things, and such a nice man as well. He's so humble, and I think that's great for me to have someone like that around me, supporting me. I'm really grateful to have him.
Now, you're also an ambassador for the Willow Foundation.
Yes.
Could you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, so my mom knows Bob Wilson through his foundation, and we've become very close with him and his family, and now I'm an ambassador for them, so I'll help out with the people who who use them for their special days when they're very seriously ill. And so like this weekend, or I think tomorrow, maybe I'm meeting somebody who's coming to Wimbledon for their special day, and I'll spend some time with them, like meeting them and stuff, which will be nice. Katie, it's a wonderful cause. Thanks very much for coming in here and telling us all about it. And commiserations for your first round match in the ladies, but at least I suppose you've got the juniors to look forward to, and good luck for your career. Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Katie. Well, let's take you from the studio out to court number 1, where there's a really entertaining match going on right now, and an upset on the cards. Grigor Dimitrov, one of the more dangerous unseeded players in the men's singles draw this year, having taken the first 2 sets here, 6-3 at 7-6, and making to join it for the second game of the 3rd set. Dimitrov having held serve to go 1-love up. It's Simon, the 16th seed, serving down 1-love in the 3rd set.
Love 15.
Simon at his home Grand Slam, French Open, Roland Garros, got to the third round before beaten by Viktor Troitsky.
You have to shout 4 if you miss by that much, don't you?
How's your golf at the moment? Many 4s flying around?
Not on the scorecard, unfortunately. Need some practice. Have I missed something, or has this just become an exhibition? The no-look drop shot followed by the flick backhand pass.
The spikes on the graph are certainly Bulgarian spikes, that's for sure. Starting to stretch Simon now.
15-40.
Two sets to the good.
When you see him up at the net like that and really with good technique, covering the angles well, I just wonder why he doesn't serve and volley a little bit.
30-40.
Only needs to be once a game just to make his opponent think. I think he'd have a lot of easy volleys at the net.
Well, that's the first time that Simon has come to the net in this match, behind his serve.
First time this year, I think, isn't it?
Advantage Simon.
The Frenchman's negotiating this potentially tricky passage of play very nicely. This is no time to be passive.
So Gilles Simon working very, very hard to stay in this match, having lost the first 2 sets fairly comfortably in the first set, 6-3. Took that tie break in the second set, Dimitrov 7-6. And it's 1-1 in the early stages on court number 1. The crowd really enjoying that match between those two players. That's the picture from The camera high above the grounds here at SW19. Play continue on all of the outside courts. No sign of that heavy rain that we had yesterday. Umbrellas were up very briefly earlier on today, but it didn't stop play, which was good news for the spectators. And now they're enjoying some warm summer day here at the All England Club. Play continuing. Some watching the big screen there. Henman Hill not as packed as we've ever seen it, but still very busy. Always a good spot to watch the tennis. And now we can join our very own Rob Walker, who's around and about in the grounds.
Well, delighted to be joined by Timi Bacsinszky, who came through in pretty solid style today, but I guess you're just happy that you've got that match out the way.
Yeah, well, definitely. So I'm really happy about the intensity I got today, because for sure waiting a couple of days without playing isn't that easy, and you have this tightness from the morning on, but still you need to kind of spare your energy. So I'm really happy that today I could level up and I was able to catch a win.
When you're waiting hour upon hour upon hour to get onto court, how do you balance your eating and getting yourself ready mentally? Because you could be starting in an hour, or as was the case for this match, you waited 2 days. How do you balance that as you're going through trying to get ready for a match when you don't know when it's going to start?
I think before eating you should just have a great music playlist, and as well a good book. And I'm lucky to have a great team around me as well, so we joke a lot around, so it helps me as well to keep on thinking about something else, not the fact that I'm still waiting and that I'm unable to play. But then eating-wise, I think you should try to eat some small snacks all day long. For sure not too much, or then to go to the gym later on if you don't get to play. But I tried, to not especially eat something big, but to have all the time some fuel in my body. Drink also a lot. And, well, just relax. I mean, at the end, don't need to be tight all day long.
So I guess, actually, this is where your experience comes into play. Someone coming here for the first time who might be a bit nervous, they might not be able to cope with that scenario as well as someone who's got the experience of going deep into this tournament as you have.
Yeah, well, I'm professional for 12 years now, a long time. So I lived many things for as well, quitting play, coming back. So I have plenty of experiences. But at the end, I try to tell myself, anyway, it's just a tennis match. So I play for myself. I don't play for anyone else. So that's why I'm not putting so much pressure on myself. Don't even play for my team. The main thing is to play for yourself and try to enjoy it, because the career flies quite quickly. 12 years already for me. I'm planning to stay a couple of years more, but I'm just really enjoying what I'm doing, my job, and that's a big part of being maybe successful.
When you've had a long relationship with a sport and you've had a break, do you think you appreciate what you're doing more the second time round?
I think it's different with everyone. It depends what you've been through when you were younger. So for my own experience, I think stepping away from sport has been the key, and working on myself as a woman, not as a tennis player or an athlete, was as well something really important, to get to know myself better. Why was I reacting in certain cases pretty badly, or why better in others? So getting to know yourself, it's something which is key, especially when you're a professional athlete, because at the end, when you're on a tennis court, you're alone, and you have to face pressure, your own expectations, some, I don't know, great opponents as well. And you're alone. Even if your team is supporting you, you have to take quick decisions at tight moments, and you're just alone. So to be able to know yourself well, it's really something really important.
Do you think you enjoy the game now again as much as when you first picked up a racket?
I enjoy it way more because now it's my choice to play, and it wasn't really at the beginning.
Okay, so next round, Niculescu?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one.
Well, thanks very much. We're glad you did come back for a second crack, and good luck. Hopefully there won't be too many more delays. Fingers crossed, no more rain.
Yes, fingers crossed, but anyway, we're used to that. In Europe it has been pretty bad for the last few weeks, so tennis players are all the time ready for everything. I think so.
Thank you. Cool. Thanks.
Thanks, Rob. Well, Timi Bacsinszky has really got an interesting story. We're just talking about it back here in the studio with Anne and Catherine Whitaker, who's joined us again. A fairy tale story that really's got a connection, I suppose, to Marcus Willis.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great story because she actually gave up a couple of years ago, but she used to be an unbelievable junior player, one of the best in the world at the age of 13, 14. And when she first burst on the scene, you know, everyone thought she was going to be the next big thing, but it didn't happen. Took some time out, was working in a hotel, actually, in the restaurant, yeah, got a call, what was it, back in 2013, that she'd been one of the last direct acceptances into the qualifying event of the French Open. So just packed up some rackets, put them in the back of her car and drove from Switzerland to Paris. You know, hadn't even got any of her rackets strung up properly, no practice. And I remember talking to her that year in Paris. We both went out in the first round of qualifying, and I was kind of slowing down and ready to retire. And she was, I guess, just enjoying herself, and thought, well, you know, I think I might give tennis another go. And we had a really memorable conversation, which we always joke about whenever we see each other. And she has just gone from strength to strength. She's ranked inside the world's top 10 now. She has a fantastic story to share, and you know, she's really insightful.
And amazing that she went from quitting the game, working in a hotel, to enjoying the best years of her career after stopping.
Yeah, and I think she can continue to improve. And she's developed her game as well. I mean, that was the other thing we were joking about a few days ago. Well, I remember playing against her in Indian Wells, and I think she just looped me off the court. And she jokes about looping the ball constantly and driving me absolutely nuts on the tennis court. But now, you know, she's willing to slice, she's willing to come in, she slices her forehand, she mixes it up really well, and she plays really differently to a lot of the women out there, and that makes her unique.
Certainly does. Now, time to hear from Madison Keys in her press conference after her match. It was a good performance from her today. A lot of people picking her to go a long way in the tournament. She's inside the top 10. She's had a great grass court season so far, already won a tournament coming into Wimbledon. She was a winner today against Kirsten Flipkens in 3 sets, 6-4, 4-6, 6-3. And we can hear from her now.
And she's a tricky opponent, especially on this surface, and so no panic whatsoever once it got to the third set, or a little bit of concern with kind of what she was throwing at you?
Obviously, she's a tough player, and I knew I was going to have to change something because she was playing really well in the second set. So I think I did a pretty good job at switching things up, and it kind of got me to that 5-love lead, which really helped me out. But, I mean, obviously there's always knowing that she's going to be a tough opponent in the back of my head. So as much as I kind of felt a little bit better after the first couple of games, feeling like I figured it out a little bit, I knew anything could happen.
You're always pretty aggressive, but against Kirsten, who's so tricky, do you want to be, you come out and want to be more aggressive just to eliminate any of her game and just kind of really push that envelope?
I think there's definitely kind of the balance between that. I think at times I was a little bit too passive, which is why she was able to get back in the match and win that second set, is what I feel at least. So I think when I was playing well, I was definitely more aggressive.
Well, what did you kind of solve out there from set to set? What were the adjustments that you made, other than being, you know, trying to strike that balance between passivity and aggressiveness?
I think the biggest thing was being able to step up to her slice and not get on the defense with it. She has a really good slice, especially on grass, and it stays really low. So being able to put it in a good spot without taking yourself out of position on the court. I think when I was losing, I wasn't doing that very well, and she had the open court. And then once I started doing that better is when I was able to dictate the point a little bit more.
Madison, is there a sense of relief to have, once we're here at day 4, to have been through 2 matches when there's all these rain delays and some players are into the 3rd round and other players haven't even finished their 1st round matches?
For sure. It's definitely a crazy first 4 days. You know, the fact that there was 1st round matches going on this morning seems insane, but I've definitely been really lucky with the schedule and being able to get on without any rain delays and get into the 3rd round.
Madison, in addition to your own success, it's been a strong start here for U.S. players almost across the board. What, in your mind, is the state of American tennis these days?
I think it's good right now. Obviously, there's a lot of women who are in the top 50, top 100, and there's, you know, a lot of guys who are slowly climbing up their rankings and doing well in slams. And I know Stevie just won his 1st title last week. So I think the guys and the girls are feeling more comfortable on the tour and slowly just, you know, getting better and better.
Do you think it's more a matter of time, like maturation, or why does it seem to be taking shape now?
I think there's always kind of a lull in generations. I think it happens, and obviously there's a lot of young Americans who are coming up, especially on the men's side more recently, like Taylor Fritz. So I think it's just a matter of time before, like, Taylor comes out and he starts having big wins and doing better and better and, you know, being able to be one of the top U.S. men.
When you think...
Great to hear the thoughts of Madison Keys there. Another good performance from her earlier on court today. That's the scene here at SW19. Play continuing on all the outside courts, although I have to say that some dark clouds have started to scud across behind us here at the studio, although some bright patches, no rain falling, so I don't want to distress you too much. But joining us here in the studio, Grigor Dimitrov. We've been waiting for this one. We've enjoyed your analysis, your insight over the last couple of days, and I believe you've got some more analysis for us on Novak Djokovic.
Yes, I do. Yes, Novak is progressing through the draw very well. He's ticking all the boxes, and we're going to look at a few points to get a deeper understanding of what separates him from the rest of the tour. But before we do that, let's understand the numbers that drive his game. So in 2014, he was a regular #1 in the world. His record was 61-8. He won 88% of his matches through the year. Very, very solid. The next season in 2015, he falls asleep on a magic carpet, elevates 10,000 feet, and goes 82-6. It's almost unheard of to win that many matches on tour. The win percentage goes to 93%. This year, he's 44-3. He's actually better. The win percentage has got up 1% more to 94%. So those are outrageous numbers in winning matches, but they're not the same in winning points. So if we go back to 2014, he won 55% of his points. When he had his unbelievable year in 2015, that went up 1% to 56. And at the start of this year, he was winning 57%. It's dropped back to 56% at the moment, but those are the numbers that drive his game. Let's go through a few of his points from the last match against Adrian Mannarino to understand exactly what he's doing so well. We've got Novak serving here, and there's a couple of different options for him. He's looking to serve out wide. He likes that serve out there. Mannarino has also got to cover the tee. The wide serve in this match, Novak went 13 times out there and won 10 of them, and this was one of those 10. Mannarino's got to go cross-court with this defensive return, and Djokovic, you know, that's a very, very difficult shot. Winner down the line. It just shows you the confidence to go for something like that. Good wrist, good flick, good spin, good cover on the ball. And his eyes just track it all the way down for a really nice winner. Another solid serve. He's working Mannarino out wide. This was an extremely high-quality match. Another forehand winner down the line. You know, the guy is absolutely feeling it right now. And that's a wonderful low slice. Again, it's all about the flick. When the ball gets below the knees, I like to call that triple spin. Lots more spin when it's real low or when it's real high. And this is a hidden key of Djokovic's game. He goes deep middle into this area here, anywhere kind of deep middle first. And we've talked about it in the last couple of days. The best players in the world are attacking deep first, and then they start spreading the court. That deep return brings it short, and then the direction comes into play, and you see Novak jumping all over that short ball. Look at that depth right there. There's not a lot of players on the planet that can consistently do it like Novak does. Next point, Mannarino's ready for anything down there. He's got such good hands on that return. Good depth, coming in. And, you know, now we've got Mannarino is in full control. Djokovic, you know, you can look at his feet. He's not really balanced. He's thinking, well, maybe I go down the line. Maybe I go cross court. And let's see, there's one option there. Maybe a lob over there. Maybe a shot down the line as well. So, you know, let's see what Novak comes up with. Very difficult spot. It's an incredible passing shot. Look at how slow this ball is in the air. Normally when you pass, the ball's whizzing by the net player, and that is a very nice, slow shot. So just some nice little insights into what Novak does so well. And, you know, for the rest of the tournament, he's definitely the man to beat.
What part of Novak's game do you think has improved the most over the last couple of years?
Yeah, I did an analysis of this because you think, you know, Roger Federer's best part of his game is serving. Novak's best part of his game is returning. And I looked at the difference between 2014, where he was #1 and had a good year, and 2015, where he had basically unconscious for 12 months. And he actually got better returning. The serving side of it stayed exactly the same. And when Roger improved from 2013 to 2014, it was the serving side of the game that got better. So for all the players that I'm working with, you know, I have this kind of general rule that says 80% of the time you work on developing the strength, 20% of the time you work on fixing the weaknesses, but everybody's got weaknesses. So it just goes to show you, two guys at the top of the game actually got better with the things that are already outrageously good at.
Next up for Novak, the American Sam Querrey in the third round.
Yes.
We know Querrey's a power player. He's got a big serve, big game. What can he do to try and stop Novak? Because it's a tough matchup for him.
He can pray. I mean, that would be a good start here. You know, it's very difficult. Sam Querrey is a player that I would like to see come more to the net. His size and his presence on the court is well suited to come forward, and he's got to do that against Novak. Sam likes to stay back. He's got a ton of spin on that forehand. He hits through the backhand. He serves well. You know, Sam's an extremely accomplished player, but everything that Sam likes to do well, Novak does better. So this is, you know, the relationship with Novak and the rest of the tour. The other players don't have to adjust to him. So certainly Sam's going to have to be doing some adjusting and hopefully coming forward, sprinkling a little serving volley as well.
Interesting as always, Craig. Thanks very much for your analysis. Now let's catch up with Rob Walker, who's above court number 18.
Yes, what a match this is. Venus Williams is serving for it. 2 hours, 23 minutes on the clock. What an encounter. Venus took the first set 7-5, lost the second 6-4 against the 20-year-old Greek, Maria Sakkari. Williams serving 15-love, 5-3 up. Huge number of people crowded round for the climax of this one. Just a little bit too over-enthusiastic there from Sakkari. It has been an absolutely brilliant effort from the 20-year-old Greek youngster. Been based in Spain for the last 2 years. This, without doubt, the biggest match of her life. Venus Williams at 36 years of age. Can she advance to another Wimbledon third round? Oh, really big serve there, and Venus Williams now has 3 match points. She's been put through the ringer here by Maria Sakkari, and now she's on the verge of a great win. You can expect the court 18 crowd to give her a huge reception if she seals this.
game.
Oh, what an effort and what a match. But it's Venus Williams who advances to the third round. 7-5, 4-6, 6-3. Amazing to think. She first competed in Wimbledon back in 1997 when Maria Hingis took the title. 5 times a winner. It's her 19th year, and just listen to the reaction from the crowd. 36 years of age, and she still has all the passion for the big occasion. 2 hours, 24 minutes. All credit to the young Greek. That was quite some intimidating atmosphere for her to be performing in. A really good effort. It's only the 3rd time she's contested a slam, and she did it the hard way, 3 qualifying rounds, and then beat Cesar Zheng of China to get through to this 2nd round match. Really, really good effort to take the 2nd set. She walks off to a deserved round of applause, but Venus Williams still in the mix, and she now moves forward to take on the Russian Daria Kasatkina, the number 29 seed. But Venus Williams, what an amazing performance. The crowd here were really, really enjoying that one. Almost 2.5 hours on the clock. 5 times a Wimbledon champion. It is quite some amazing record to think that she first performed here back in 1997. Just going to glance over my shoulder just to hear. There you go. She just disappears. I'm sure she'll be signing a few autographs. Well, we have had some interrupted action here with all the rain, but that has definitely been one of the matches worth waiting for here. A really, really cracking contest. All credit to the Greek. I'll leave you with this final stat. Venus Williams this season alone has made more prize money than Sakkari has made in her entire career. So the Greek made a really, really good go of that match, but it's Venus Williams at the age of 36 who marches on to the 3rd round. There's life in those legs yet.
Alrighty, with the Roland Garros champion, Garbiñe Muguruza. Thank you for joining us, Garbiñe. Let me kick off with, if you could play one player in history at Wimbledon.
McEnroe.
I like it. If you could have one superpower.
I would like to fly.
If you could meet one other sports star.
Sports stars. I have no idea. I'll go with
Someone from the team of the shirt you're wearing?
Yeah, I'll go with Sergio Ramos.
Okay, like it. If you could pick one city.
Barcelona.
Of course. If you could watch one Wimbledon final from history.
My final.
Absolutely. If you could pick one emoji.
I love the dancing girl in red, which reminds me a little bit like Sevilla Spanish style, flamenco.
Absolutely. If you could watch one movie.
The Bodyguard.
If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie.
Catherine Zeta-Jones would be.
Good one. If you could lift any sporting trophy not in tennis.
I have no idea. I'm very into tennis. I'm so bored.
Fair enough. It is what you do. I like that. If you could erase one fashion error from history from you.
Fashion era? What, like, I don't.
If you could erase one personal fashion error from history.
Give me an example.
Like if you ever wore anything that you regret.
Oh, no. I like everything.
Quite right.
No regrets.
If you could watch one band or singer perform live.
Yesterday I watched Rihanna. I loved it. Love it.
In London?
Yes.
Okay. If you could only eat one more piece of food for the rest of your life.
Beef steak.
Steak, fair enough. And lastly, if you could play a joke on one player on tour.
Oh, I will not do jokes. Yeah. I'm so boring.
You're very serious, I can tell. I'm joking. Garbiñe, thank you very much.
I grew up in the area just a couple of miles from the stadium. When I was 11 or 12, that's when I thought, I want to do this. It's one of the hardest things I've ever done because they want the best. They tell you on the actual day, congratulations guys, you're going to be ball boy in the men's final. It's different to like a regular centre court match. You know it's the final, you know it's like the 2 best in the world. You go to some back entrance and you wait in like a little tunnel. And that's when I would say I got the most nervous. when that door opens, we just sprint onto court. The whole sort of stadium lights up in front of 15,000 people here and millions of people watching at home. You get like a rush of adrenaline, and then it just goes like dead silent for the game. Sometimes they hit it so hard you can't even really see the ball. Like you just see that light green just flash by you. Echoes every time they hit the ball. It's so intense and so fast. I can't believe I'm a Wimbledon ball boy now. It was a great feeling.
Well, let's take you out to some more live tennis out on court number 12. This is Marin Cilic, the 9th seed from Croatia, who is playing this guy, Sergiy Stakhovsky, who caused headlines here a few years ago when he knocked Roger Federer out of the early rounds at Wimbledon. Cilic won the first set 6-2, lost the second in a tie-break 7-6 to Stakhovsky. Cilic came back to win the third 6-4, and now Stakhovsky is serving at the start of the 4th set. We'll join this one with commentary.
15 left.
Well, a giggle audible from Stakhovsky as he was pulled all around the baseline there.
15-0.
Well, considering he was away from the court for a considerable time, he's resumed very, very effectively, landing some telling first serves.
That's it.
So Sergiy Stakhovsky, who caused one of the greatest upsets in Wimbledon history here in 2004 when he defeated the then defending champion Roger Federer in 4 sets in the second round, is taking it is contesting the 4th set alongside another seeded player, Marin Cilic, and held on to his opening service game on court number 12. Well, let's take you now live over to centre court, where the number 5 seed from Japan, Kei Nishikori, is trying to topple an experienced player. Despite his lowly ranking, Nishikori is playing the Frenchman Julien Benneteau, who is actually ranked to world number 547. Really, though, only because he missed 8 months out on tour last year after some abductor surgery, but he ended his 11-match tour-level losing streak in the first round at this year's Wimbledon Championships to face Nishikori in this second-round encounter. The match has been going on for quite some time. Benneteau won the opening set 6-4, but Nishikori came back to win the second 6-4. He's now 5-2 up in the third and will serve to take the third set and a 2-1 advantage heading into a possible 4th set. So let's join this one now with some commentary.
Love fitting. Love 30.
Well, we're talking about Nishikori seeming to be fine and looking healthy, but we understand he's called for the trainer at the change of ends, and love 30 here. Again, he did have a bit of work done during his win over Sam Groth. If it's available to you and you're just feeling a bit of discomfort, why not?
Well,
this is far from convincing serving for the set. 2 break points now for Julien Benneteau to get one of these breaks back. Sorry game from Kei Nishikori. Perhaps there is more. Benneteau has one back.
Nishikori leads 5 games to 3. Third set.
So Kei Nishikori trying to close out the third set. Not yet able to do it though over on centre court. And the 2014 US Open runner-up has got a little bit more work to do if he hopes to make it through into the third round here at Wimbledon. He had to receive some rib treatment during his match in the opening round, so we'll wait to see how that one progresses. Of course, Andy Murray due up next. Earlier this year, Kei did reach the quarterfinals at the Australian Open, and he has been one of the most successful male Asian tennis players in history. Definitely the favourite going into this match, but perhaps facing a resurgent Benneteau. Well, let's say hello again to Thomas Enqvist, who's back with us this afternoon, and Catherine Whitaker, who's ready to dive straight into another social review.
Yeah, big breaking news on the Olympic front. Of course, there is an Olympic year. Every 4 years we have this, and we have got the names for who has qualified for the Olympics this year. Fully confirmed on the women's side. It's actually quite complicated, the system of qualification for the Olympics. You're allowed a maximum of 4 singles players per country, provided you have 4 singles players who are a high enough ranking to qualify on the basis of their ranking. So you have got instances of countries like Germany, you know, German women, I think they have 5 or 6 women in the top 80, so some of those will have missed out. And also you have to have played a certain number of Fed or Davis Cup ties representing your country in order to be eligible at all to qualify. So there's a ranking element, and there is that Davis and Fed Cup eligibility as well. Some interesting names in there, probably most notably Caroline Wozniacki has qualified for Denmark. She had to appeal, or her federation had to appeal on her behalf, because she didn't meet the qualification criteria on the basis that she hadn't played enough Fed Cup ties. But she will represent Denmark at the Olympics, and she will carry the flag for Denmark in the opening ceremony, which I know is very important to her. On that subject, Rafael Nadal will represent Spain at the Olympics as well, subject to him participating in Spain's Davis Cup tie after Wimbledon. There'll be a Davis Cup tie in the week immediately after Wimbledon. He doesn't actually have to play. He only has to be named in the 4-man squad to represent Spain. So if he isn't fit So long as Spain name him in the squad, he will be eligible to compete at the Olympics. And I know the Olympics is the really big goal for him in terms of his comebacks. Obviously, he had to miss London with the knee injury, and now he's suffering with the wrist injury. So really interesting stuff. Some interesting stuff in the doubles as well. Stuart Fraser, always good for keeping a watch on the Olympic situation. He does a lot of journalism on Fed, Davis Cup and the Olympics. He's pointing out some really interesting, notable Olympic men's doubles pairings. We've got Novak Djokovic teaming up with Nenad Zimonjić. The Murray brothers will compete. They were so disappointed to go out in the first round of the London Olympics, and surely with the Davis Cup success that they've had together, they will be targeting a gold medal together in Rio. Federer and Wawrinka will play doubles together. They, of course, already have a men's doubles gold medal under their belt. And Rafael Nadal will play with Marc Lopez. That one very interesting, because actually Marc Lopez, his doubles partner, regular doubles partner, it's Feliciano Lopez, but Feliciano Lopez is one of those singles players who has counted himself out of playing the Rio Olympics. Now, there are quite a few of those. There's Feliciano Lopez, you've got Dominic Thiem, John Isner, who we've had up to the studio today. They have all counted themselves out of playing the Olympics on the basis that there's no ranking points on offer this year. It's quite a big chunk out of their schedule, and it's quite a long way to go, and it's just, you've got to respect their decision. But it's a shame, Thomas, isn't it, to see that, because the Olympic tennis event has risen so much in stature since it was introduced in 1988. It feels like slightly a backward step.
Yes, it really has. I think that the first Olympic was played at 88. I think Milos Raonic from Czechoslovakia at that time won the first one, and since then it has really established, I would say. You know, I think if you ask a player from the past if you could win Olympics or if you can win Wimbledon, I think everybody would have said Wimbledon. I think that has evened out a little bit, though, even if I still believe that the Grand Slams might have a little edge. As honourable it is to represent your country in the Olympics, it's still maybe not as up there with the Grand Slams, but almost. You're right, Catherine. It does really get up there with, has really established itself as a major thing for tennis players as well.
But golf is really struggling. There's no denying it. Golf was reinstated back into the Olympics for the first time since 1904. This year, for the 2016 Rio Games, there's been a lot of comparisons in the golf world to what happened with tennis when tennis was brought back into the Olympics. A huge amount of golfers, some of the very best players in the world, have pulled out of the Rio Olympics, all citing the threat of the Zika virus. So it's unknown as to whether or not, if the Olympics were being played in a different city this year, whether more of them would be playing. But the world number 1, Jason Day, the world number 3, Rory McIlroy, several other names in the top 10, 15 of the world have pulled out. It's actually a pretty devastating time for golf that was hoping to make a big comeback to the Olympic Games, and yet we still have some names, as you've said, John Isner, one of them who we saw today, that have pulled out from the tennis side. Yet
None of whom have cited Zika, though. It's interesting.
Right.
Whether they don't want to state that publicly, I don't know. But none of them have actually cited Zika. Of course, the likes of Roger Federer, Andy Murray has been asked about it repeatedly. Obviously, he's a new father. Who knows? He might be looking to expand that family. He has not raised alarm bells at all about his likelihood to compete in the Rio Olympics. He says, of course, he'll keep a close eye on the situation and aim to be as informed as possible. But he absolutely does intend to play. And he was such a fantastic advert for the Olympics, wasn't he? It definitely meant as much to him as winning a Grand Slam. And then, of course, it provided the springboard for him to go on and win Grand Slams. So you thought after that, that was the most perfect advert for other people to think, this is something I want to win as much as a Grand Slam, and it can give me the confidence, that the equivalent confidence of winning a Grand Slam, and it can be such a boost for people's career, particularly for the likes of Dominic Thiem, who's surely got to have, you know, Grand Slam success somewhere at the back of his mind. You know, it's best of 3 sets, the Olympics. It's only a 64 draw. It's a far more achievable goal, in fact, than winning a Grand Slam, and considering it's sort of up there in terms of status now, I personally, I think it's a shame to see some of the top players. It's good at the moment that we've not seen any of the very top players, the likes of a Federer or a Murray or Nadal. They have stated their intent very firmly to play the Olympics, and the same on the women's side. And I think that's very important. If we lose any of those really top names, then it will start to be a little bit more of a crisis, like we're seeing in golf.
Yeah, which is what originally happened. All the top names said they were staying in. But as you say, it's the unknown still for golf, whereas for tennis has been an Olympic sport, as you say, for some time. In London 2012, many of us were lucky enough to be here covering it. Was made to feel all the more special because it was contested on these grounds at Wimbledon, of course, the home to really the great Grand Slam. The reason why we're here this year, Thomas, if you had the chance, what would your take be on where the Olympics would factor in your schedule in terms of level of importance? Because often we're asked not to try and compare a slam and a medal or a major and a medal, because actually it should just be something different.
It's very hard to say, especially for tennis players who has a very long season, you know. And it's also like this year, for example, it's between Wimbledon and US Open.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to fit it in, and it's difficult to. But I think you need to treat it as a regular tournament. You know, I think it's treated as a regular tournament, up there with the Masters Series when it comes to the, you know, the draw sides and how much energy you need to spend on it. Like Catherine said, it's like best out of 3 sets. But I think that for every athlete, I mean, to be part of an Olympic game. To represent your country, I mean, it's the nicest thing you can do, you know. So I think that I would say that golf will probably go through the same way that tennis did, that it will take them some time to establish it. It's very important that the top players do play. Like when Andy Murray won here in Wimbledon, it was the London Games here at the Wimbledon Club, and it just
Propelled
gave
him
tennis
onto
even,
the US Open.
It did, but also for the sport itself inside the Olympics, tennis. I mean, it's important that the best players in the world support it and play.
What's your take on potentially making it an amateur event in the Olympics? Would that help strengthen the sport in any way, or not really, because it wouldn't be familiar names that people are tuning in to see?
I would not say so. I mean, my spontaneous reaction to that is that the Olympic Games is about the best athletes in the world. So I think that that's what it should be all about. You know, I mean, if you're winning a gold medal in the Olympics, you should be the best in your world. So spontaneously I would say no.
Yeah, fantastic answer, because that's what a lot of people are saying, critics to the reaction to a lot of these world's best golfers falling out. And, you know, these votes happen regularly on whether to keep these sports in and out. In the case of golf, there will be a vote in 2017 whether or not to keep it in beyond 2020. And you've got to imagine, with the lack of support that they're getting from the players, that it's unlikely to stay in. But as you say, it's a busy schedule. It's not just the threats that going to Rio may pose. It's the schedule, it's the lack of ranking points, prize money, and all the rest of it comes into it, Catherine. But, you know, delighted to hear that there are some wonderful stories of tennis players we've heard this morning making into the team. And Rafa particularly, be fascinating to see if Spain do list him in their team, even if he's not fit enough to play their upcoming Davis Cup tie.
Oh, well, I'll eat my hat if they don't, because Rafael Nadal, unless he sees no chance of being fit for the Rio Olympics, he will want to be there. He will want to be carrying that flag. It killed him not to be at the London Olympics. Of course, he's already won a gold medal in Beijing, but, you know, nonetheless, representing his country is very important. So I would be extremely surprised if he wasn't named in that Spanish team for the Davis Cup Pace Olympics. Just quickly on the British side of things, Kyle Edmund has made it. He was 7 outside of the rankings cut-off, but because of those few names that have decided not to play, the one bit of good news from a British perspective is that he has made it, and the doubles team of Dom Inglot and Colin Fleming have made it in as well, despite being just outside the rankings placements. Mixed doubles teams are yet to be announced. It's a very, very small draw, though, in the mixed doubles at the Olympics. So it'd be very interesting to see. I think Great Britain will only get 1 mixed doubles pairing, and it'd be very interesting to see whether Jamie Murray gets his pick or whether it's Andy Murray that gets his pick. You've got to think probably that it'll be Jo Konta that will end up teaming up with one of them, although she doesn't tend to play a lot of doubles, so perhaps that counts against her. But very interesting to see if Andy will step aside and let Jamie, the specialist doubles player, have his go in the mixed doubles. Of course, Andy already a mixed doubles silver medalist with Dora Robson at the London Olympics. So mixed doubles names yet to be announced. Just one other bit of social media news I wanted to bring you, and news is an overstatement because this is purely speculation at this stage. I must stress that. But there are rumours circulating that the coaching relationship between Milos Raonic and John McEnroe might have come to an end. Press Association Sport reporting McEnroe or Mac and Go, has Milos Raonic ended his agreement with Big Mac? He'll be answering the question in his press conference. He's asked for 2 hours before coming to press. So we will have a little wait on our hands before we receive any confirmation either way from Milos Raonic on that one. As I say, purely speculation at the moment, nothing confirmed, but I will keep a very, very close eye on it.
Perhaps because he hasn't been able to be courtside for some of his matches. Thomas, I don't know your opinion on this, really. Milos Raonic was at Hurlingham with the both of us last week, and I said to him, you know, I hope Mac will have enough time to come to all of your matches, because he has a huge television commitment at the Wimbledon Championships each year. He works for BBC, he works for the American broadcasters as well. And John was there the day with Milos, and I said, do you plan on having exactly those same commitments? And he said, yes, I do. Not only must he be a busy man, but you as a player, how important is it for you to have your coach there courtside for every match you contest?
Well, it's important in a way, but Raonic has a very big team around him. You also have Carlos Moya here, and then he has his coach and his big team around him. So I think that he probably knew that also when he did ask Macron to help him for the glass court season, that John is a very busy man, especially during the Wimbledon weeks where he do a lot of TV and other obligations. But I would be surprised if they have ended the relationship, I think I have to say, because I mean, it was obviously a choice of him to you know, to get him help to play on the grass court, and they had started really well. He played really well in Queens. He had played well so far here. It could be as simple as he didn't have the time to actually go and sit at this match or something like this. And
yeah, you're absolutely right. It could be complete hot air.
But I would be surprised if they ended that.
It could have just been drummed up because he wasn't on court for this match.
Absolutely. I can't stress enough, it could be nothing, but I'll be keeping an eye on it.
OK, perfect. Please do keep us updated. We'll take you straight back out to one match that is taking place on court number one. Catherine called it as her billing of the day, and in fact, I think Thomas did a couple of days ago. We've been waiting to get this one completed. Grigor Dimitrov, unseeded this year at Wimbledon, despite his previous records here, playing against the 16th seed from France, Gilles Simon. Now, Simon is 2-1 up and a break in the fourth, so Grigor Dimitrov has his work cut out if he wants to keep this one going. We'll join this one now with some commentary.
Now it's time for him to have a change of racket. I don't think he's not broken a string. He just fancies a change of tension.
Love. $30-50. $40-30. Game, Simon. Simona leads 3 games to 1, fourth set.
So Dimitrov is 2 sets to 1 up in this match on number 1 court, but Simon up a break in the 4th set. We'll keep you updated on what happens there. This is part of the scene, part of the picture here at the All England Club. Not quite at the All England Club, but that is from very nearby. One of our cameras has managed to pick that up. A couple of guys out enjoying a spot of sailing on this beautiful day, which I have to say has been very fortunate in terms of the weather so far. We have had an incredibly dry day, hoping that the rain doesn't come to play anytime soon. But this lady is preparing for her match, which will be on court number 1 following the conclusion of Grigor Dimitrov and Gilles Simon. Garbiñe Muguruza, the French Open champion who reached the finals here last year, losing out to Serena Williams. In fact, only 7 people in the Open era have won back-to-back French Open and Wimbledon titles. Garbiñe will be trying to become the 8th one. She plays Johanna Konta in the 2nd round. As I said, that's second up on number 1 court today. They'll be followed by Dominic Thiem and Jiri Vesely. Rob has been down there watching her prepare for this one, so let's hear from Mr. Walker.
Well, we're down overlooking court 16 at Orangi, getting a glimpse of the newly crowned French Open champion, Garbiñe Muguruza. What a star she is of the women's game at the moment. Just knocking up, doing a few volleys at the net. And remember, she came through quite a tasty first-round match. She was taken to 3 by Camilla Giorgi, 2.5 hours, 6-2, then lost the second 5-7 before coming through in the third 6-4. Remember, last year, she was like a breath of fresh air when she made it through to the final. She beat Agnieszka Radwanska in the semis and then lost to Serena Williams in straight sets before, of course, reversing that 1-2 in the French. She arrived here at Wimbledon. She was in great mood before the championship began. She had a Spanish football shirt on. Spain, unfortunately, had been knocked out of the European Championships, but she seems to be a really welcome addition to the top of the leaderboard as far as the women's game is concerned. And if you're looking towards the next generation of global stars, then maybe the 22-year-old could be the kind of star and have the kind of personality to be the new face of the women's game. Serena Williams will hope there are a few more additions to her massive trophy cabinet. She's still trying to level Steffi Graf on 22, but Garbiñe Muguruza just seems to play without a care in the world. Born in Venezuela, moved to Spain when she was 6. Knocked out of the Aussie Open in the 3rd round, but she became the first Spanish champion at Roland Garros since 1998, since Arantxa Sanchez Vicario, and I think she's bidding to become only the 8th woman in the Open era to win Wimbledon straight off the back of winning the French. So she's got an interesting opponent, Jana Cheplova, came through qualifying, so she's nice and warmed up, a bit like Marcus Willis on the men's draw. She'll be playing her 5th match. And remember, Cheplova from the Czech Republic, from Slovakia, she knocked out the number 3 seed Simona Halep in the first round last year. So Garbiñe Muguruza will not be taking her opponent lightly, especially after Giorgi took her to over 2.5 hours of play. So the number 2 seed, the French Open champion, getting a really decent workout down here. This is one of the more private of the knock-up courts. Andy Murray's down here. He's on 15. Muguruza on 16. This is an area where the public can't get to, so it's a really nice place for the players to knock up if they want to be out of the public eye. But Jeff, if you just pan round to your right, you can just see it may be private in terms of the public, but there are so many members of the media gathering round. I think they realise that Muguruza could be a big star of women's tennis going forward. She looks pretty relaxed and pretty comfortable, knocking up on 16 before she faces Jana Cheplova of Slovakia. Looking calm, looking comfortable, and hopefully she'll be out there on court smiling later today.
Thank you, Robbie. At just 22 years of age, her opponent 23 years of age today. John McEnroe, Thomas, was speaking about her at one of the BBC One highlight programmes earlier in the week, saying that he feels she's perhaps slightly overconfident and got a bit of a swagger about her when she's walking around the locker room. But surely that's understandable as the newly crowned Grand Slam champion. Do you like her current attitude?
I do, in a way, I have to say. I'm a big fan of her because I think that she has a great attitude in the way of working habits, you know. And she's, I don't think she's satisfied only being, you know, French Open champion. She comes here, she works really hard. She's an all-round player. You can see that she wants to have more, and I would be I think we're going to see her for a very long time on the top of the women's game. It's as long as she stays healthy, and I kind of like her attitude. I have to say, I think she's focused, she's determined, she's obviously very confident, but she's working hard.
Can you read that autograph? That's the question. She was signing those very quickly, but you're right, she's incredibly likeable, isn't she? And I think acquired a new audience and a new following way back a few years ago when she caused that big upset against Serena in one of the early rounds at Roland Garros. Of course, then reached the finals here this year, and she managed to get the job done in France earlier this year. Well, she'll be on #1 court following the conclusion of the match between Grigor Dimitrov and Gilles Simon. And earlier on this week, I caught up with Anne Kiothevong to look at the French Open Champions game in a little more detail. OK, alongside Anne to speak about the game of the French Open champion, of course, Garbiñe Muguruza has been on the rise for so long. She's incredibly powerful and athletic, which we'll get onto, but it's that cross-court backhand that grabs a lot of attention. Why is that?
Well, it's a shot that produces a lot of winners and forces a lot of errors from her opponent. What she does so well for someone so tall is move. She's got great footwork, she gets her feet behind the ball, she looks to take the ball on the rise, hence she takes time away from her opponent. And she produces such easy power. What she does, which is so different to a lot of other female players on tour, technically on the backhand side, is that she keeps the racket on the same side of her body. A lot of other female players bring their racket further around their body to produce power, but what Muguruza does is keep hers on the same side of the body. She gets behind the shot and she takes time away by really driving through. And, you know, a lot of the male players are able to do this, but she can do this because she possesses so much strength and core stability as well. She's got great rotation and she's incredibly accurate. It's not just the backhand cross-court that she's able to hit so well, it's the backhand down the line, and it's a very potent shot, and she's an aggressive player.
Yeah, it's incredible that she doesn't have to search for that extra power that, as you say, some of the other girls do out on tour. And when she's playing the backhand, as you say, either cross-court or down the line, predominantly topspin, but she does have the flexibility to put other shots in there as well.
Yeah, she's got a great slice backhand as well. She's not one-dimensional by any means, and for a tall woman as well, she's got fabulous feel. So she can change up the slice and the pace of the ball by using drop shots, mix it up in play, but also she possesses that power. So she, you know, there's not a lot she can't do on this side.
She's been incredibly impressive for so long. Of course, reached the final here at Wimbledon last year. She is now a Grand Slam champion. She's able to knock out people like Serena Williams, who is a powerful player herself. What is it in her game that gives her the power?
Well, she's got great leg strength. Again, I touched on the fact that she's a fantastic mover around the court. She possesses very good footwork and intensity. And so she's able to get herself behind the ball. If you're in the right position, that's how you produce the power. Also with Muguruza, she doesn't doubt herself. She possesses so much inner belief and confidence. She backs herself and she doesn't waver off her game plan, and that's to be as aggressive as possible and to play as many short points as possible too.
Well, could she triumph here at Wimbledon this time?
Well, she's got a game that transfers across all surfaces, whether it's clay, whether it's hard, whether it's grass. She can play on all surfaces, and that's what makes her so exciting to watch.
And you've got some first-hand experience too, right?
Yes, my last professional match was against Muguruza here back in 2013, and she obviously wasn't the top 5 players she is today and a Grand Slam champion back then, but I did say after the match, I walked off court and said she's a potential world #1 and a future Grand Slam champion. I was so impressed by how well she played, and yeah, I'm not too far off it.
Right, and now she is, and she may well triumph here at Wimbledon again this year. Who knows? She's very impressive. OK, well, let's take you over to court number 12. You can see it's an absolutely beautiful afternoon here at the All England Club. But Marin Cilic, the #9 seed from Croatia, was playing Sergiy Stakhovsky. Sergiy managed to take the second set off him in a tie-break, but here he is serving at match point to go 6-4 in the fourth and win this in 4 sets. He got the job done, as you can see, and he will progress through to the third round where he will face the winner of Karlovic and Lucas Lacko. So he could be facing the seeded Karlovic. It could be two incredibly tall, incredibly big hitting, big serving players against each other if that is the draw. He'll be disappointed though, Thomas. I expect to have lost that second set so closely.
Yeah, maybe, but I think he's happy though that he got through, you know. And Cilic is a dangerous player when he gets matches, get on the streak, you know. I mean, like if he gets through this first week, like you said, very maybe tough matchup against Karlovic, but if he gets through the first week with this big serve, he can be a very big threat to a lot of players.
Well, I can tell you that Karlovic actually didn't win that match, so he will be playing Lucas Lacko in the third round. Perhaps the advantage to Cilic there to face another unseeded player. And we're going to take you now to court number 3, where Belinda Bencic is in action, the number 7 seed from Switzerland, a former junior girls champion here as well. She played yesterday, so this is 2 consecutive days for her. And Julia Bozorup from America, the qualifier, in fact, is now serving to take this opening set. We'll join it with some commentary.
Oh! 15 love. It's a clever serve into the body, and Bencic never got out of the way.
Yeah, the ball toss was quite far out to the right, wasn't it? She was kind of chasing that ball quite a bit, but it still managed to swing in to the body of Bencic. Well, that was much straighter, that ball toss.
Looking to be more aggressive herself, but just coming off that ball.
Well, that's an incredible stat. 10 unforced errors for Bencic, only 3 for Bozorup. Well, there again, you can see how far out to the right this ball toss is. Slightly chasing it.
Attempting a drop shot off the return, got it horribly wrong. 40 love. 3 set points to the qualifier.
Yeah, you don't see that very often, and normally we credit Belinda Bencic with being so clear thinking out there, with making the right choices of shot selection. But got it all wrong on that one.
(40-15). Her first double fault of the match. If you're going to serve one, at least bad time is at 40 love. Although suddenly the 3 set points. 40-30. Well, 2 of them have gone.
Well, this is a real test of her mental strength right now, isn't it? Belinda Bencic getting a lot of balls deep on that baseline, mixing it up with the slice as well.
Advantage. Milos Raonic. Set point for the 4th time. I got game and first set, Milos Raonic. 6 games to 4.
So the American qualifier Julia Bosserat manages to take the first set off the 7th seed from Switzerland, Belinda Bencic. That's what's happening out on court number 3. There is action all over the grounds today on what is another beautiful day here at the All England Club, and a day that is attracting royals and celebrities alike. We've already seen that the Duchess of Cornwall is here today. We've caught up with Radio 1 presenter Greg James, and well, now it's time to meet a musician with Rachel.
So look who I found, Craig David at Wimbledon. That sounds slightly odd that you're at Wimbledon. Why are you here, Craig?
Do you know what? I'm going to be with Greg for his Radio 1 show, which was the invite firstly, but it's like this is my first tennis match ever. So if you're going to do it at Wimbledon, no?
First tennis match as well?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen proper professional tennis. So to come and see it, and then when I walked in, I was like, oh man, I get it now. It's incredible. I mean, the energy is right.
And Craig, what a week. Firstly, Glastonbury at the weekend. Now Wimbledon. Can you beat this?
Do you know what? To be honest, the Glastonbury was pretty epic, yeah? I mean, to go from having never been to Glastonbury, this is my first time as well, and I was on the Sonic stage performing Sunday afternoon, and then all of a sudden, so I heard there was 25,000 people came to see me perform. I was just like, are you for? Because it's not a huge stage. I was overwhelmed. The crowd were incredible, and then literally right back down to London, and then come and see Wimbledon. I mean, it's like, I'm living the dream, you know what I mean?
And you're kind of touring at the moment. How is all that going first? Before we get into the Wimbledon chat and how it is here, what a year.
It's been great. You know what? It's just been amazing, show of love from everyone who's heard the new music. There's been a new generation, a generation grew up with me, both kind of connecting over me coming back with my music and stuff. And I'm just loving it. I mean, all I ever really wanted to do was perform and write songs. So to just do that again and have people loving what I'm doing, it's wicked.
And was Glastonbury always a dream?
Yeah, it was something that kind of, back in the day, it was kind of more indie bands and rock bands. So it was something I knew about as being this prestigious festival. But then when I got the call up this year to actually go and perform there, I was like, wow, this shows how much music has kind of come along, and for me to actually be there. And when I actually went into the crowd, because that was important for me, I didn't want to just go on stage and just do that. So I went in, I can see why it's so special. There's so many little things going on, and you won't even get halfway around the place and you'll still be eager to find out there was other stuff that you missed, you know what I mean?
And did Craig David camp, or did he glamp, or did he stay in a hotel, or was it one day? What was it?
Do you know what? Okay, people are gonna be like, yeah, he was never gonna camp. He was never. Listen, I came up because I had a show the following day, and then I had something on Sunday brunch in the morning. So I was kind of doing interviews. Came straight to Glastonbury. After Glastonbury, then straight over to Croatia for a hideout festival there. So it was a bit kind of go. But I could see. I used to have some of the best times when I went camping with mates back in the day, yeah? So I could see why you do it. And if the opportunity came around next year and I got timed before, I might have to rough it up a little.
Okay, well, people are going to be watching out for you next year at Glastonbury camping. Well, we'll have to see it to believe it.
Yes,
anyway,
probably.
It's here. We're at Wimbledon, the All England Club. Just tell me what you've thought so far.
Do you know, I'm literally just soaking it all up. I mean, I'm going around and I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces, people who are presenting shows, people who are commentators, who are ex-tennis players, actual tennis players who are just in and around. And then it's just being someone's huge, beautiful back garden, yeah, with tennis courts in the middle of it, do you know what I mean? And I actually haven't got to really see too much of the games and stuff, but yeah, it's just a good energy, man, and it's such a beautiful kind of thing that brings everyone together, you know?
Before you leave today, what are the things you want to tick off your Wimbledon list?
One was for us to do this interview here, so that's so boom, we've got that one right, knocked that one straight out the court. Do you know what? And actually, to be honest, the first co-hosting with Greg on his show, so I'm really looking forward to that. But yeah, it's just to see one game. I mean, if I could see Andy Murray play, it would be amazing. If I could see, I don't know if Serena's playing today, or I would love to see one of those girls play. It would be incredible. But yeah, just to be part of it, just to be here for the first time, soak up.
Hang on, you haven't mentioned Hemon Hill or Murray Mound, strawberries and cream, Pimm's. Come on, everything.
Yeah, I saw Greg had a huge bowl of like strawberries and cream. Didn't seem to want to offer any of it though. Weird how that didn't really go down. Just hoovering it up like a Dyson. But yeah, I'll involve myself. Trust me.
And now that you've been here, I reckon you'll be back for year on year on year. So enjoy your first time, and we'll probably see you back next year.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Really.
Good luck with everything else as well, because you're doing fantastic.
Thank you, that's really kind of you. Thanks.
Craig David.
Well, what a demonstration of excellence up here on court 18. Angelique Kerber, the number 4 seed, going really well against a very tricky opponent, Varvara Lepchenko. On paper, of course, Kerber the overwhelming favourite for this one, but Lepchenko actually leads their head-to-heads 4-3. It's on serve at the moment in the second set, but Kerber's stats in this match so far, especially from the first set, are absolutely brilliant. She's made just a handful of unforced errors. Her first serve percentage points won is up at 88. She took care of the first set 6-1 inside around about 21 or 22 minutes. Absolutely brilliant performance so far from Kerber. Remember, she took her maiden Grand Slam title, winning the Aussie Open, becoming the first German to win a slam since Steffi Graf in 1999. But Lepchenko is holding her own in this second set, unlike her performance in the first. Little shriek of consternation there because she's been taken to deuce for the first time in this second set. But Kerber has been really good. Not that many people talking about Kerber so far, but this has been a really cracking performance. I wonder how much confidence she's bringing here off the back of that magnificent run to the final and that victory in Australia. Quarter-finalist here in 2014, made the semis in 2012, so she knows what it is to go very, very deep in this tournament. Had a fairly comfortable win over Laura Robson, a different meeting to the one they had a few years ago. Robson still coming back from that wrist injury, but it was pretty comprehensive. 6-2, 6-2 for Angelique Kerber. And, well, the slow clap just beginning. Yeah, I think Lepchenko's going to challenge that one. She's not happy with that. And remember, she's on deuce, so it's a crucial point for her. So now the slow hand clap just begins as we get the official review. And indeed, it was out, so...
Ms. Kerber. Ms. Lepchenko has one challenge remaining.
Lepchenko gathers herself again here. This time she faces break point. 2-2 in this second set.
Deuce.
That's better from Lepchenko. She takes it back to deuce. As I said, she leads the head-to-heads 4-3, so she's no mug in this one. She came through a really, really long first-round match against Pereira, 2.5 hours. Made the fourth round in Paris in 2012. She's made the fourth round at the US. That was last year, so she is a good performer. But Kerber so far is absolutely dominating this one. The last match out here was a real cracker between the young 20-year-old Greek and Venus Williams. So those who've weathered the storms here, that's a cracking point there from Kerber. So another break point. Those who've weathered the elements here and take their place out here on 18 have been treated to some cracking women's tennis. So you suspect this is a key moment here for Lepchenko, bearing in mind how quickly she was dispatched in the first set by Angelique Kerber. Yes, once again, takes her back to deuce. So this set looks destined to last a little bit longer than the first set. 35 minutes. Lepchenko went over to the US from Uzbekistan and gained US citizenship 5 years ago. Once again, just gathering herself here. And once again,
Ms. Kerber.
Yet another break point. Slightly unlucky that one, hitting the tape and then bouncing back. So, Lepchenko. This time the serve is good.
Game, Ms. Kerber.
And there we go. The break points, and it was good. So Angelique Kerber has the advantage in the second set. The number 4 seed looking pretty comfortable here. That was a really good effort to hold serve from Lepchenko, much better than we saw from her in the first set, but it's looking very, very good for the reigning Australian Open champion. No one's really been saying much about her, but she's starting to announce her arrival here at Wimbledon in fine style. She should, in theory, no disrespect to Lepchenko, she should wrap this one up pretty quickly. Kerber's looking good this year at Wimbledon.
Indeed she is, Rob. Thank you. Always very impressive here on the grass at Wimbledon. Well, let's take you out to centre court now, where Kei Nishikori has this match point against Julien Benneteau. Despite dropping the first set, convincingly managed to get it done in 4. It was 4-6, 6-4, 6-4, 6-2, and Kei Nishikori marches through to the third round, where he will face Andrei Kuznetsov, so the number 5 seed from Japan, who has not yet won a Grand Slam, but did finish runner-up at the US Open in 2014, and the court will be redressed and re-prepared, because coming up next is a match that a lot of the fans out there would have been wanting to see today. Andy Murray against Yensen Liu comes up following this encounter. But when you talk about Kei Nishikori, Thomas, and the success that he has had, he's really the most successful tennis player to have come out of Asia. Everything he has achieved comes so close to Grand Slam success. Do you see him as a future Grand Slam champion?
I do, absolutely. I think he's been close. He don't have the big game, which matches up not too well against Djokovic and Murray and Federer, even if he has beaten the players, but he doesn't have the weapons, but he's extremely quick, moves really around the court, and you know, he has established himself as a really top player. He wins a lot of matches. I can definitely see him in the future to win a Grand Slam. This was an important match for him, I think, because there was some question marks about his health before this match, and it's nice to see that Kei was healthy today and did a good match.
Yeah, he had to receive some treatment during his first round encounter. Just to give you an idea of his kind of success, Kei Nishikori is the only male player in history from Asia to reach a Grand Slam singles final. That was at the US Open 2 years ago. He also became the first Japanese man to reach the quarterfinals in the Olympics right here at London 2012. And well, earlier this year, he reached the quarterfinals at the Australian Open for a third time in his career. And he won his fourth straight Memphis Open title, joining Jimmy Connors as the only four-time winners of that event. He's 26 years of age, and earlier this year he was named in the 2016 Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia list. He is an incredible talent. He has been shaking up the rankings in the international following in the game of tennis for quite some time. So Kei Nishikori is through to the third round here at Wimbledon. So is Dan Evans, and he will face Roger Federer after knocking out the seeded Alexander Dolgopolov earlier today on what was one of the matches to finish. It was a straight sets victory. Craig O'Shaughnessy is back with us now, our analyst, to talk us through that match in a little more detail, because, Craig, it was an extremely impressive, valiant effort from the Brit.
The inspiring British tennis stories just keep coming. Daniel Evans has lost in the first round of Wimbledon for the last 3 years. This year, he's in the third round of Wimbledon. He beat Alexander Dolgopolov today, and next up, Roger Federer. We've got half a dozen points that we're going to go through so you can understand what he does on the court so well. Got him serving here in the deuce court, first set, and a really nice slider out wide. And the thing to understand here is that the forehand is typically the bigger weapon from the back of the court, but you are never going to get it under more pressure than with this wide slider. If we look there at the racket of Dolgopolov, he is slicing that ball. It's very difficult to do anything, you know, very offensive with that. And Daniel Evans down the other end, here he comes. He's serving and volleying. He served and volleyed 5 times in the 3 sets. He won 3. That's one of them right there. And in today's game where players aren't serving and volleying all the time, it's just especially to take away that high floating return. Got him returning now. I like the forehand return. Almost comes in on that one. The best players in the world, I love that, are playing behind a little bit more, and now he's got options. He's stepping in. He could go down the line. He could go cross court. He could go heavy angle. He's holding it. He's really seeing what Dolgopolov is going to do with his movement. I love the approach behind right there. Really good shot. And most times when you come into the net, the best way to come in today's game is with a forehand approach to the backhand side. Returning. Just a good, deep, neutralizing ball. He's got a very good slice. And again, stepping up. This is all about court position. So if we look down here at the feet, stepping up, stepping on the ball. And look down the other end, way behind the baseline. So a lot of options here. He can rip it down the middle. He can go down the line. But this one goes cross court. And as we watch the replay, look at the easy effort. The body stays very still and the racket just flies. It's got a lot of solid power there. Lovely serve, and again we're coming in, and you know there's a few things going on, and it happens so quickly. Look down at Dolgopolov. His feet are very stationary. He doesn't know which way to go. He doesn't know left or right. Dan Evans, as he's coming in, will hold him, and then just roll it down the line. Very nice going behind again. For all of you at home watching this, going to go out and play this weekend, the forehand approach to the backhand is a really good play. That's to win the second set right there. We've got a lovely defensive squash shot. Nice slap at the ball. It's got a ton of backspin on it, which slows it down in the air. Dolgopolov thought it was going on such a big point, and it just lands in. Really pumped right there. Serving now in the third. That's what we love. Now here, this is a little bit different, and it's very important to understand you can come in down the middle of the court as long as you hit it deep. So this area right through here where the circles are, if you can get the ball deep with an approach, there's no real angle to get hurt when the ball comes back. Comes back right down the center. Excellent touch. Really pumped. Not a bad return off that first serve, but if you can go big, today's approach game is all about taking time away. Hit it hard. It's not so much the old school way that says you've got to approach down the line. I'm a huge fan of the approach right down the middle of the court as long as you can hit it big. So these are the kind of points, the attacking style that Dan Evans has got to do against Roger Federer if he's to be successful. And really, it's the right way to play. He's not going to win a ton of points from the back of the court. Roger's really good from back there. So expect Dan to get all over the net and apply as much pressure as possible.
Yeah, Roger Federer facing a Brit in both the second and third rounds here at Wimbledon. We'll have to see if Dan Evans fares any better than Marcus Willis did. Craig, thank you so much for joining us for some of your very insightful analysis once again. But we're going to take you now straight out to centre court because he has wasted no time. Yensen Liu has come out on court to prepare for his match against the #2 seed and the home Brit, Andy Murray. This actually is going to be a fascinating matchup because the two of them have some considerable history. Both players, funny enough, have recently been voted in as representatives for the ATP Player Council. But Yensen Liu has beat Andy Murray before, back at the Beijing Olympics in 2008. Andy has, however, won their next 3 encounters, which included a match here at Wimbledon 3 years ago. And what happened in 2013? Andy went on to win the title. So perhaps that is a good omen. As for Yensen Liu, he's playing in his 13th Wimbledon Championship. He reached the quarterfinals here in 2010, becoming the first Asian man to reach that stage of this slam in 15 years. He knocked out Andy Roddick in just over 4.5 hours that year on what was Manic Monday, when everyone tries to contest their match for the round of 16. Yensen Liu, though, otherwise known as Rendy, has been out for 4 months of this season after right elbow surgery in January. He returned in May, and he is currently on an 11-match winning streak on grass at all levels, having won 2 challenger titles prior to coming here. So perhaps he could cause more trouble for Andy Murray today than people may expect. There's coach Jamie Delgado in his box. You can see Ivan Lendl to the left-hand side. Ivan, of course, reunited with Andy Murray just before Queens this year, ahead of the Aegon Championships. They had huge success together. Andy's won both of his Grand Slam titles, the US Open in 2012, 2013 Wimbledon, and Olympic gold in 2012, right here at London, all under Ivan Lendl. So hoping to capture some more of that success now they have renewed their partnership. We'll stay here on centre court through to the opening game of the match. So let's dip in with some commentary.
Gentlemen, 3 minutes.
The Royal box is filling up fast.
Two minutes.
Murray looking at his clinical best when he beat Liam Brodie in the first round. There are his stats. Back to his best ranking. So no alarms in that opening round. Playing pretty near his best.
One minute. Ladies and gentlemen, if you leave your seats, please make sure you take all your belongings with you. If you have a mobile phone with you, please make sure it is switched off. Andy Murray to the right of the chair won a toss and elected to serve.
At 76, career best of 33. But he's been suffering from an elbow problem this year. Missed the first 4 months of the season. He's winning against Alexander Kuryatsev of Russia.
Time.
So, Liu Yen-sun, a winner over Andy back in 2008, one of the worst defeats of his career. He said he was unprepared in the Olympics in Beijing, dehydrated, wasn't ready, and he was bundled out in the first round. Since then, he's not dropped a set to Liu Yen-sun. Can he continue that here? They're sure hoping so.
First set, Andy Murray to serve. Love 15.
John's joined me. John, do you expect Liu to try and take it to Andy whenever he can?
Yeah, I do. He's played a lot of matches recently. That's helped. Sometimes it pays to drop to the minor leagues before you come back to the big leagues. This is the ultimate. Controlled aggression. He's not the type of guy that's going to come in and hit a lot of volleys. However, he times the ball well, as you've seen. And what he really needs is a start like this to get an early lead would be huge for him.
Settling into his rhythm.
15-30.
Well, that wasn't a good drop shot. Murray usually is good with that. But that was way too far over the net. Lou is speedy enough to handle that easily. Look how far that ball was out of the picture.
Yeah. Couple of break points for the guy from Chinese Taipei.
That's how you want to hit a drop shot. Lou at the fiery start here.
First game.
Well, we did expect him to pose a bit of a challenge, and he has done that straight out of the gates. Yensen Liu breaks Andy Murray, the #2 seed here in the opening game of their second round encounter on centre court. And if you want to continue watching this match live, you can do so on BBC or ESPN.
How you feeling?
So I have a question for you. Why the WWF?
I always loved animals. Like, I grew up around them. My family always had dogs.
You never had a tiger?
I never had a tiger.
Turnover, A and B.
In the past century, the number of tigers in the wild has dropped by 95%. There are fewer than 4,000 tigers left in the wild.
That's less than a third of the seats here on center court. But there is hope. For the first time in history, their numbers are increasing. We are at a turning point, and we must seize this opportunity.
Good night. Thank you so much for coming.
I was in the ice bath yesterday, last night, after my match. Yeah.
I'd probably be more happy to get into a cage full of tigers than into the ice bath.
Help us to double the number of wild tigers.
Tiger text to 70123.
Text tiger.
I was going to say you can.
What did I say?
You said tiger text.
I mean, that's rather good, don't you? Tiger text. Doesn't he need a racket? What are you going to use? You're that good, you're just going to use your
I'll
hands?
just play with my hand.
Play with your hands?
I'll just play with my hand, that's fine. Text Tiger to 70123 to donate £5 to WWF.
Looks like the weather's clearing up. You want to play a game?
Yeah, I'd love to, but it might be a little one-sided.
Oh, yeah, right. I'll go easy on you. Come on.
What'd you expect?
You cannot be serious.
Yeah.
Man.
Lewis Hamilton better watch out.
Well, time now to speak about the game of Andy Murray in a bit more detail. Of course, the great British hope will be trying to win a second Wimbledon title here across these next 2 weeks. And of course, he did just win a final against Milos Raonic at Queen's Club a couple of weeks ago. And we see him, Mark, being so good returning a serve, particularly from someone as powerful as Raonic. How is he able to do it so well?
Yeah, I felt like Queen's, he just always looks so relaxed there. He knows it's perfect preparation for Wimbledon. Each match he played, he got better and better and stronger and stronger. And then Raonic, definitely his most dangerous match. We all know, I feel like Raonic is a dark horse at Wimbledon. Now having John McEnroe in his corner, and what he brings to the table is huge. And so, you know, a set 3-love down, and Raonic hasn't lost a serve in the whole tournament. All of a sudden comes back to turn it around in the way he did, and quite comfortably beat him in the third set. Just shows the strength that Murray has in his ground strokes. His hands are incredible. He's one of the best returners, if not the best returner in the game right now. The way he's able to read the serves, especially Raonic, who's incredibly difficult to read with that big ball toss. He's got a very consistent ball toss that kind of goes everywhere. He can serve it out wide in the body, and he's very good at mixing it up. And the way he hung in there, waited for his opportunity, and all he needed was that one opportunity, and broke straight back, and then broke 3 times in a row, I think that was, to take it on. But talking about that return, as I said, he's got incredible hands. What he does so well is he stays back a little bit and then kind of waits for that serve and then moves in, and he has a beautiful short backswing on the returns. You know, it's a little bit different on the ground strokes, but on the serves, he knows he takes a lot of the pace from the serve and uses it against the server. Like Raonic has got a huge serve. You can't afford to have a big swing on the return. And what Murray does so beautifully is he takes it back really early on the backhand and on the forehand side, and uses the pace and can kind of, I wouldn't say block it back, but a very short swing to kind of get the ball going. And his body momentum's really going forward, especially on the second serve. He's literally finishing almost a foot to 2 to 3 foot inside, you know, taking it early and literally putting him straight into defense.
I was going to ask where he differs in terms of returning a first serve to a second serve.
Well, it all depends on who you're playing, but of course someone like Milos, whose serve is so huge, you definitely need to have some space and on the first serve. So he's definitely way back on the first serve, but what he still does, he still likes to move in with a split step with a racket back early on both sides. You know, normally there's, against bigger servers, you would guess some of the times on the first serve, but his movement and his coordination, his hands are so good, like what Andre used to be. Andre Agassi, best returner of all time. That's what Murray is right now. He does not guess. You know, I kind of feel like he's it there and he sits and waits because he feels like even if it's out wide and it's huge, he still believes and he's still got the hands and his legs to get there and to make a play at the ball. So on a second serve, it's a little bit different. He moves forward a little bit more, but he's still doing the same thing. If this is the baseline, you know, kind of moving back here, he takes one big step, split step, and then kind of takes the ball early inside the court.
On the second serve?
On the second serve, applying that pressure, whether the guy's serving, volleying, or staying back.
And when he has got that ball back in play, we see a lot of drop shots from Andy Murray as well. What does he do so well with that?
Well, what's so great is you don't, when he does his drop shots, you can't read them. It's kind of,
you don't know when they're going to come?
You don't know when they're going to come. So he's so comfortable on the baseline. And the great thing is he kind of sits on the baseline. He doesn't get too far back. Sometimes he does get a little bit too far back against guys where I don't think he should. For instance, like we were talking about Djokovic, against someone where he can't afford to get too far back. But he loves almost like playing possum. You know, he likes being run around the court. Because like I said, he's another guy that takes it from a play from defense to offense incredibly quick. You know, he could be rallying and all of a sudden with that same grip, that change in the last second and does that drop shot because his hands are so good. You know, we've seen him play Davis Cup winning those doubles with his brother. He's got some beautiful volleys. His volleys improved so well. And that's what he does. He kind of got a beautiful feel on the backhand and the forehand side. But it's important for him not to overuse that shot during Wimbledon, where I felt like maybe at the French, could have been a little bit too much.
Okay.
Especially someone who's incredibly quick like Djokovic, but most of the time he does get away from that, because then what happens? It's a drop shot, and then we all know what's coming next.
Right.
The lob, right? The
Exactly.
flick lob, the beautiful flick lob. That's another one of the best shots on the tour right now is his topspin lob on the backhand side and the forehand side, especially in a forehand kind of where he's running. He almost hooks it really late, and he waits for the player to commit himself, and then kind of does that big hook lob. So he's definitely got a lot of shots in his portfolio, that's for sure.
So Andy seems to be playing well enough, Mark, to get himself almost to the finish line. He's made the last 2 Grand Slam finals, but coming up short to Novak Djokovic each time. What has he got to do then, a bit extra, to try and beat Novak?
This is where I love watching Andy, and this is where I get a little frustrated, because I believe in matches, quarterfinals, kind of semis, he's a little bit more aggressive. He's going forward a little bit more, and then he plays Djokovic on all the finals, where he's done many in the past few years, and I feel like he gets a little passive. He's just waiting a little bit too much, almost like for Djokovic to miss, and we spoke about that earlier, that Djokovic is not going to miss. Right. So I would love to see him take some risks. I'm not talking about all the time, but sometimes, maybe on the second serve, turn around, or he's got such amazing hands, as we've been speaking about. Go in, take it early, come to the net. He's got great volleys. He can back up that shot. So I would like to see him get a little bit aggressive and come to the net. Do something a little bit different. You know, like I said, it's tough to sit back and rally, even though no matter how comfortable Andy is on the back, and we all know he can rally all day as well, move all day. But if you've played someone so many times and they've almost at stages got your number at Grand Slams, you got to do something to change it. So
maybe we'll see a riskier Andy Murray at this year's Wimbledon Championships. Who knows? It could be the one thing he needs to do to beat Djokovic. Alrighty, well, let's get you caught up on some action that's just happened around the grounds. This is court number 1, and despite losing the 3rd set, Grigor Dimitrov has got a match point to try and break Gilles Simon and win this match in 4 sets. He won the first 2 sets 6-3, took it to a tiebreak to win the second 7-6, lost the third 3-6, and now you can see he's 5-4 up, trying to get the job done here to get a 6-4 4 sets victory over the Frenchman and progress through to the 3rd round. And with that wide ball on the line, Grigor Dimitrov, who actually was the unseeded player in this match. Gilles Simon was the 16th seed from France. They had to come back out this morning to continue this match. Has managed to get the job done, and it's confirmed by Hawkeye that the ball was wide, it was out. You can see the elation on his face. He moves through to the 3rd round here as he tries to refine some of his form at Wimbledon. Well, that's not the only place that's had some action across the last few minutes or so. Over on court number 18, the Australian Open champion Angelique Kerber has been making very quick work of Varvara Lepchenko. You can see she won the first set at 6-1. She is now serving in the second at 5-4, trying to sail through to the 3rd round herself. This is match point. It's taking place on the court just behind us, and unable to clear the first serve there. She's trying once again versus Lepchenko. Varvara from the USA, but there's really no doubting the strength and prowess of this German lady since becoming a Grand Slam champion for the very first time earlier this year. Gets her second serve in play. Despite crouching to the ground on the baseline over there. Also wins by a wide call, and Angelique Kerber through to the 3rd round with relative ease. 6-1, 6-4 over on court 18. Meanwhile, over on court number 3, it wasn't very good news for a former girls champion here, Belinda Bencic. You can see on the left-hand side of your picture, seeded players retired from the match against the American qualifier that she was playing Bouchard due to a left wrist injury. She'd lost the first set 6-4 to Bouchard and retired at the very early stages of the second set, declining any treatment, just choosing to pull out of that one. So sad times for the young lady from Switzerland. She won't be going any further at this year's Wimbledon Championships. But that's what's been happening for some time, and we can reveal that Andy Murray's on centre court now. As we showed you earlier, Garbiñe Muguruza is over on court number 1. We'll update you shortly, but right now we'll head out to meet Rachel Stringer.
So I just want to draw your attention to this man here, who, as you can see, is backing the Brits today. And I've just been talking to him off camera, and he is one massive super fan right here. Okay, Andy, just tell everyone how many times you've been to Wimbledon.
This is my 18th in 22 years.
That's a pretty good record. Is it always been an invite, or have you got yourself tickets? How has it gone about?
Nearly every time is getting in the queue at 5, 6 in the morning and enjoying the atmosphere down there, the build-up and looking at which courts to go to. And then obviously backing the Brits, seeing them as much as possible. For a long time there weren't that many, so I'm very happy that Murray's been getting through, and now we're getting a lot more as well, so it's really good.
And how much has it changed in the 18 times that you've been coming?
There were 2 queues back when I first started coming, and there was no going out to the grass area. It was just on the pavement. Now it's completely different. There's just 1 queue. Everybody's much more organised, and it works really well.
You must have some highlights from those 18 years. Just pick a few maybe for us.
Well, the obvious highlight is being on centre court when Murray won in 2013. That was incredible.
It goes further than that though, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's more to the story. So I then got a message from a friend who invited me to the media centre and got me into the Tennis Channel studio, where I then met Andy Murray right after he won. Got a picture, got to talk to him. It was, like, unbelievable.
What did you say to him, and then what did he respond to you?
I said, I've been following you a long time. I saw your first ever win in San Jose when I was living in California. And he was quite taken aback by that. I said, so it means a huge amount. We obviously waited 77 years, and to see you win today was like the culmination. The only thing that would exceed it is with one of my own children wins, which I intend to happen.
And this guy here, I don't know if you can see, this is a Royal Box badge as well from 2013. How did you manage to get that?
I have friends who are friends with the Duke of Kent.
Okay, not many people can say that, but that's quite a good perk to have. And kind of how was the Royal Box experience?
It's amazing, yeah.
Who were you rubbing shoulders with?
There were a lot of former winners, so Ann Jones was in there. I love having a chat to Ann, and Virginia Wade as well, and some of the more recent winners, so Becca was there. There's just a constant flow of people, and everybody's very relaxed and casual and chatting, and yeah, it's just a really good atmosphere.
And you've managed to get yourself centre court tickets today as well. How exciting is that?
Yep, can't wait to get on there. Murray should be on shortly, and then followed by Konta, so it's very exciting.
And have you met any other celebrities around Wimbledon on your 18 years of being here?
I had a cigarette break with Ronnie Wood, actually, again, the year that Murray won. It was quite funny because I said, are you going for a cigarette? He said, yes. I said, can I join you? And he said, yep. And I went down, he offered me a cigarette, and I told him, actually, I don't smoke. Just wanted to hang out.
Well, Andy, I think you can talk the talk. He managed to get anywhere at Wimbledon, so if anyone's watching this and tries to sneak in centre court, maybe this man can help you. I'm not sure how he does it, but he managed to do it 18 years out of 21. Thank you very much,
Thank
Andy.
you.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Cheers.
Oh, I've had a great day.
It's been good, isn't it? It's good. I like the tennis.
I love it. It's just a great atmosphere, even though it's raining.
It's my first time.
First time.
And you enjoyed it? Loved it.
What I like more than people watching tennis is watching people hoping they get to watch tennis eventually.
This is exciting. So this is Puig versus Konta. Now Konta used to be Australian,
Yeah.
and she's kind of thought.
She used to be Australian.
She was Australian, and now
She's
playing
come
for
to
us.
the. She's our best hope in the ladies for sure.
100%.
Whoa! What a shot!
She's one of the top seeds.
I think everyone's behind her now.
That's great for us.
Gutted Australia. She's ours.
He looks so relaxed and casual coming out.
That's because he's Djokovic.
I don't know why. I always like the underdog. I'm like going, come on, Manarino.
Play
the bin! That's amazing!
He couldn't do that shot again if he tried.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, I see.
Hey!
Here it is, Wills versus Federer. Big game.
The Will Bomb.
Against the GOAT.
I love that he's called the GOAT.
Do you know what that stands for? Greatest of all time.
Oh, look, they're having a little picture together.
Federer thinks he's a fan. He doesn't realise he's going to play him. He's just happy to be there.
To date, he's only earned £220.
Me too. Federer losing this would be like England losing to Iceland.
Ah, get up, get up!
Will Match point,
here we go.
I love the fact that Willis has lost, but his family are beaming from ear to ear. They're so happy for him.
I'm Team Catherine.
I'm Team Greg. You're not beating Greg.
No, it's not hard table tennis.
She's confident.
I've been drinking a lot of water.
Oh! See, tallest man in tennis. Of course, Greg was going to win. Love that.
fair enough.
Shall we do it?
Yeah, let's.
I'm not taking you on. I'm not an idiot. 1 point, winner takes all.
Ready, Tom? Yeah. Oh, it's big.
Wimbledon is renowned and admired for the passion of the crowds. Everyone has their favourite player. Someone to take pride in, to cheer on no matter what the odds. For many, it's the homegrown heroes. They sit on the hill, absorbed by it all, roaring approval at every winner. Celebrating the emerging talents looking to scale new heights. Some supporters fanatical, some reserved, many are vocal. All are passionate. Pride in every form, the uniting force of Wimbledon.
You're watching live at Wimbledon on day 4, Thursday of the championships. Beautiful conditions now here at SW19. Some grey clouds earlier on during the day, but they have cleared a little bit to reveal some blue sky ahead. And Henman Hill, or Murray Mound as you may know it, filling up nicely, still enjoying the day late on in day 4 here at the All England Club. And Anki Othavong and I are back in the studio, and the sun's shining. We can feel it now on our backs. It's a little bit warmer, turning into a beautiful day here at SW19.
It really is. I'm just waiting for my Pims. Where is it?
Wow.
But yeah, no, fabulous conditions for the players and lots of tennis going on around the ground. So brilliant.
We were saying earlier as well that today, one of the sort of byproducts of the last couple of days having plenty of rain delays, that today's a great day to have a ground pass. You don't have to be on the show court to see the big name players. I mean, just looking at the order of play throughout the day and the matches all on the outside courts, there's some top seeds and top players, top grass court players to watch everywhere you look.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, you really get your money's worth with the ground pass today. It was fantastic to see Venus Williams just behind us taking on the Greek qualifier, Maria Sakkari, and Venus coming through in 3 tough sets. But a number of players, a number of big names all out there, all being given a run around, and you know, it's yeah, been great for everyone.
Doubles have started as well. A few doubles matches finally taken to court. I know that they had to change the scoring system in the men's doubles to make it just a best of 3 sets for the first round rather than, as it usually is, best of 5 sets. The doubles has begun. A few doubles matches have already been completed and a few on court and taking to court as we speak. So it's busy on the outside courts, and we can catch up with Rob Walker, who's been gauging the feeling out there on the outside courts.
Well, yes, good afternoon, everybody. Sorry about that. I was totally absorbed by this great rally between Bernard Tomic and the Moldovan, the first and only Moldovan to contest a Grand Slam match, Radu Albot. I tell you what, this is turning into a really intriguing match. We thought Tomic, the highly talented youngster from Australia, would be wrapping this one up in straight sets. He took the first 7-6 and the second 6-3, but Radu Albot, after securing his first ever Grand Slam victory with a win in the first round, took the third 7-6 on a tiebreak. He broke Tomic early on in this set, and then Tomic has broken him back. But as he goes to advantage at 3-all, Bernard Tomic, he has saved a break point in this game. So we are back on serve here. But a really intriguing twist to this match. I'm sure Jeff, our highly skilled cameraman, can zoom down to the back of the guy in the white T-shirt and the black cap. We have none other than Leighton Hewitt in watching Bernard Tomic. Remember, Tomic has got a great record here in the past. Made the quarters in 2011 as a youngster. 4th round of the Aussie earlier this year, Tomic. 2nd round of the French, semis in Queens. He beat Fernando Verdasco, the really tricky man from Spain in 5 sets in the first round. So Tomic has been taken back to deuce again. This game has lasted for at least 5 minutes. It's been a really intriguing one. But Albot, as I said, his first Grand Slam win came through qualifying. And once again, he's got game point here, Tomic. Failed to qualify Radu Albot in 2012, 13, 14 and 15. So he's really had to earn his spot here at Wimbledon the hard way. And having got his first victory, he was in no mood to roll over to the 23-year-old Australian in straight sets. So it was a very close tiebreak. He just hung on. And it did look at one stage, as I said, he got the early break in this set, and we thought we were heading towards 5. And that would have been Tomic's second 5-set match. And he's moving nicely here, Tomic. You can see him, he's down this end of the court. But Albot is making a great effort to stay in this match after a brilliant performance in that 3rd set tiebreak. And listen to the crowd. They want this to go to 5. They want the Moldovan to get right back in this. Tomic has had his fair share of opportunities here to take this service game, but once again back to deuce. And just as we see occasionally with Nick Kyrgios, just a few little negative body language implications here from Tomic. We know he's a fiery competitor and loves to win. Can be a little bit of a negative as well as a positive, but that one straight into the net, that return from the Moldovan. So once again, Tomic has game point here, but a really, really intriguing match. On paper, Bernard Tomic should wrap this one up. Just wait to see if he closes out this game. He's going to have to do so with a second serve, and there's a little bit of grimacing, a little bit of tightness in the shoulders. Tomic will want to get this match finished and not go to a 5th set. Let on that service. So, clouds are still looking good. There's no sign of rain just yet. Albot using every inch of the court. Coming into the net, being the aggressor, and once again, listen to that, absolutely amazing. Bernard Tomic is really struggling to get over the line in this service game, and the Moldovan is making a cracking effort here in this 4th set. 2 hours 43 on the board, and they're back to deuce. It's 3-all in the 4th. Albot putting Tomic under quite some pressure here on his serve.
Thanks, Rob. Thrilling match there down on court number 2. And this is turning into a thrilling match on court 1. Garbiñe Muguruza, last year's finalist. So many picking her to go a long, long way in this tournament, but she's run up against a tough contender in the 2nd round. Jana Sepelova, the Slovakian qualifier, currently leads 5-2 in the 1st set. So Muguruza, the Spaniard, up against it. And we can join commentary on this one.
Love, Ms. Trebelova has 1 challenge remaining.
Starting to look more comfortable out on the court.
30 love.
Key for Muguruza is to be dictating play. We've seen her have to scramble through the majority of this 1st set so far, but these last few points, she's the player up on the baseline in balance when she hits.
Yeah, beautifully placed.
40 love.
Just maybe a sign that she's finding her range here. Some safe hitting in the previous point up the middle of the court to big targets that time. Took it right to the line.
Game is Muguruza. Ms. Trebelova leads 5-3.
So Garbiñe Muguruza able to extend the 1st set a little bit further, but it'll be Jana Sepelova who comes up now to serve for it after 25 minutes of play. And And Muguruza, as we were saying before we went to that game, Muguruza, a lot of people picking her to go all the way here, perhaps contend with Serena Williams, do what she wasn't able to do last year in the final. But she's up against it. What can you tell us about Sepulova? Because she's a qualifier.
Sepulova's a qualifier, but she has been ranked a lot higher. Last year here at Wimbledon, she had a win over Simona Halep in the first round. She's no stranger to playing against the top players. She has had a win over Serena Williams as well. That came a couple of years ago on the clay. So she can play, and she likes a big stage. She couldn't be any more different to Muguruza's first round opponent, though, Camila Giorgi, in terms of her playing style. But she's good enough to make life very difficult for the second seed.
What have you made of Muguruza's play so far? Have you seen anything that can explain why she's struggling? Because I think if you'd have asked most people before the match, would she struggle against Sepulova, most people would have said no, she'd blow her away.
Yeah, and I think she's still kind of playing her way in. She hasn't had that much. Well, she only had one match on grass coming into Wimbledon. So, you know, there's still a lot that she's got to feel good about, and you know, she has an aggressive game. Whether she's up or down on the scoreboard, she's still going to try going for it, because that's what got her the French Open title. I expect her to come back sooner or later.
And also perhaps a bit of a weight of expectation on her, because now she's won that Grand Slam title. So much is expected to her. On her head, people know that they're expecting her to go on and win more Grand Slam titles. Could that perhaps weigh on her mind?
She's still very young. She's still getting used to the idea that I guess people expect so much from her. She's still, I guess, finding her feet and feeling comfortable with all the attention. I think she actually enjoys it. But like Angelique Kerber, who won the Australian Open earlier this year, it took the German a number of weeks and months, really, to find her game again. And for Muguruza, we might see something similar. When she made the final here at Wimbledon last year, she went out to the States for the American hardcourt season and could barely win a match. She was trying to get used to the different type of attention she was receiving. So, you know, who knows? It'll go one way or the other.
Certainly, and just confirmation that she has now lost the first set. So Jana Sepulova able to serve it out. She's taken that first set 6-3 out on court number 1. And as you can see, Catherine Whitaker's rejoined us here in the studio, our tennis insider. Catherine, what have you been noticing on social media for us?
Well, I'm sure any minute now there's going to be some reaction to Muguruza losing that first set. But for the moment, a few bits and bobs from social media. Heather Watson, she gave a really gutted press conference earlier. Lots of reaction to that from the press, and she herself has tweeted just how devastated she is. She said devastation, in fact, doesn't even cut it for how she feels today. But she thanks everybody for their support and hashtag live and learn. So we hope that she'll come back stronger. In fact, one of the responses to that tweet was, you've got the Olympics to look forward to, Heather. And that's very true, because I remember at the French Open when she won that first round match, which confirmed her qualification for the Olympics, she came into press, and I've never seen anybody look so happy after a first round win. Playing at the Olympics and representing her country means a great deal to her. We've got Carl Froch in the house watching Andy Murray. This is him tweeting from the centre court. Andy Murray, a huge boxing fan, so he'll be delighted to see that. We've got a few other celebrities in the house. Pat Cash has caught up with Ronnie Wood. Isn't that fantastic? They look a little bit alike, actually. Is it just me?
I don't think Pat will be too happy with that.
Don't say that.
I see where you're going with that, though.
I suppose the tennis rock star with the original rock star there.
I don't think he'd mind me saying that. He plays good guitar himself, Pat Cash. Not bad, not bad. Boris Becker commenting about how good the food in the player lounge is here. Always good to know, Boris. Keep your restaurant recommendations coming in. Joe Wilfred Songa tweeting this picture of him and his team after what he calls a fantastic practice session. We'll see him in action later on. Sabine Lisicki, always good for a laugh on social media. This is her with her security detail following her fantastic win earlier over Sam Stosur. And Ben Rothenberg, always good for a stat on social media, making the point that Sabine Lisicki has beaten the reigning French Open champion at Wimbledon in 2009, 2011, 2012 and 2013, which is a staggering stat. And if Muguruza were to win this match, she's, of course, as we're saying, in trouble. But if Muguruza were to win, the reigning French Open champion, she would meet Sabine Lisicki.
And another interesting line, just something similar to that on a different note. Andy Murray, he's playing Jensen Lewis, we know, out on centre court. And interestingly, I was noticing in one of the match notes earlier on, when he won Wimbledon here in 2013, he played Jensen Liu in exactly the same, it was in the second round on centre court. So there are parallels drawn between those kind of things. Do you think players pay attention to any of that?
I doubt if Andy Murray would be paying too much attention to that. I don't know what you think.
I mean, had someone not told him, I'm not even sure he would have remembered.
No, exactly. But it's great for the press. I mean, everybody's just looking for that next angle.
And he won Queens that year as well.
Well, exactly. And there's also there's actually a really nice article been on the BBC website today as a result of some quotes that Andy Murray gave yesterday about Jensen Liu, who was actually the man to beat him at the Beijing Olympics back in 2008, and he said actually that was a very significant match in the context of his career. He said it made him rethink and reassess what he was doing on court and off it. He said he learnt from that loss and became a lot more professional afterwards. So very interesting stuff. And Jensen Liu, of course, was the man that pulled off a fantastic upset here against Andy Roddick, I think, in 2010. So he's no slouch, but I think Andy Murray has pulled himself together a bit and won that first set. Just finally, I can't leave you hanging because I brought the devastating, well, not quite news, but speculation earlier, which is still rife on social media, about Milos Raonic and John McEnroe. There is a lot of speculation out there that those two have ended their short-lived coaching partnership. He's expected in press any minute. In fact, I think he might be just coming into press now.
Yes, you've teed it up, Catherine. Milos Raonic is in the press centre. He's got questions to answer, firstly about his match, a good win today, but also that partnership, or perhaps the end of the partnership with John McEnroe. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Milos, you had a huge smile on your face after the match was over. Was that just a case of getting an easy match or a quick match over early, or what was going through your mind?
I was having fun. I played well. I did things well, so I'm happy to be moving on and in a good position.
He's an experienced guy and knows how to play on grass, so were you a little bit more wary than you might be of somebody who doesn't have that kind of experience?
Yeah, well, I knew somewhat what to expect. I thought he played quite well. You know, he never let me get a rhythm, even though I was trying to let him not let him get a rhythm. So he was hitting the ball pretty hard, and you know, the ball was staying pretty low, so it was hard to really get some looks to be too aggressive with. So I had to sort of always be looking to change the shots up and try to bring him out of his repertoire.
Milos, you've played Jack Sock 8 times, winning 7 of the matches. How would you describe the contrast between your styles of game and the challenge of this next match?
Yeah, well, I gotta serve well. Yeah, we've played a lot of times, and I've been able to find the solutions most of the time. So I gotta take care of the serve. I gotta find my way forward and find a way to be the aggressor.
What has been the key to your success so often against him?
I think it's the fact that I've always found a way to be the one dictating and controlling, and it's always eventually paid off throughout the difficult matches for me.
So take it one there.
What did you do yesterday with all the rain, Milos? And did you get a chance to speak with John McEnroe about your first match?
Not yesterday. We spoke the day before about my first match, and then he came out to practice today, and we spoke today for this match. But I went home, I slept a little bit, came back, and then saw I got cancelled.
Milos, you hit some significant second serves, and that's something that you had gotten away from a little bit. Is that one of the things that's been discussed in terms of you being more aggressive?
It is, but it's also something that came more from my end of what I felt I needed to do. I don't know where I was averaging today second serves, but it's about being around 110, you know, and not letting the guy get a rhythm, and I can do that without really giving away any more free points than I would with doubles. So it's something that's only beneficial to me.
I think you hit 136 as well. I mean, you hit some high speed second serves as well, like as in the really going for it part.
Yeah, you know, when you get ahead in the game, you just try to sort of maybe demotivate the other guy and use it as a mental aspect as well.
Gentleman black cap.
There's a couple of reports around saying you and John aren't doing anything together anymore in the last couple of hours. Is that news to you, I guess?
Yeah, that's. I was just told about it. It's inaccurate. He was there with me this morning, and obviously he's trying to be there as much as he can, but it depends what kind of commentating schedule he gets that day. So for the first round it worked out. Today it didn't, because I believe he was calling the first 2 matches on center court.
Milos, do you feel that you have now firmly embarked on sort of a crucial next stage in your career, sort of the meaty part of your career?
I'm trying to be there, and I'm trying to make it count. I'm working very hard. I'm always looking to improve, and I'm trying to find those solutions that can really make a difference for me so I can achieve what I'd like to.
You have that power first serve. How important is it to mix up the speed on the first serve, maybe like a baseball pitcher throwing a changeup pitch?
I don't think it's so much speed. I think it's more the kind of rotations. Obviously, if you hit flat and you hit your spot, even if it's hard, if the guy guesses right and gets his racket behind it, he can make it. Whereas if you hit it, maybe not as hard because it's hard, but with a lot of slice, then they have to go through it because it's harder to control it with just the block. You know, you have to sort of lean into it more, and so you're trying to always give the guy different looks. And even though if he guesses right, that it's not that easy for them.
Milos, is it true that you had approached Richard Krajicek to take on the John McEnroe role before John, or is that true? And second of all, what was the timeline there?
Well, I approached Richard at the end of last year as well, and then since we did spend some time together in December, I thought that he could possibly help me, and I guess the terms just didn't work out, and I felt like we spoke about it as a team, and then we reached out to John, and John was ready to take that on. And, it's been positive.
What's the grass like here compared to Queen's Club? Is it just a seamless transition, or is there any change you have to make?
It's a little bit softer, but each day it's getting a little bit harder and harder, the court. So at first the bounce is a little bit lower, but I think that sort of starts going up and up the more the courts get used up and run around on.
And were you pleased today with, you seemed to come in at some crucial times and it worked for you?
Yeah, I thought he was doing a good job of hitting hard and deep. I would have liked to have created more chances to come forward, but when I did, it did pay off, and I was pretty efficient there, which is nice.
Apologies if you've been asked this already, but you seem very concerned about going on with the match after that brief rain interruption. Can you just talk about that? How worried you were about it?
It's not worried. It's just you're in a tiebreak and you don't want to play it with any sort of hesitation. And that court in 2011 is the court I slipped on, actually on the other side from where I was at the start of the tiebreak. But I slipped on that court after a long rain delay, after the court was a little bit humid, let's say. And a couple hours later, I was in surgery. So it just wasn't something I wanted to play with on my mind. And thankfully, the umpire was understanding, and I wasn't decisive in saying no, I'm not going to play, but I openly discussed it with him, and he was understanding about it, and we resumed when maybe not ideal conditions because it was still a little bit moist when we resumed, but at least less thought of it on my mind.
Okay, any more questions?
Do you know if you might play tomorrow, or
I haven't heard anything yet, but I would assume since we both played quite early today, we would come back tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much.
Interesting thoughts of Milos Raonic there, through to face Jack Sock in the next round, and this is match point from Bernard Tomic. You can see the fanatics at the bottom of your screen just jumping up and down, celebrating, because it's the Australian who's won that one. Quite a long match. Rob was telling us earlier on how he had to work hard against Radu Albot, the Moldovan qualifier. The first Moldovan to play here at Wimbledon, but it's Tomic who's come through. 7-6, 6-3, 6-7, 6-3, the number 19 seed. He's a handy player on grass. And he's through to the third round to face Roberto Bautista Agut of Spain, who got through thanks to a walkover over Mikhail Kukushkin. And we can take you from that match over to court number one, where Garbiñe Muguruza, last year's finalist, Dan and I were talking about it just now, really struggling in her match on court number one, taking on Jana Sepelova, the Slovakian qualifier. Sepelova took the first set 6-3, and she now leads with a break. Time. In the second set, 3-love. So fairly one-way traffic, really, for Sepelova, and she's putting in a fabulous performance.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed.
Quickly, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Could be a huge upset, the biggest upset in the tournament so far if she's able to close it out. This wasn't what I was expecting. I actually thought this would be an easier match for Muguruza than her first round encounter against Camila Giorgi.
And Sepulova, clearly she's going well so far, 6-3, 3-love up, serving now, but in the back of her mind she must be thinking that a player of Muguruza's quality and class, especially having won Roland Garros, at some point is going to make a bit of a comeback.
You'd think so, right? But
15
anything,
love.
it looks pretty unlikely at the moment. She's got
Looks a bit subdued. She doesn't look like...
She's a bit like that anyway. You know,
Right.
she just kind of sachets around the court. Muguruza doesn't like to give too much away emotionally.
Do you think it helped Sepulova, the fact that she's come through 3 qualifying matches, a match in the first round as well? She's just been here, she feels comfortable, she's got through 4 rounds already, so as long as she's not suffering from fatigue, which she probably isn't because she's had a bit of time with that rain yesterday to focus on this match, that's given a good stead coming into this one.
Playing a qualifier is always dangerous for any of the players because of the matches that they've had under their belt. But Sepulova ranked outside the world's top 100 now, and this is a nice match for her to play against Muguruza, the world #2. You know, she is able to go out there and really swing away with no expectation and no pressure.
15.
And like I said, you know, she's had wins over Serena Williams and Simona Halep, so she's not afraid.
And she's been playing wonderfully here at Wimbledon. Her 3 qualifying matches were straight sets, her win was straight sets as well, so she really hasn't faced too much of a test so far, even against Muguruza.
No. But Muguruza, it'll be interesting to see whether she tries to rein anything in. But it seems to be one error after another.
40-15.
And if you were coaching or helping Muguruza at this point, would it just be a case of get back to the basics, try and make as many balls as you can, just make Sepulova feel the pressure? Because at the moment we're just seeing a lot of errors. It's a succession of mistakes. Sepulova's not having to do too much.
When you're making a lot of errors in a match, I mean, you've got to give yourself bigger targets. You know, whether it's going through the middle of the court and just thinking about getting better depth on the ball. But she's just, again, another error there.
Game is
Almost looks
thoroughly,
bemused, yeah.
she looks thoroughly fed up.
OK, let's go from that match there, where Johanna Sepulova is now held serve, 6-3, 4-love, to another seed struggling on court number 12. This time in the men's singles, Richard Gasquet. We know how good he can be on grass. Remember that famous 5-set match against Andy Murray on centre court, but the number 7 seed in trouble against the Spaniard Marcel Granollers. Granollers took the first set 6-4. He leads 3-2 in the second set, although we're still on serve on this one, and we can join commentary.
Ah! 15 love. $15.
That's a statistic you rarely see from Richard Gasquet. Outnumbered on the backhand unforced error count, 7-4. $13.50. Oh, that's wonderful from Gasquet. Great improvisation.
14-15.
Interesting that Granollers just sprinted forward. I wonder if he actually took a split step here. But we're not going to get to see it. Unfortunately, though, he didn't change directions that quickly, so it leads me to think that he probably did.
14-13.
Neat little forehand down the line. worth a challenge.
Gasquet is challenging the call. Right far sideline, the ball was called out.
Especially when you've got a game point here. No, well wide.
Juice. Mr. Gasquet has 2 challenges remaining. Advantage Gasquet.
Scuppered by the line once again. This happens so often on these courts.
Well, we've got a battle of the grunzers here now on 12. And it's Greneurs who wins that one. Just wonder how important the outcome of this game could be on this set. Good serve from Gasquet, took him wide, took out his opponent wide. He's definitely targeting that forehand side on the juice court.
Juice. Advantage Gasquet. Game Gasquet.
Perfect timing to have one of those.
New balls, please. 3 games, all second sets.
It's first of the match, Richard Gasquet for aces.
So Richard Gasquet steadies the ship in that second set, having lost the first set against Marcel Granollers. And we can go over to court number 3, where some familiar faces are taken to the court for a doubles match. Serena and Venus Williams. They are 5-time champions here at Wimbledon. I suppose we associate them so much with their singles prowess. Serena, the defending champions in the singles, but they are such wonderful doubles players as well. As I said, 5 Wimbledon titles, 8 other Grand Slam titles, so 13 in total. And you were telling us just now that you've actually played the Williams sisters in doubles here at Wimbledon. What was that like?
I'd love to say it was an enjoyable experience, but it was anything but. I think I was target practice for them as well as my partner. And,
where's the weakness in that partnership?
I mean, you know, they tell you when you go out there on the tennis court, you shouldn't give your opponents too much respect, and you shouldn't feel intimidated. But you know, facing one Williams sister is hard enough. When you've got 2 on the upside of the net, it's pretty scary. Yeah, they were awesome. Yeah, they hit the ball pretty hard.
I can imagine. For people who haven't seen them play doubles before, what's their style? Do they play traditional doubles, serve and volley, that kind of thing, trying to get to the net, or do they play sort of a singles game but together?
It's more of a singles game together, but they know each other so well. They know each other's game so well, and you know, I don't think they've played with anyone else but each other throughout their careers since they were kids. You know, they don't serve and volley and play your traditional doubles format or do anything funky, but they intimidate very well. They step inside that baseline. Their court position is always a strong one, and for a lot of people, they find their combined power a bit too overwhelming. Yeah, and you know, just for anyone, for Klepak and Srebotnik, who are a great doubles team, in their own right.
I mean, they're actually seeded. If you just go by the draw, this is a seeded team in Klepac and Srebotnik, the number 11 seeds, up against unseeded Williams and Serena and Venus. But clearly the record that precedes Serena and Venus. But you mentioned there the way that they know each other. We see them on the practice courts. They do get on so well off the court, but on the court as well, it makes for a fearsome partnership.
Yeah, I mean, for any doubles team to be successful, you've got to be able to get on with your partner very well. You've got to be able to communicate, which as sisters, that's what they do. And you've got to understand what works for one player and, you know, what doesn't. You've got to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. These two have that with each other.
And Catherine, certainly Serena and Venus, two crowd favourites. Everyone loves watching them, whether it be live or on the television as well. They're two players that certainly get the crowds going.
Absolutely, it's very good of them to actually play doubles because it inevitably means that people with a grounds pass do get to see them because they're usually, in the early rounds at least, their doubles matches are on the outside courts. So people that come in just with a grounds pass do get the opportunity to see these two great champions play tennis. You'll be unsurprised to hear that they are on the list of doubles teams to play at the Olympics. Both of them have extraordinary doubles medals. They've won 3 gold medals in doubles together. They're 2-time gold medal defending champions. They've both won gold singles medals and they will be defending their doubles crown in Rio later this summer as well.
Stars and stripes fluttering in the breeze there.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's fantastic to see them out there playing doubles together, but you know, they're still going strong in the singles draw. And I'd love it if some of the guys, some of the top male players took to the doubles court as well. I know here at Wimbledon it's difficult for the men because it's best of 5 sets, although the first round match this year has been changed. The format.
Moved to 3 sets.
They've, due to the bad weather, it's best of 3 sets as opposed to best of 5. But it'd be great if more of the top players played doubles.
Well, John McEnroe is always appealing for that, isn't he? He says he always used to use doubles as practice because he found practice very boring. So it's far easier and more enjoyable to get his practice in on the doubles court, and then you're in a match situation as well. And he, along with many others in the sport, just wish that the more of the top singles players did play doubles because it's a fantastically watchable sport.
Yeah, we were saying earlier, wasn't it? I think Nicolas Mahut probably is the only singles player. I mean, even he's not, I wouldn't be considered as a really elite singles player, and he's obviously done very well at doubles. But yeah, none of the top 10 players play doubles regularly. They might do it at some of the Masters 1000 events or when there's a change of surface just to more quickly get used to it, but they don't. Whereas the Williams and some of the other top lady players, they do that.
Yeah, and you know, I think it should be encouraged with the younger players as well. Really, the more doubles you play, it helps your singles game as well. And I can assure you, playing doubles matches is far more enjoyable than being out on the practice court.
Well, here they are, taking to court for their first round doubles match. Serena Williams and Venus Williams up against Klepac and Srebotnik. It's Venus to begin serving, and we can join commentary on court number 3.
A nice way to start. A little bit of stardust out here in Court 3. And for those who don't have the show court tickets, the Court 1 centre court, to see Venus Williams and Serena Williams play, a huge thrill.
Oh, that was good.
Not too shabby from Klepac.
15-all.
Really getting hold of it. Bounced quite nicely into her zone and very good timing.
So you can hear the support though that Venus and Serena in the Wimbledon arena have.
15. 31.
A slight concern, an early double.
Yes, I think she might be a little weary from her match. It was a very long three-setter. She struggled to get through, but she's got a sister there to help her through this.
40-13.
Yes, Serena Williams is the #1 seed in the ladies singles, and she'll have her second round against Christina McHale, another American, tomorrow. So she's feeling fresh today.
Next. First service.
Finish things off.
Yeah, I think that Serena was trying to go across the net to help out her sister, couldn't quite get there, and when she did, didn't have enough on the volley. So already a tough game. Some nice evening sunlight. Really astonishing, actually. And this is what I mean by playing the Williams sisters. They can hit the ball pretty hard at you at times. You just got to react.
So break point. Oh, Serena Williams. Into the net, and the Williams sisters are broken in the very first game.
Well, let's leave court number 3, Venus and Serena in doubles action. The first huge upset of Wimbledon so far. It's come in the ladies singles. It's been coming for quite some time now. A wonderful performance in the end from Jana Sepelova, the Slovakian qualifier. She's been in great form here at the championship so far, and she's claimed a huge scalp, beating last year's finalist Garbiñe Muguruza, the French Open champion. Many people picking her to go a long, long way in the tournament this year, but she hasn't been able to produce anywhere near her best tennis in her match today against Sepelova. In the end, it was another mistake, a backhand into the net. And Sepelova has pulled off a big upset and really opened up the bottom half of the draw now. She's through to the third round, a 6-3, 6-2 victory for her against Muguruza, through to face Lucy Safarova in the third round, 6-3, 6-4, and she's getting warm applause there from the crowd, Anne, and they've just seen a huge upset.
A huge one, unbelievable. I thought Muguruza would find a way to get herself back into the match, but a very flat performance.
A lot of mistakes. We'll probably see the stats from this in a second, but I've just looked through them, and a huge number of unforced errors. We know that Muguruza likes to go for it, so she does make errors, but far too many today.
Far too many when you think of the number of winners she hit. Very few by her standards, and just overall disappointing. So much expected of Muguruza, and yeah, she's failed to live up to expectations here at Wimbledon.
Indeed, Muguruza trudges off to the locker rooms to digest that rather disappointing defeat for her against Sepelova. We can go from court 1 there over to centre court, where Andy Murray is leading against Yen Sun Lu, having taken the first set 6-3. He's up with a break in the second set, 4-2, and Rob Walker and Craig O'Shaughnessy are there for us.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. For the first time from centre court here on a thrilling Thursday. So 1 hour, 6 minutes so far, Craig, and he's an unsettling type of player, Lou, because he got the very early break against Andy and then almost managed to break back to force the first set to go further, but succumbed, of course, 6-3. So it's looking good for Andy at the moment, but one or two little negative bits of body language creeping in.
Well, in that last game, Andy was serving at 3-2, faced a break point, missed the first serve, shoulders dropped, looked to the box. Just, I was like, come on, I can't make a serve at this very important part of the match. Rolled the second serve in, pretty good return, and then went immediately with a knifing, slicing drop shot. And the number one place to hit a drop shot in tennis is a backhand down the line. When you hit forehand drop shots, the grip doesn't tend to get over as far. So it was a good decision with that. But on a break point, hit an amazing drop shot. The ball landed, went sideways, got out of that game. He's now up 4-2 and, prowling the baseline as we watch this point. So, he's not having it all his own way. Lou is certainly, always there and making him hit an extra ball. But, we're up a set and a break. He should start to lighten up a little bit soon.
Well, I guess that's one of the reasons why he has been a champion at the US Open, a champion here, to win to win this coveted trophy and to win the Olympic title at Wimbledon as well. But you would have thought that those little moments of negativity would begin to go once again being under the tutelage of Lendl, because that's the kind of thing that Lendl was legendary for that. He never displayed any kind of emotion. The Iceman, cool as a cucumber.
Oh, he was so good. He was so good. I was growing up in Australia as a left-hander. I just love McEnroe, and then obviously didn't like Lendl so much, but I appreciate everything that he's done for the sport. He was an amazing competitor and would do whatever it took. And I think, at this situation, he's not going overboard. He's not yelling at the box like he sometimes can. He's not, the racket's not flying. He's not bouncing it all over the place. So I think it's just a little bit more like, I need to put this guy away right now. And, I want to get off this court. I don't want to be out here and play extra sets. And I need to make a first serve right now. And he didn't. And there was a little bit, but, as we're watching him right now, it's a bit better. So I think as the tournament progresses, he'll get better with the body language. He'll get better with his game. And, he's just trying to avoid anything tricky, any sticky situations in this match against Lou, who's a very accomplished player. He's beaten Raonic here, I believe it was 2010. I did an analysis of that match. Raonic played further back. If you can imagine that, Raonic is such a huge serve and stays around the baseline, but Lou was able to just kind of push him back a little bit and take him out of his comfort zone, and I'm sure that's what he's trying to do here. Great drop shot there from Murray. So, he's not going to have it all his own way, but I think, you play for a couple of hours, it's going to be 55 to 60% of the points for Andy, and, Yen Lou's got to kind of pick up the rest. So, Andy's really enjoying the drop shot. It's he's hitting it a lot. There was a lot in the French Open final, a lot against Djokovic. I think Novak's really hit it a lot lately as well. So the drop shot's kind of coming back into fashion. When these guys played in their Wimbledon final, it was Djokovic in that third set that hit a bunch of drop shots. I believe 4 drop shots earlier in that third set to get back into it when he was down. Ultimately, he overplayed it. And Andy shut it down at the end of the set. But the drop shot is definitely coming back into fashion, and it's Andy and Novak that's leading the way.
The two greatest players in the world. Incidentally, Lou has finally got it to advantage on his serve, but my goodness me, he's having to work so hard for every single point at the moment. As you say, a couple of really nice drop shots, and he did beat Andy, but that was a long time ago in the first round at the Olympics back in 2008. A match, actually, that Andy credited with him turning around his game. Another beautiful shot from the right-hand side of the court. Advantage back down to deuce. Murray actually says that loss to Lou was quite important because he was really fired up and excited and passionate about being part of the Olympics. But it wasn't just the fact that he'd lost there in the first round. He went away and reassessed how he prepared off-court and on-court for every major event. And it's no coincidence that very soon after that, he reached his first Grand Slam final. So he almost owes Lou a pint or two. I don't even know. Lou probably doesn't drink, probably an OJ man or avocado squash or whatever he's into. But Murray's got break point, by the way, here, and Lou's shoulders are just beginning to shake a little bit. But quite an important turning stage, actually, in yes. Murray's career. That loss, it stung him, but he learned from it and he changed.
Yes. Tennis is a sport, you know, I've coached on the Pro Tour for the better part of 20 years, you know, kind of on and off. And you tell players a lot, but it's very difficult for them to understand yeah, here we go. He's sitting down here. It's very difficult for them to understand that it's like, don't do this and do that. You've actually got to fail at it first. You've got to put your hand on the fire and feel it yourself. I mean, coaches, we can tell you not to do certain things at certain points of matches, but you know, it's you've got to experience that pain personally in order to be better. Look at this beautiful motion. He holds that energy back. A lot of strength. I love the left arm staying really tall. Elbows below the shoulder. The energy's coming forward. The back foot touches. Everything's now driving up. You know, you look at, in a tennis motion, you look to the other side of the court and you say, the target is over there. But really, the initial target is up in the air in front of you. You toss the target into the air, and you've got to go up through that in order to get over the net. So, geez, Andy's really doing well with that service motion. And at the Australian Open this year, he hit his second serve a lot bigger. And I think that's, you know, a developing part of his game. It's, you know, they're always looking to make some tweaks and get a little bit better. And the Murray second serve, having a bit more power on it, just not sitting in there at, you know, 85 miles an hour or sometimes 78 miles an hour. You know, he's, a lot of times I've seen him up around 105 miles an hour.
Well, there's Judy.
Thank you.
We just got a few shots there of Ivan Lendl, his wife. So, Murray serving for the second set.
15-9.
Just such an important point, the first point. It just lets the momentum flow in your favour. Make that first serve at love all. I see that error a lot. When you move inside the baseline into that area called no man's land and you stop, and you notice that after Andy hit that, there was absolutely no forward momentum. There was no extra step. That's an area of the court that you must flow through. So he's going to hit that shot, even as he's kind of hooking it across his body. Take an extra step or two. Flow through that. Another great serve down the tee. Lou's probably looking for the slider out wide. There's a lot of cat and mouse going on inside their minds at the moment. I think he's serving out wide. He served out wide there earlier. And then Andy changes and goes down the tee.
He'd love to make this match as simple as possible. Pushing Lou all over the court here. Great effort from the man from Chinese Taipei, but he's coming up some some one-way traffic here despite the early break. Murray's on top here, 5-2, closing in on the second set.
Game and
too easy. So, 6-3, 6-2, 1 hour, 15 minutes on the board.
6 games to 2.
Wipe of the brow. And I wonder, Craig, I know we shouldn't be disrespectful to the other players, the other world-class players contesting this 130th Wimbledon Championship, but if it goes to form book, then we are looking at a Djokovic-Murray final. And how much impact do you think it played, the fact that Murray had to come through some very long first and second round matches at the French? Do you think that added to his fatigue when he got to the final of the French against Djokovic?
I mean, it will play a part. There was a lot of rain at the French this year, so he should have had time to recover. A lot of massages, you know, making sure your body's got plenty of fluid to flush out all the toxins of, you know, of competition. But here at Wimbledon, you want to get through these early rounds without too many problems. You want to avoid any niggles in the body, get off the court, and hydrate well, eat well, lots of sleep. You know, there's so many distractions. There's a lot of media. There's so many people. I'm sure he's got, you know, 100 texts a day going, can we have an extra ticket? You know, lots of different things going on like that. So, you know, when I'm back on tour and working with players, you actually try and keep them at the courts as little as possible, because it's just so fatiguing mentally and emotionally just to be around the courts, especially in rain delays. You're hanging out in the restaurants, you're chatting with people, you know, everyone wants a little piece of you. It's much better to stay away from the environment and the courts as much as you possibly can to stay fresh.
Oh, great analysis and insight there from Craig after 20 years on the circuit. Right, so very early stages of the third set. Murray's got this one under control. 6-3, 6-2. He'll want to ensure that he's off this magnificent court as quickly as possible. 1 hour, 17 minutes on the clock. He wants to make this a straight sets victory, and he's looking good for it at the moment. Come back to us later. We'll give you an update at what Murray will hope will be the end of the match, which he thinks will come at the end of the third set. Murray's totally under control at the moment. It's looking good for the world number 2.
Thanks, Rob. Good performance from Murray so far. Don't forget you can continue watching that match on ESPN and the BBC. A beautiful scene. The All England club bathed in some sunshine now. Plenty of grey clouds earlier on today, but we've had no stoppages so far, so a big change from yesterday. And matches continue on the outside courts and inside the show courts as well. A busy day here at the club as they try and catch up the matches that were delayed from the last couple of days where the weather hasn't quite been so good here at Wimbledon. Now we can catch up with Rachel Stringer, who I believe is with one of the British players in the men's singles and men's doubles draw here this year.
Just behind court 1 is the HSBC fan zone, where these people can get to meet their tennis super fans. Look, over here, we have Carl Edmond today. Come up here, and they can get everything signed. They can get the tennis ball signed, they can get selfies taken, and Carl is about to get a selfie with this fan here, and when he has, I'm going to jump in and ask him some questions. Carl, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Good. How is it meeting fans here?
Yeah, it's good to do. I mean, you know, I haven't done it too much over the years, but it's the first time I've actually done it in England, so it's nice to see a good bunch of people here.
How is it meeting Carl today?
Really exciting.
Cool, cool. That's what we like to hear. Another selfie. He's a popular guy. Obviously, first round didn't go to plan, but let's move on from that. Doubles with James Ward. How are you preparing for that?
Yeah, good. I mean, it's been a bit of a break. I played Monday, so with the rain stuff, everything's backed up. So it's been a bit of a challenge trying to play, and I've also been in the gym as well. So I'm just trying to keep as active as much as possible, but fingers crossed we get on tomorrow. So.
And I mean, the Brits are doing so well at the moment. Dan Evans is through, Andy Murray's playing today, Joe Konta's playing today. What's the feeling like in the British camp?
It's good to see so many British players doing well. You know, you want to see them doing well. I thought Dan played very well to beat Dolgopolov earlier today. And then, yeah, obviously Andy, you expect him to do well, but, you know, it's almost bad you expect him to do well because it shows how good he is, because he just does well every year. So it's good to see more and more people doing well and more people in the top 100.
I know you don't like looking too far forward, but Davis Cup after Wimbledon, you know, how is it then to kind of join forces again with the people, with the British team, and go on to that?
I think it'll be all right. We do that really well, actually, once we get together. We just seem to click, and we know each other well. So when we're at tournaments like this, we always say hello and chat, but when we're in that group, you know, there's lots of good fun, good banter. As you say, going from grass to clay so quickly will be a bit of a challenge, and then from the clay we go straight onto the hard. For me, that's something I've never done, so it'll be a good challenge.
Well, good luck to you and James. Not going to take any more time because there's still people here waiting to meet you and get things signed. Thank you very much, Carl, and good luck for him.
Thanks, Rachel. Some great access to the players at that signings tent throughout the couple of weeks of the championships. Great chance for the fans to get their memorabilia signed, some cards or a programme, some memento of a special day here at Wimbledon. Now we can head inside court number 1 as we see the famous London skyline. A little bit brighter day today. Yesterday it was hard actually to see a lot of the buildings in the distance here in London, but you can see a long way into the distance because it's a slightly clearer day today. And Catherine's rejoined us. Catherine, social media, what's been causing Twitter and the like to go abuzz?
Well, it's all about reaction to the big shock of the day, the shock of the tournament. Garbiñe crashing out to Jana Chapelova. Neil McClellan here from the Mirror. Biggest shock of Wimbledon so far. French Open champion last year's finalist Muguruza out in straight sets to world number 124, Jana Chapelova. Chris Querrey of the New York Times echoes those thoughts. He says it's the first big upset, which admittedly it is, I think, pointing out Muguruza, as well as being French Open champion finalist here last year. Alison Mitchell says state of shock on court one, that Muguruza was bundled out, and she rightly says, and so quickly, you know. We were all sitting here in the studio waiting for the Muguruza challenge to be mounted.
There
and
was no comeback in the end, really.
It just never seemed to come. Pointing out, of course, that Chapelova did beat third seed Simona Halep here last year. And reaction from her, incredible stuff. She said, last year I beat Halep on this same court. I have great memories and I'm just so happy. A very well-deserved victory for her. Chapelova stuns second seed Garbiñe Muguruza, says Matt Crane, and Muguruza was mentally gone, he says, very frustrated, and she has lots to learn. So he's speculating, I suppose, that a bit of a mental come down for her from winning the French Open. It's not that unusual, I suppose. Angelique Kerber, it has to be said, hasn't had the best time of it since winning the Australian Open earlier this year. And a good stat here, Jana Chapelova now has 5 top 30 wins in completed matches. Among them are wins over world number 1 at the time, Serena Williams in 2014, world number 3, Simona Halep in 2015, and now Muguruza, the world number 2 in 2016. So perhaps her ranking not quite accurate in terms of the potential of Jana Chapelova, and perhaps we all should have been a bit more wary of the challenge she could pose. But I think, as you were saying, Anne, I think everybody perhaps possibly expected an upset for Muguruza against Camilla Giorgi round 1. She did so well to come through that, and this is just really blindsided everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised had she gone out in the first round to Camilla Giorgi, but this I'm surprised at. I thought, okay, she got through her first match against Giorgi in 3 sets. She's not looking so bad. There isn't going to be a French Open hangover, but I'm wrong.
Just to pick up on a point that you made, Catherine, there, in reaction to one of the tweets, mentioning the fact that she played Halep, she beat Halep on court number 1. I'd be interested to get your view, Anne, on, do players have a particular court or a particular place that makes them feel comfortable? Do you think the upset here this year was perhaps also a product of the upset last year? She just knew what it was like to win against a big player on court 1.
Yeah, I guess she wouldn't have been as nervous going out there today, you know, knowing that she'd scored a big win on that very court last year.
Speaking of court 1, let's head out there now. The match after Muguruza's loss. We can join Dominic Thiem and Jiri Vesely, as you can see. Much expected of Dominic Thiem here at the Championships. A wonderful season for him so far, really a breakout year for him. Number 7 in the world, he's the number 8 seed here at Wimbledon, taking on the big serving left-hander Jiri Vesely. Thiem, in fact, has got more wins than Novak Djokovic on the season so far. And here he is in his second round match. We can join commentary inside the first game.
Net second serve. $15-all. $30-15. $40-15. Game, Vesely.
So a good start for Jiri Vesely. A lot of people picking this match one as a potentially difficult one for Dominic Thiem, the number 8 seed, because Vesely, the lefty, he's got a big serve, a game suited to grass court tennis, and he's 1-love up in the first set in that one. Beautiful scenes all around the grounds here at SW19. And let's head to the shop now to find Rachel Stringer.
If you want a break from tennis, then where better to come than here, the Wimbledon shop, where you can buy loads of lovely gifts for your loved ones. And I'm going to start off over here with the classic Wimbledon towel. You'll see these all around the courts at Wimbledon, so I'm going to put one of them in my basket because I think my dad, he'll quite like one of them. Right, follow me this way into the depths of the Wimbledon shop. It's really busy this year, and it's also great because it's the first year when everything in here has been designed in-house. That's pretty cool. Come over here. Look at what we have here, the headwear. Okay, so it's not raining at the moment, so I think we might need one of these, a cap, just in case the sun comes out later on in the championships. Right, follow me, guys, through the Wimbledon shop. Which way here? Okay, it's all labelled out as well, menswear. I think if you have a man in your life, this might be quite a good present. Does it suit me? Yeah, I'm going to put one of them in here as well. In it goes, into my basket. It's filling up nicely. Follow me, follow me, follow me. This way, come round here. Into the boys section, the children's section. Look at the nice outfits here. How cute is that for a 2 to 3-year-old? Doesn't quite fit me, so I'm going to pop that one back up here, but I'm going to get one of these. The 2016 Wimbledon Teddy. Oh, doesn't he look cute? He's going in my basket as well, and he goes next. Follow me this way. Excuse the crowd. Everyone loves a good bit of shopping, don't they? And these guys definitely do. Umbrellas there. Not going to take one of them because it's not raining. Woohoo! Amazing. Right, now down here as well. Look at this, there really is everything on offer here. Champagne glasses, we have little glasses down there, we have obviously tennis balls, and then we have here, look at that, some champagne covers, just to add a little bit of bavavoom to your champagne as well. Right, follow me over here. From there, the finer things, to over here, the little trinkets to take home. If you don't want to spend too much money, you can take something home like this. The iconic Wimbledon strawberry as a key ring. I think I might have one there, it would look quite good on my keys at home, so that's also going to go in there. Come this way, follow me. There's literally everything in here. I love it, I'm in my element. And down here, I think this is pretty cute. For those long days spent on Murray's Mound, or like we call it, Tim Henman's Hill, this is a seat cover, so your bottom doesn't hurt. So that's gonna go in here as well, because I'm off up to Murray's Mound to watch a bit of action. Right, now I better go and pay for all this, otherwise I might get told off. So this way, guys, and I'll see you in a little bit. Bye.
Well, a bag full of goodies there for Rachel Stringer. And we can head out to court number 12 now. One of those seeded players. We were saying earlier on that today's a great day to have a ground pass. So many top seeded players out on the outside courts. Court 12 being one of those courts where you don't need an allocated seat. It's ground pass is only out there. So as long as there's a spare seat, you can go there and sit down and enjoy the tennis. And it's Richard Gasquet who's playing against Marcel Granollers, the Spaniard. It was Granollers who started the match really, really well, winning the first set 6-4, but Gasquet has struck back, taken the second set 7-5, and had a much better second set statistically for him.
Yes, better numbers on serve and doing a much better job when he comes forward to the net as well. More on forced errors than his opponent, but more winners too for the Frenchman.
Gasquet's game, we were saying earlier on, we know he can play on a grass court. He had that great match against Andy Murray, a five-setter, a famous five-setter really on centre court. Murray was able to get through that match, but Gasquet, his game can do well on grass. He has got a nice slice backhand. He knows how to keep the ball low and work his opponents.
Yeah, he's got a stylish game, hasn't he? He plays with lots of flair. Arguably one of the best backhands in the men's game, technically. You know, he again another player who feels comfortable on grass. He's had success here and enjoys coming back year after year.
And I suppose the question marks that's been over Gasquet's game for quite some time now is perhaps more the mental strength, the mental fortitude, because he's been inside the top 10. He's never quite cracked the top 5, but he has been inside the top 10 for a long, long time, and perhaps that's where he needed, if he was going to make the next step up into a top 5 player, that's where it needs to come.
Yes, but it doesn't get any easier as you get older. He's managed to get himself into a number of winning situations over the years, but has struggled to close out big matches. But still very much up there with some of the very best.
So Gasquet's levelled it up 1-set-all, and we can join commentary in the first game of the third set.
Love.
Ouch. That was ugly.
Forehand's been the bane of his life so far today, I think.
Just hasn't really been very balanced with it.
It's almost as if he wants this first service game out of the way with as quickly as possible.
(40-15). Game Granollers. First game, third set.
Andy Murray now within 2 games of wrapping this one up, and he has just been playing the most sublime tennis. No disrespect to Yen Chun Liu of Chinese Taipei. His wife Kim watches on, and she'll be delighted with what she's seen, as all the Murray fans will be. Liu has won some good points here, Craig. He hasn't capitulated. Murray has played sensational tennis, hasn't he?
He really has. The last 15 minutes, Andy is putting on a show. The amount of offense, there's so many really good shots that he's hitting. Forehands, backhands, returns, some good serving. I mean, you just kind of, you know, a match like this over a couple of hours, your form comes and goes a little bit, and at the moment, Andy's finding exactly what he wants to do. So extremely impressive. And, you know, in every match you play, you've got to weather the storm. There's going to be a storm that comes through, and it's really up to you mentally and emotionally how big that storm is and how long it lasts. But this is very close to the end here in this match.
Yes, Liu's doing absolutely everything he can, but no matter what he tries, Murray is equal to him. A wonderful exchange here from both men. Actually, Liu coming out on top on that occasion. It's 15-all on the Murray serve. As I said, we shouldn't be too hard on Liu. He won't be operating with anywhere near the same level of resources as the world number 2. He's from Chinese Taipei. He's played as big a part in this match as he can, and of course it's not over yet. It is 4-1 to Murray in the third, but it has just been a Murray storm. It really has. And we have lost count of the number of times Murray has won a point with a drop shot. Do you think that's because he's playing Liu, or do you think he will try that again and again, even as the level of opposition, no disrespect to Liu, gets better and better as he gets closer to the final?
It's going to stay. It's going to stay. I saw it at the French. I saw it at the Australian Open. It really works well here because the court and the grass, it takes the spin, so the ball stops and it stays low. And, you know, the courts, we've had a ton of rain, you know, a lot of rain even before the tournament. So the courts are not, you know, haven't been baking and aren't that hard. So the drop shot is even a little bit better, and Andy's really enjoying it. He's hitting it well. He's hit forehand drop shots, backhand drop shots. He's doing, you know, feeling that shot extremely well. So I think we're going to see more and more of it as he goes through. And, you know, for a baseliner, it adds another dimension because, you know, a lot of players want to stand back a little bit. They want to be like half a meter or a meter and a half behind the baseline, and that's their comfort zone. So when Andy's banging balls from the back of the court and the opponent's in the comfort zone, if you throw a drop shot in every now and then, it's not so much that, you know, it's great to win that point, but it drags them out of the comfort zone on the next point. So they may be standing on the baseline, and all of a sudden the bigger ground strokes, you know, they've got more weight to them because the opponent's standing in a position that they don't want to be.
Well, amazing analysis there from Craig, and there was a shake of the head from Lou because some of the serves from Andy Murray in that previous game were lightning fast. He had a 126-mile-an-hour serve, and Lou has the unenviable task of serving to stay in the match. And the first point of what could be the last game of the match has gone to Murray. Look at those stats, Craig. 30 winners from Murray.
Very impressive. He can sometimes be a defensive player and grind points out, but he is on the front foot. There we go. Looking good, looking so good. And between points, I like his demeanor at the moment. And when you see him after that, he's right there. You see him going to the strings. He's not necessarily straightening the strings. When a pro goes to the strings, it's a position of focus, it's a position of concentration, because they want to keep their eyes from wandering, and the strings is a great place to be. So it's almost also like they're taking notes. The strings are a notepad for them. So they go there and they write the notes down. It's like, yes, step in and, you know, hit the backhand down the line and keep hitting the backhand down the line. So when things aren't going so well, you go back to the notes and you've got all the, you know, the things that work so well. And now Andy's muttering again. He's giving it to himself, and, you know, he has this inner war where he's... he doesn't give himself nearly enough credit when he plays well, but he's very easy to, you know, he's his toughest critic out there. So anyway, he's 2 points away right now from the match.
Oh dear. That's unfortunate from Lou, because he has played better than this at times. In fact, his judgment of the baseline has been really good. He's been equal to Andy, and he's had to be on every single point he's won. So, for the first time this afternoon, it's match point to Andy Murray on Lou's serve. Not this time. So unforced error there from Murray, who's taken to juice now, but still only 2 points away from finishing this match. And again, we are repeating ourselves, but we have to really. All credit to Lou.
Thank you.
Doing his absolute best to try and withstand this torrent of excellence from the other end of the court.
Not a bad idea, just didn't slice it wide enough. Look at his body language too. He's down 2 sets to love. He's right on the edge. He's on the cliff, but the racket's not bouncing, the shoulders aren't dropping. You know, it's a great lesson for, you know, all the kids out there around the world watching this, is that, you know, it doesn't matter how far you get down or if the match is about ready to slip away. Hold your head high. Push the shoulders back.
Game, set a match.
Oh, that's a slightly unfortunate way for the match to finish from Lou's perspective, because he has played some good shots at times there, but it's Andy Murray, 6-3, 6-2, 6-1, 1 hour and 40 minutes, and the world number 2, the 2013 Wimbledon champion. Look at that. Well, he is fired up. Delighted to come through that one in straight sets, and so far, Craig, it's proving a smoother passage towards the second week than that which we saw in Paris for the French Open.
It's got to help him. He's got to be enjoying dominating the court, doing the patterns of play that he wants to do. I think the backhand was better. I'm really looking forward to going through the stats and looking at the analysis, but the backhand side was more aggressive. He was going down the line a bit more. We saw in that last game where he ripped a really hard backhand right down the middle. And the forehand's kind of always there. And, you know, the forehand, you know, even for Andy with a great backhand, and Novak's the same, there'll be way more winners off the forehand wing. But the backhand is on song here in the first week.
So, Murray flinging the towels. The wristbands have already gone. Safely through into the third round once again. And he will face John Millman, the Australian, who did really well to beat Benoit Paire in 4 sets. Number 29 seed going out. So, Craig, you'll have some knowledge of John Millman. What kind of challenge can he possibly pose to an Andy Murray in the kind of form that we've just seen, taking Liu apart in straight sets and comfortably inside 2 hours?
I'm a really big fan of John Millman's game, and you know, he is not the most talented player in the world, but you know, he works hard. I've coached against him once. It was a few years ago at the US Open. It was the last round of qualies. I was assisting Tennis Canada with strategy, and it was Peter Polansky that played him in that last round, and the strategy at that time was to pound the forehand. Now, Peter Polansky has got a really, really big forehand, so it was a forehand-to-forehand battle to try and take time away and to rush the backswing of John Millman. But, you know, he had a great run, I believe, third round at the Aussie Open this year. You know, he grinds points out. He's super positive. You know, he's a very good competitor, and it will definitely be a tighter match, I think, against John Millman than we saw today.
Well, he's safely there. The first of a number of interviews, which he gives graciously. It was quite funny there. He just went back. There was somebody must have asked very politely for a signature on top of the cap. Okay, overall, on all the tennis you've seen so far, is that about as the best quality that we've witnessed so far from what you've seen, even including the likes of Djokovic and Federer having a bit of fun out there with Willis yesterday?
Yeah, exactly. I'm very impressed with that match. Andy lost serve early, so he had to rebound. It wasn't the best start, but it's not so much how you start. I mean, you know, Yen-Hsun Liu's got to come out and have a fast start. He's got to bring as much as he possibly can. He's not going to get down a set. He's not going to get down 2 sets and then work his way back into it. You throw the kitchen the kitchen sink at Andy early on, and it was very competitive. But Andy, you know, the body of work over a period of time, you know, starts to take its toll. And 6-3, 6-2, 6-1 just proves that the further the match developed, the more he was on his game. And I was very impressed with the attacking. We know Andy's defensive skills are very good. We know he can make a bunch of balls, but can he really force a lot of errors, particularly off the backhand side? And I saw that today. So he's got to be feeling very, very good, you know, with his position so far in the tournament.
Well, he's made that as easy for himself as he possibly could. As you said, 6-3, 6-2, 6-1. Little bit of talk about a possible 4th round match with Kyrgios, but of course Kyrgios has got to come through Dustin Brown, who this fella coaches, so I won't ask him for a comment on who he wants to win that one. But as far as the local fans are concerned, the Andy Murray, the Murray Mania, they're absolutely everywhere on the complex today. It's so busy here at Wimbledon today. I guess there's just great tennis all around the complex because they're playing catch-up from yesterday. But the headline as far as this match is concerned, Murray was ferociously good there. And if he can keep it going, maybe he can close that huge gap to Novak Djokovic, who he just doesn't seem to be able to get past in the Grand Slams over the last couple of efforts. But job done for Andy Murray. He moves onwards and upwards. A very nice early finish to his Thursday here at Wimbledon.
Thanks, Rob and Craig. Sterling work there inside centre court. A good win, as they were saying, for Andy Murray. 6-3, 6-2, 6-1 through against Yen-Hsun Liu to the third round. And this is pictures from court number 2. It is Agnieszka Radwanska taking on Anna Konta. Radwanska, of course, the number 3 seed from Poland. She took the first set pretty comfortably in this one, 6-2. She's actually down in the second set on that court number 2. The winner of this match plays Katerina Siniakova in round 3. Of course, a bit of an upset today. She beat Caroline Garcia, the 30th seed, to make it through to round 3. So the winner of this one faces Siniakova, and we can join commentary on court number 2.
Well, she'll take it.
Bit of frustration here from Radwanska. It was a lucky shot off the frame of Konya after Radwanska had made a really lovely volley, actually. Well watched.
This is a great purple patch, isn't it, from Konya?
40 love.
After breaking and then getting to 40 love on her serve. Just wide.
40-15.
She's tried that 3 or 4 times now, hasn't she? Maybe only once successfully, though.
It really wasn't the direction to hit that shot either. She should have actually gone up the line.
Yeah, there was a lot of space there, wasn't there? Of course, we never lose a point up here, do we?
No. We have the advantage of being perfect from here.
Yeah. It was Radwanska's turn to pull the trigger on a lob volley,
40,
dragging
30.
Konya up to net and then dinking it back over her head. They're going to pass, aren't they? Liz, don't look at me like that.
We hope so. Still game point.
Let's second service. Game, Miss Konya. Miss Konya leads 4-2, second set.
Alrighty, now with Johanna Konta, if you could play one player in history at Wimbledon.
Steffi Graf.
Like it. If you could have one superpower.
To fly.
If you could meet one other sports star.
Ooh, Pendleton, Victoria Pendleton.
The cyclist, yes. If you could pick one city.
London.
If you could watch one Wimbledon final in history.
Ooh, actually, I don't know. I don't know that one. I think I already watched it, though. It was that epic one between Federer and Nadal, the one that, I mean, like it was, I mean, just so long. They played many, but I just remember one. I can't remember which one it was, but I think I watched it.
I know the one you mean, and I should know the year as well. If you can pick one emoji.
Happy face, just smiling. Just, yeah, easy.
If you could watch one movie.
Gladiator.
Good choice. If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie.
Jennifer Lawrence, please.
If you could lift one sporting trophy, not in tennis.
Oh, probably like a gold medal in athletics or something like that.
Like it, so still Olympics vibe. If you could erase one fashion error from your history.
I really loved like really short shorts when I was younger. Too short.
Learn from that one. If you could watch one band or singer perform live.
U2.
And if you could only eat one food for the rest of your life?
Gelato.
Ice cream.
Gelato. No, there's a difference.
What is the difference?
Well, one's made with milk, the other one's made with cream. It's lighter.
So yours is milk?
Yes.
Gelato. Okay, like it. Duh. And if you could play a trick on one player on tour?
Probably Djokovic, because he's made fun of so many other people. So, yeah, probably him, just so he gets made fun of.
You get your own back. All right, Joe, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wimbledon is a traditional championships, but there's so much technology hidden behind the scenes. There are around 120 broadcast cameras around Wimbledon's grounds, broadcasting to a global audience of around 1 billion. The movement of the players and the ball is tracked around the court by 10 different cameras, tracking 50 frames a second. There's the sensors in the roof that track the humidity, the sensor on the net cord, the LED displays showing the score and the speed of serve. There's the data entry system capturing stats from all the matches. There are 110 miles of television cable running around the grounds. But we hide as much of the technology as we can. It's about being able to stay true to our original ideal, tennis in an English garden.
So here we are, a lovely afternoon at the All England Club. We've had a beautiful dry day. In fact, despite some risk of showers earlier on this morning in our weather forecast, we have so far, touch wood, remained dry here at SW19, and it's been a pleasant sight on the hill and in fact all around the grounds as we've watched some fabulous tennis this afternoon. Andy Murray's just won in straight sets over Yensen Liu, if you've missed that update. Meanwhile, there's some serious tactics going on court number 3 with the ever impressive Williams sisters Serena and Venus. Following Venus's victory earlier today on court number 18, she's now back out on court 3 alongside her sister. They are playing the number 11 seeds in the first round of the ladies doubles. They won the first set 7-5 in their upper break, as you can see in the second set. We'll join this one now in the third game of the second set with commentary.
Tucked away. Venus Williams probably unwise to take on that volley. Serena was lining it up.
Yeah, having to stretch for it. You can't get any power behind the shot.
30-15.
But consistently in cool conditions, just serving above 110 miles an hour. It's going to do some damage.
Net. First service.
Again, landing a fair few first serves now.
40-15.
When Serena Williams picks up her first serve percentage, there is usually only one outcome.
Whoa. Miss Williams, Miss Williams. Miss Williams lead by 3 games to love, second set.
It's looking pretty comfortable for the unseeded pairing, would you believe it, of the Williams sisters out on court number 3. They're a break-up on the second set. They've won 13 Grand Slam titles together, the last being here at Wimbledon in 2012. But this is the live picture now on centre court. The third and final match of the day is set to be a pretty good one, actually. The British seeded player Jo Konta, she is the number 16 seed at this year's Wimbledon Championships, takes on the unseeded Jeannie Bouchard, who reached the finals here 2 years ago in 2014, losing out to Petra Kvitova on her way to her second trophy here at the Wimbledon Championships. Jo Konta never made it past the first round here at Wimbledon before, so this undoubtedly her best Wimbledon so far. It should be a very interesting matchup between these two ladies. And in fact, Genie Bouchard only finished her first round match at about 8:15 last night. She was one of the matches that got moved over onto centre court with all the rain delays yesterday. So for many people, it is successive play for various days after another. Genie Bouchard beat Rybarakova in straight sets under the roof last night. She said it was surreal to be back on that court after losing in the final 2 years ago. It was her first appearance back on centre court. As for Jo Konta, well, she is the first British ladies seed. The first British lady to be seeded at Wimbledon since Jo Jury 32 years ago. She's had an incredible year, moving some 107 places up the world rankings from 126 last year to world number 19 this year. But Genie Bouchard seems fired up and ready to go, and this is going to be one heck of a match. So let's join it with some commentary on centre court through to the end of the first game. In fact, before we do so, I'm intrigued to get Mark's thoughts on this matchup. You know Jo Konta fairly well. She was, of course, born in Australia, but moved to Britain and plays under the British flag. She's been incredibly impressive over recent months.
She was very impressive in her first match. Strong hitter of the ball on both sides, and this is going to be a very entertaining match. I mean, honestly, this could go either way. I know Eugene hasn't been playing her best tennis, since that finals here a few years ago, but she looks ready, she looks fit, and she's got that controversial Nike outfit that's been having a lot of headlines lately. So but I think crowd's being very spoiled today with some amazing matches, and I think this could be one of them.
Yeah, the dress got recalled, it got sewn up along the side, and Genie Bouchard was the campaign poster for that one. This is going to be a fabulous match on paper. We'll have to wait and see if it lives up to it. Jo Konta also reached the semi-finals of Eastbourne, beating a two-time Wimbledon champion Petra Kvitova on the grass in the third round. Let's see what they've got in store for us. We will now join it with commentary on centre court.
I think they've decided that the radar says no, it's going to be clear, which is what I have on my weather app, which isn't the most reliable of apps I've discovered over the course of the last few days. So it's wonderful scenes here at the All England Club, and actually a perfect watch if you've come in from a long day at work, nearly at the end of the week. Great to see Britain's #1, Jo Konta, who seems completely unfazed by being on the biggest stage in women's in tennis. She's used to top billing these days, was over on court 1 a couple of days ago, had to play on Tuesday and Wednesday due to a match that was halted because of the rain, but beat Puerto Rico's Monica Puig without too much ado to win her first ever match at Wimbledon. Today she takes on a woman who a couple of years ago walked out here to play a Wimbledon final, only a couple of years after winning the junior final here. Quite an extraordinary run for Bouchard, who has slipped back since then in the rankings, but looks to be on her way back. Best slam for Jo was by far the Australian Open earlier this year, made the semi-finals there. She won her first match yesterday at Wimbledon, also qualified and made the 4th round of the US Open last year. And just a few off her highest ranking of 18. Special match for Konta. Big thing to get over your first win at your home slam. And the young woman from Eastbourne, who was there last week making the semis of that tournament, bringing a lot of confidence through.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you leave your seat, please make sure you take all your belongings with you. If you have a mobile phone with you, please make sure it's switched off.
Jeannie, a few years younger, only 22. A semi-finalist at the French Open a couple of years ago before her final run here, where she lost to Petra Kvitova.
Monsieur Jenny Bouchard to the right of the chair, won the toss and chose to serve.
Has been as high as 5 in the world, now down inside the top 50, but seems to be coming back and finding some better form. But still, that's quite an impressive effort at the slams for Jeannie at such a young age. Fairly straightforward match for her yesterday evening. It was finished off. It was a match that started on court 12 and finished under the roof on the center court against Magdalena Rybarikova of the Slovak Republic.
First set, Monsieur Jenny Bouchard to serve. Ready, play. Love 15.
Last night, Jeannie Bouchard was finishing off her first round match on the centre court under the roof. So you would imagine that the 22-year-old from Montreal in Canada would be the first to get her bearings, because Jo hasn't been out here since last year when she came in as a wildcard, played Maria Sharapova on the first day of the championships. Didn't last very long. Back then, no one really remembered the match. Now she's one of the headline acts.
15-13.
This is the type of point that reminds me of Jeannie's final here a couple of years ago. Very aggressive at all times.
40-30. Deuce.
Forehand of Konta has really become a weapon. The backhand was always the go-to shot, particularly cross-court.
Advantage, Miss Bouchard. First game.
Well, I've hot-footed it from the studio right down to the very south end of the grounds here at the All England Club, and we're standing high above court number 2, a wonderful vantage point from up here to enjoy the tennis. A lot of spectators still here enjoying the ladies' singles match between Agnieszka Radwanska, the 3rd seed, against Anna Konta, and it's been a really entertaining second set, this one. Radwanska really ran away with the first set, took it 6-2, but she's had to work very, very hard in the second set, and Konta actually has a set point here, serving at 5-4. She's got an advantage on her serve, and she has now won that set, so perhaps another upset on the cards after Muguruza went out, the number 2 seed earlier on. Could the number 3 seed be in danger? She's lost the second set, so it's 1 set all. Radwanska having taken the first set 6-2, she's lost the second set 6-4, so that's what's happening on court number 2. And just to give you a sense of where we are and what's going on the rest of the grounds here at the All England Club, it really is quite busy. For saying we had that rain yesterday over the last couple of days, the spectators are making full use of the tickets they've got for today because it's coming up to 6:30 local time, so fairly late in the evening, but as you can see, the crowd's still packed around the outside courts, enjoying some doubles matches. We've been watching this gentlemen's doubles match between Koolhof and Middelkoop, and Bury and Zelenay, a really entertaining match, and the spectators enjoying all of the tennis on show here at the All England Club. Now, down at the far end where you can see Jeff is showing you there, that's the back of court number 3, where Serena and Venus Williams are playing their doubles match, and you can see the size of the queue for spectators just to get on that court. It's unallocated seating, so if you've got a ground pass you can get inside court number 3, but you'll have to wait. There is a large queue for the spectators to get in there, so that gives you a sense of what's going on around the grounds. Huge crowds enjoying the tennis. We have got some patches of sunshine. When the sun comes out, it is quite warm. The sun's now just gone behind the clouds, but the tennis continues, and it really is a wonderful vantage point from us here high above court number 2. We can enjoy the match on court 2, but also see plenty of tennis behind us on all of those outside courts. And you can see far into the distance, I'll leave you with this, a wonderful shot of centre court, the ivy there that clads the wall of centre court, and the famous clock in the distance where we can see that Genie Bouchard is taking on the British player Johanna Konta inside that famous arena. But a beautiful picture here late on day 4 at Wimbledon.
Thank you, Adam. It is late on day 4, and we have had some wonderful action today. We've just got about 30 minutes or so left of our coverage here on Live at Wimbledon. It's been a wonderful day at the All England Club, much needed after really a rain-interrupted day on Wednesday that meant tickets were refunded to all number 1 court holders, and 50% refunds went out to all holders of number 2 and 3 court tickets and ground passes. But back in our studio here on the Broadcast Centre roof, Cara Robinson with you alongside Mark Philippoussis. And Mark, we set up the day earlier today. It was due to be a blockbuster day of matches. It has been just that. But perhaps one of the biggest shocks, as Adam was just mentioning, is Garbiñe Muguruza crashing out in straight sets to a qualifier. You mentioned it as soon as you came back into the studio. We weren't expecting that.
No, not at all. That was, I saw the scores and it was a shock, to be quite honest with you. You know, apparently she was saying she felt a little flat out there, which is very hard to believe. You know, she won the French Open, yes, but there's been 3 weeks since she's played, and this is Wimbledon. If you're not going to be up, I know there's times where you're not 100%, but if you can't push yourself and be up for a Wimbledon match, when's it going to happen? But I know we can always have some bad days out there. That happens, unfortunately, but it is a very huge surprise, huge upset.
Well, it was Yana Chepelkova that got it done in under an hour on court number 1. She also knocked out another seeded player last year, Simona Halep, in the first round on the same court. She is ranked 124th in the world, had to qualify to get into these championships, and knocked out the newly crowned French Open champion, the lady that made it all the way to the finals here last year and lost out to Serena Williams in straight sets, 6-3, 6-2. It's the biggest upset of the championship so far. Let's hear from Garbiñe Muguruza after the match.
Garbiñe, when did you sense that you might be in some trouble in this match? When were things not working for you?
Well, I think my energy was missing a little bit today. From yesterday, I felt already a little bit, like tired. I think is the best word. And today, during the match, and after the match, I'm like, it's a tough day today. I feel like empty a little bit, and I started to be sick, but I think it was a little bit of combination. I think she played great with no fear. She was trying a lot of stuff that was working, and my energy was not really there. I was trying, but didn't work at all.
Okay. You said she had no fear. How tough is it now? You're ranked higher to be the player being chased than the player that's kind of trying to overcome or pull off the upsets.
Well, I think it's part of being in the top level. I will not change that. So I know every time I step on the court, well, they want to beat me so much, and they all kind of lose because they don't have nothing to, But I like that. It makes me in a good situation. So hopefully I can keep it like this.
Garbiñe, was there a particular reason why you felt empty today? Did you feel like that coming into the tournament, or is it just today and yesterday?
Well, a little bit also to start after playing French Open, after trying on Mallorca, which was too early to start, and then practicing hard to come here. I think was a little bit too much maybe, but I think at some point my energy was going down. So I guess today was the day where I felt it right away. Playing, I'm like, so I just have to recover a little bit, and get my energy back, and then be good again.
Do you think, Garbiñe, the expectation that's been put upon your shoulders, having won the French, coming here as number 2, has that been added a bit more pressure to you, do you think?
No, not pressure. I think for sure more expectations from other people, but honestly for me, I just had very clear that it was going to be a rough tournament for me after winning a Grand Slam and coming here, everybody looking at me, but honestly, not really. I know all the matches are very tough, and nothing's going to happen if I lose today. It's normal. It's part of the game. Hopefully I lose less matches, but there's not any drama.
Thank you. What were you most surprised about today regarding your own performance?
I was surprised. Well, not really surprised. I felt this before when you are practicing hard and playing, and suddenly one day your energy goes down. So I'm not surprised. Obviously, you always try to avoid these kind of moments where you are like, okay, I need days to recover. But well, I had to play today. I went to the court and I didn't find it, but at least I was there looking for a chance.
What do you think you might learn from today?
Well, what I'm gonna learn that you really need to concentrate on how to recover and don't reach a moment where your energy, it's too low, especially to play a Grand Slam and to face opponents that are, hey, they're good, they're here, they want to beat you so much, and you gotta be ready. You cannot go out there not at your best.
Garbiñe, you said after the French Open that it was amazing to think that Nadal had won 9 of them. Now that you've won that and come here, how difficult does it feel to have to recover and get back to optimum level so fast?
It is very difficult. You know, I'm just experienced a lot of things so fast. You know, it's my first time after doing a great result coming to another Grand Slam. So I'm trying to, you know, to discover how I'm going to feel. How do I have to go on court? How do I have to rest more? So I think it's great. Now I'm touching more a little bit all these great players, you know, that they're amazing, that they're winning a lot of Grand Slams. But hey, that's what it takes. So I got to be ready.
Would you change your preparation between the French Open and Wimbledon in any way next year? Do you think that you might change something to make it easier for you not to get so tired?
I think I will have to rest more, not, you know, keep practicing the same and hard to prepare another Grand Slam because it's very fast. I think I will have to take more careful to those days where you have to rest, even though you want to play and you want to keep, you know, I don't want to miss a day. But sometimes it's better to rest because then it's going to make you play better. You don't think like practicing 10 hours a day is going to make you play better after maybe you know you don't have energy.
Garbiñe, having come from the highs of the experience of Paris to the low of what has happened today, that must be quite an emotional journey that you've been on. How can you cope with that journey?
It's hard. It's interesting. I've been through a lot of stages, and it's only half of the year, but I'm just dealing with it. Basically, honestly, I think it's hard. I'm doing my own way, trying to prepare every match, trying to be focused on every practice, and one day it's gonna go my way, and another day no. But hopefully, my consistency will improve, and I'll be able to, you know, to be deep in all the tournaments.
Well, welcome along to the All England Club. If you're just joining us on Facebook, we're now part of Facebook Live, so do get in touch across our last 30 minutes or so of coverage here. You can see the picture on Henman Hill, live coverage from the match currently going on centre court between Genie Bouchard and Johanna Konta. Despite Konta getting up a break in the early stages of the first set, Bouchard's got it back, and it is 2-2 apiece in the first set. You can see the roof is widely open and has been all day. We've had a wonderful sunny day here with plenty of tennis to catch up on everything that we missed out on yesterday. But welcome into our studio, Cara Robinson alongside Mark Philippoussis and our tennis insider, Catherine Whitaker, who will be monitoring any questions you send us on Facebook, so please do get in touch and be as interactive as you would like. You can pick the brain of this former Wimbledon finalist right next to me here. And Catherine, is there anything to kick us off?
Well, we've already had a couple come in, possibly off the back of that Muguruza press conference. Lots of people wanting your thoughts on that, Mark, because I don't know about you, but that was a slightly unexpected reaction from Muguruza there. She seemed almost, from what she was saying, to be expecting that loss and therefore to be not quite as disappointed by it as perhaps people were expecting to see. What's your take?
I'm honestly a little confused by that interview. I expected a lot from her at this event, and look, I understand Dave's not always going to be there, but to hear that your energy wasn't there, I know that you're tired, but it's been a couple of weeks since the French, a few weeks since the French. You know, she's been around for a few years. She's a Grand Slam champion. She's got a great team around her. She knows what she's doing. So, you know, the fact that she's a little bit flat, I don't understand. But look, it's happened. The only thing she can do is learn from this and grow and you know, and hopefully figure out her scheduling so she peaks at the Grand Slams. And normally we have a week less, you know, between the French and Wimbledon. And the great thing is we've had a week more, and that's players are definitely happy about that, and it does make a huge difference. So it's weird to hear it now. Maybe a few years ago to hear that, fair enough. But now that you've got an extra week, it's a big difference. But it's a huge upset, and it's disappointing because you know, I think a lot of people were expecting a lot from her, and I think maybe expecting more from her than she did herself. To be honest, she didn't look very upset, or maybe she's happy she's going to have a break now. I don't know, but it was a little bit of a weird interview.
Yeah, just to review, if you're just joining us, Garbiñe Muguruza is the biggest upset of the Wimbledon Championship so far. She lost in straight sets today to a qualifier, 6-3, 6-2, in under an hour, 59 minutes, to Jana Čepelková, who's world number 124. And just to tell you a couple of quotes she just said in her press conference we just listened to, she said she knew it was going to be a tough tournament for me. It's not any drama that I've lost in the second round. I was very low on energy and I need to learn to recover properly. So those are the comments that Mark is reacting to, not really the sentiments, as Catherine said, we would expect to hear from the number 2 seed and now Grand Slam champion.
Absolutely, and just sort of tying into that, what you said potentially about schedule management for Muguruza and making sure she peaks at the Slam. Something else that's coming in, a few questions about Dominic Thiem, who's actually out on court at the moment. He's a set down, in fact, to Czech Republic's Jiří Veselý. Is he somebody for you that needs to adjust his schedule management for his sort of new status in the game? He still seems to have the schedule of a lower ranked player, but of course the higher ranked you are, the better you play, the more you win, the more matches you play. And probably the French Open was the first time we saw him peak for a Slam, whereas before that he was sort of playing his best tennis at all these 250 and 500 level events, but at the Masters Series and the Grand Slams he wasn't producing it at all.
Look, no, when you make your schedule, you're making it well in advance. You're not doing it a few weeks before. This is done months and months in advance. So he's had an incredible run through the hardcourt season, the clay court season, even the grass. He's been so consistent. So he's played a lot of matches. You know, if at the start when he was making his schedule, and if someone told him that he'd be winning these tournaments, winning that much, it'd be a good problem. He'd be happy to have that problem. So yes, I think he's played the most matches of anyone, right?
Won the most.
Even Djokovic, which is, you know, he's won a lot of matches if you're winning more than Djokovic. So that's impressive. But I mean, look, he's playing against a tough player. Veselý is a lefty. You know, he's no beginner to what Wimbledon has to offer. He's a tough opponent, but this match is nowhere near over.
Yeah, just to update you on the score out on court number 1. Catherine just mentioned it. He did lose the first set in the tiebreak. Went 7-4 in that opening tiebreak, and he is now a break up. Apologies, no, he's not. He's got a break point in the second game of the second set, so we'll keep you posted. We've been explaining it's been a fabulous day of tennis, and it's by no means over yet, but we are going to review our play of the day so far on this day 4 of the Wimbledon Championships. These are the top 3 contenders.
Quiet, please. Play.
Okay, so those are our top 3 plays of the day so far between 3 very impressive men in the singles draw here. We had Bernard Tomic, Grigor Dimitrov and Andy Murray. Mark, who are you picking?
There were 3 very impressive points, but I'm going to have to just tip it to Dimitrov.
You are?
Yes.
Okay, let's have a look at it again. Just talk us through this one and why it got your vote. This was in his match, of course, earlier on number 1 court.
I mean, first of all, this point, I mean, they're using the whole court on this one. Cross court, they got cross court down the line, forehands, backhands. I mean, they're moving the ball well, extremely well. Both hitting the ball clean. Great movers on the court. Dimitrov's got a gorgeous slice that he likes to mix up the play. And then he's very comfortable, obviously, with a beautiful topspin as well. Simon can run all day. The guy's an incredible athlete.
A long rally.
Here we go. I mean, not only was this ridiculous field, it was great point at 3-all. He was 4 feet behind the baseline, and he was almost a little off balance. And look at this. I mean, it paid off, so he's a genius. And if he missed this, going for that on break point, you're thinking to yourself, what is he doing? But he is a genius. So that was an incredible point, and finished off with one of the best drop shots I've seen in the tournament.
And he came through in 4 sets against a seeded player, Gilles Simon. So Grigor Dimitrov progresses through to another round here at the Wimbledon Championships, as does Kei Nishikori, who, despite dropping his opening set against the Frenchman Julien Benneteau, managed to come through in 4. He was the opening match on centre court today, and our analyst superior, Craig O'Shaughnessy, is back. He has so much information. He's going to talk us through the high points of this match.
Yes, it was a gutsy win for Nishikori. Benneteau came out strong, got the first set, and then 6-4, 6-4, 6-2 after that. Let's go through some of those points so we can understand Kei's game a little bit better and know what to expect for the rest of the tournament. We've got him returning here on the first point. Just good defense. This slice lands right in the corner, a really nice deep slice. And the beauty of this is that it basically takes away the deuce court. So you've got to go cross court with this ball here, runs around it, nice winner. 21 forehand winners for Nishikori today, only 11 off the backhand wing. His backhand gets all the press, but the forehand, as you can see, he's very happy to run around it. You'll never put a forehand under more pressure than taking that serve out wide, making the opponent slice. Really nice backhand going behind. Right there. That is the most pressure on a tennis court you'll ever put a forehand under. Best players in the world play behind the opponent a lot more than the rest of us. Like the defense. And again, he's just feeling out the point. Good balls down the middle. Not ripping anything yet. Nothing's open. There we go. Down the line, changing directions. And then the heavy spin. Nishikori puts a lot more spin on his forehand. There's a lot more action on it, a lot more whip on that forehand. Backhand tends to go through the court a lot flatter. Really good use of the left hand. Look at that racket head speed. Just flying through the ball. Love the defense, blocking. It's almost a defensive return that he just handles really well. Ends up as a winner. I like this stepping in. And I want to get Mark's opinion on this. Mark, most of the time you go cross-court, but look at his court position. He's up around the baseline. Is that a green light from that position to go down the line?
Absolutely. And he has one of the nicest down-the-line backhands in the game, without a doubt.
Let's have a look what he does here. Indeed, pulls the trigger. It's really the court position that enables that wonderful winner down the line. If you can step onto the baseline, that basically gives you the green light to get after it. Good defense. He stretches the court so well. Left hand up on the throat. Quick little grip change early. Front foot, contact in front. See you later.
The beautiful thing is he took it on the rise. Perfect timing.
And again here, just good defense. Really deep down the middle of the court. Seen a lot of drop shots. Murray hit a lot of drop shots today. And again, the #1 place to hit a drop shot is a backhand down the line. You can disguise the racket right there. You can put it behind your back, change the grips, disguise it. We've got 2 different backhands here. Nishikori keeps the racket head up more than Benneteau. He's gone back a little bit. Beneto's racket in relation to the wrist is pretty even. Nishikori's is a lot higher there. Energy's forward. Beneto's a little bit more inside the court. Beneto's a little more old school and leaning on that excellent, even balance from Nishikori, but both fabulous backhands. This is a really unique angle. We got this one from Hawkeye of Nishikori. We got the big step forward. Even on the first serve, that's where he is back. And he's just flicking at it. That ball's late. Caught it late. Little flick. And again, that's a Nadal kind of follow through. Look at those 4 or 5 little steps, and now the follow through is down around his waist, and now it's up around his shoulder. That follow through is really dependent on the type of ball he wants to hit and the type of spin that he hits. And again, the racket is just flinging around like a lasso. Really nice touch there at the end. So Nishikori through, played extremely well. He's going to play Andrei Kuznetsov in the next round. That's another winnable match. Nishikori is not noted for his grass court play, but could really do well here this year at SW19.
Yeah, really is one of the most successful tennis players ever to come out of Asia. Craig, thank you very much for your insight. As always, it's incredibly informative. Let's take you out, though, now to court number 3, where the unseeded, yes, unseeded Williams sisters had this match point just moments ago against the seeded pairing of Klepak and Srebotnik. They were the number 11 seeds. Really surprising that the 13-time ladies doubles Grand Slam champions, the Williams sisters, are unseeded in the ladies doubles this year. They've won 21 doubles titles in total. Their last slam victory was here at Wimbledon in 2012. So they cruised through in straight sets, 7-6, 6-3 to the second round, and waves to the crowd, who would have been delighted to see Serena today, who has not yet played her next match that she is due on court for against Christina McHale. We expect to see that tomorrow. Venus Williams, meanwhile, that was her second match of the day. She won her singles encounter over on court 18 earlier on this morning. Play began at 11 o'clock. She was the second match on, and she beat Maria Sakkari of Greece. So this is the scene here at the All England Club. It's been an absolutely perfect day. We've had so many good matches on the outside courts. Really, the grounds ticket's been hot property today. Still plenty of people enjoying the evening atmosphere out on Henman Hill, and we will look forward to another day of busy play tomorrow. But we are live on Facebook, so thank you for joining us. If that's where you're watching from, Catherine, our tennis insider, Catherine Whitaker, is monitoring any questions and pieces of information we pick up on. Anything new to report on?
Well, they're flooding in. Lots of people wanting to know, I guess particularly in light of Muguruza going out, Mark, who you see as the biggest challenges to Novak Djokovic and to Serena Williams, the two favourites in the men's and women's draw. Perhaps we'll deal with Novak Djokovic in a moment. I mean, Serena Williams will be just delighted at what's happened today, hasn't she? And Muguruza not the only seed to have tumbled out either. Just to bring you up to date, Bencic, Stosur, Pliskova, Svitolina, Irani, Jankovic, Mladenovic and Petkovic, all seeds to have tumbled today.
Wow.
Serena's in pretty good position, isn't she?
Yeah, there's draws opening up for a lot of happy unseeded players, I think. And I mean, this is a Grand Slam. It happens a lot. Draws can open up. If there was one person that would push, it was Muguruza. I mean, with coming off a Grand Slam win, the way she's aggressive, not intimidated at all by Serena, and the tennis she plays. I mean, anything can happen. But I mean, Serena was my pick from the start. But I really enjoyed I think Halep played some great tennis today. So.
Are we not talking about her enough? Because she was fantastic today, and she's the 5th seed.
You're right. She's the 5th seed. She always kind of gets through quietly. She hasn't won a Grand Slam, but she's been number 1 in the world, hasn't she? Is she number 2?
No, number 2.
Sorry.
And French Open finalist.
French Open finalist. So, I mean, she's an incredible athlete. Definitely one that we forget to talk about, but she played some great tennis, and she has a great coach in her corner, Darren Cahill, who has worked with Andre for years. He's an amazing player in his own right, and a great coach. So she's got a great team, and I think she's got the game to definitely cause an upset.
Could you see challenges coming from unexpected places? Dare I mention Jo Konta in this conversation? She is in Muguruza's half of the draw. I mean, there are going to be opportunities for the low-ranked players, aren't there?
Well, she's currently struggling, just to update you, on centre court. She's actually a break down to Jeannie Bouchard, serving to get to 5-3, but interesting
All for
stage.
Bouchard, then. I mean, she's been to the final here. I mean, as I say, for somebody, there's a big opportunity.
Oh, 100%. When seeds drop, opportunities open up for a lot of people, without a doubt. Look, Serena isn't a shoo-in. I mean, I could have put my house on her to win that semi-final match at the US Open last year. Who was ever expecting that to happen? So in sports, on any given day, anything can happen. But as each day goes on, she's looking more and more of the favourite, you know, in my eyes. But again, there's a lot of tennis to play. We'll see.
And Novak Djokovic, lots of people asking about Roger Federer, how big a challenge you see him being, whether if they do meet in the semi-finals, Roger Federer could mount a good challenge to Novak Djokovic, or whether he's just not got the fitness to do so.
No, look, I have. I mean, he's lost to him in so many finals. I mean, gosh, Roger could have maybe won another 4 or 5 Grand Slams if it wasn't for Djokovic. But maybe, who knows? The fact that Roger hasn't played some tournaments coming in, he's been injured, and he hasn't had his normal preparation. He might be even more relaxed than he's ever been, and he hasn't put that pressure on himself, and he might go out swinging freely, and who knows? I mean, he's Roger Federer. He's still hitting the ball beautifully. He's moving well. He can definitely cause an upset, without a doubt. But in the men's side, it's completely different. Yes, I might favour Djokovic for the title, but there's a lot of dark horses. There's a lot of tough matches out there, and definitely guys with a game to win this title.
Milos Raonic, he could face in the quarterfinal. Could he pose a very genuine threat to him?
Oh, absolutely. Milos Raonic, he I mean, played some amazing tennis last week. Was a set and a break up against Andy. Andy had an incredible comeback. He's got you know, McEnroe in his corner. We know the history that the McEnroe has here and the knowledge he has on these courts. I think he brings a lot to the table. And Raonic looks a lot. His confidence is boosted just because of that, I think. And he's playing great tennis. You know, he's very, very mentally strong, physically strong, and you know, if he can definitely stay kind of like in those early rounds with the least amount of time on the court as possible, he's going to be dangerous in the second week.
Absolutely. There was a lot of comments earlier, weren't there, about whether or not how long that relationship will go. But let's actually get you straight out to centre court, where Genie Bouchard just had 3 set points. She only needed 1, and she has taken the first set over the number 16 seed from Great Britain, 6-3. Bouchard, Konta, they will move into a second set there as Johanna Konta tries to come back from what would be an upset here. She's the only seeded British female here, and the first one for 32 years. So we'll keep you posted on what goes on there. But just back to Milos Raonic, we were commenting earlier on the day, there was some speculation about his relationship with McEnroe, because McEnroe was unable to get out onto court during his match today. Did we hear an update on that from him afterwards, or merely just still speculation?
Well, he was asked about in his press conference, as I'm sure you can imagine, and he batted it away. He said that was always the deal. John has other commitments. I was aware of that going in. He wasn't able, due to those commitments, to watch my match today, but there's nothing in that. I have actually identified the source of the rumours. It was a journalist working for the Press Association here who says he asked Tim Henman about John McEnroe's influence on Milos Raonic, and Tim Henman's response was he's not actually working with Raonic anymore. So whether that source was inaccurate, whether Tim Henman got it wrong, we just don't know. We just don't know. But this tweet here is the source of that rumour. But Raonic very coolly and calmly today batted away those rumours completely.
I mean, you would expect him to know, being a colleague of McEnroe's for the BBC, but then you would expect Milos Raonic to have the valid answer. Just to update you on some more action from the courts, Catherine's been telling us it's been a bit of a day of upsets as far as the ladies' seeds are concerned, and Agnieszka Radwanska is now also down a break in the third and deciding set in her match out on court number 2 against Anna Konta. That is surprising, because we've spoken about her up here as being a potential maiden Grand Slam winner here at Wimbledon this year.
Absolutely. If there's one surface that suits her, it's definitely grass. I think, yes, she doesn't have the firepower of some of the other girls, but her feel and her movement around the court is incredible, and that can definitely helps her on the grass, you know, and that's very surprising. She's one of those players that is always very consistent, where she beats those, you know, players that she's supposed to beat. She's pretty consistent at that, so this is a surprise.
Quick word from you. We've got a couple of people asking about Grigor Dimitrov. He was your play of the day today. He played a fantastic match against Gilles Simon. We all know about his talent, don't we? We all know just how fantastically talented he is. How much is it for you, just completely the mental side of the game for him that's been holding him back? And Do you think if he gets a bit of confidence going here at Wimbledon, he could be a threat?
Absolutely. As an athlete, unfortunately, you have a couple of losses and you lose some confidence, and you know, whatever it is, there might be something in your personal life that it's difficult. There's a lot of things happening. It's not just what you see on the tennis court. So, this is such an intense sport, and there's no help out there. It's just you versus your opponent, but you know, he's definitely kind of dropped away and not the player we expected to see him in the last few years. But he's playing amazing tennis. And sometimes you kind of need to drop away a little bit and gather yourself for that comeback. And no one's talking about him, no one's expecting him, and it's a perfect time for that to happen. He beat a tough player, Simona, top 20 player in the world. He's moving well, he's playing some incredible tennis. He looks hungry, he looks fit. So a hungry, fit Dimitrov is a dangerous guy to see.
Absolutely, and lurking in Federer's portion of the draw as well.
He sure is. Federer, of course, will be facing the Brit Daniel Evans in their next encounter tomorrow. We've got plenty to look forward to. Another quick update for you. Richard Gasquet has won his second round encounter against Marcel Granollers from Spain in 4 sets. Despite losing the first, Richard came through in 4. So it's been a fascinating day. Several upsets on the ladies' side, all still following suit on the men's side. We've got a blockbuster day again tomorrow, including the likes of Roger Federer, as we mentioned, playing the local Brit Daniel Evans. Serena Williams should be on court, as should world number 1 Novak Djokovic. One thing's for sure, we've had an awful lot achieved today on these grounds at SW19. The sun has been shining, the players have been smiling, and so have the fans. We've had a whole treat of tennis, and we'll be back for more tomorrow. From this, the day 4 of the 2016 Wimbledon Championships, is goodbye from us on Live at Wimbledon.